For me, Liga kita orang memang tak ada luck. Kita punya map selalu hard shift. Kita ada bina circle, lepas tu hard shift. Memang tak tahu lah, saya rasa memang tak ada rezeki. Like macam kita tak study opponent, kita dah study. Kita punya total dah prepared for PMPL. Cuma I think that time kita memang tak ada luck dari segi circle. Kita buat yang terbaik, and then dia punya tak asyik lah. Meta sekarang team lah more agresif pada passive. So at that time kita kat Liga tu kita orang macam belum lagi ready untuk fight for dia punya champion lah. So kita buat grand final pula.
Kita orang akan kejar korang slow-slow. Memang bantai semua orang yang kita ganas.
Diorang ni tim betul-betul padu lah. Tinggi dia ada 2% hit, Rex akan di knockdown.
Untuk grand final kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang nak buktikan yang newcomer pun boleh bagi saingan kuat dalam PMPL.
Masih lagi hidup dan semua orang sekarang ni seperti semalam game yang ketiga Regal.
Kita orang nak menang, so just push all out and get a champion. I want to be the best.
Kita pandai mah. Mantap.
Jangan gambar. Bodoh.
Welcome. Hello guys, welcome to PUBGMOBILE RSG Gaming House. Jangan lupa sokong Reddit juga semua tim yang ada dekat PMPL Season 4. Res RSG. Tiba.
Tumbuk aku lepas tumbuk kau.
Day 1 Grand Final PMPL Season 4.
Salam Jumaat dan selamat kembali akhirnya ke PMPL SEA Season 4 Grand Finals untuk Malaysia.
Yang paling penting sekali, kita punya tanah air, siapa akan jadi yang terbaik, siapa yang akan orang kata mengangkat trofi untuk Grand Finals Malaysia dan melayakkan diri ke SEA.
Game pertama akan dimulakan dan kita akan mulakan seperti dikatakan Erangel.
Lebih pelan, ini sedang menjaga rekan kita dan ready dengan GP. Sam Nine Gang akan bergerak maju. Dia akan jumpa dengan tim Secret. Akan menjadi clutch maker untuk Sam Nine. Tapi akan hilang ke tangan Jumper. Jumper last man standing. Parang juga dikeluarkan secara tiba-tiba ke tempat yang ke-12.
Disebabkan dia jatuh dan dikeluarkan langsung.
2v1 situation membuka result untuk clutch. RSG dalam top 2. Pengejaran untuk Chicken Dinner bersama dengan pasukan Geek Fam. Masih lagi 3v2. Chicken Dinner mungkin boleh jadi milik Geek Fam sebab Rexa cukup kompak lagi untuk dimainkan dan winner Chicken Dinner.
Rasa sangat bangga lah sebab it's the first day. And then we got the first chicken dinner on grand final, so sangat happy. Alhamdulillah lah. 30 point, boss.
Rex, are you okay?
PMPC kacau kat grand final.
It's okay.
So early first game, day 1, and nampak sedikit bukan cok lah, tapi mungkin sebabkan gementar numbers daripada player, but still I'm proud of him, proud of my boys.
Match ranking kita akan lihatkan Geek Fam di tempat pertama. Jadi apa benda yang anda lihat di sini, inilah overall score Geek Fam dengan 30 markah, diikuti dengan RSG 22 markah.
First day tu kita orang start off fresh. Macam kita orang dah tak fikir pasal Liga, kita just focus on the grand final. It's a new day.
Saya memang nak cari momentum untuk fight, and luckily ada team yang langgar kita orang, and bagi kita orang semangat juga untuk saya dapat 8 kill untuk saya seorang.
Chemistry dah makin mantap, kita orang punya cara communicate pun dah makin mantap. Tiba-tiba chicken, kita orang dapat reflect kita susu kambing, memang mantap. So ya, macam tu saja.
Tapi NC juga dalam kawasan bahaya. One hit race mungkin boleh di knockdown. Bom akan sampai depan muka.
Mendapatkan RSG tapi Rex mempunyai MG3 dan Ratap
Membuka jalan mereka. Setelah untuk dapatkan Rex, tapi dia akan dijatuhkan kembali dan Rebel Boy akan hilang. Game juga akan meletup. Small Boy akan hilang. Jadi ini memang pertarungan antara dua pasukan, iaitu Team Secret dan juga EVOS. Bom akan sampai, Fredo jumper akan jatuh. Saya dalam masa yang sama, Geek telah pun dikeluarkan. Tapi Secret akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu ke tempat yang ke-10.
Tapi 3 ni ada dia
Tapi itu situation 1v3 pun akan terus berdiri dan cuba tak mengejar winner jika Dina untuk Sam 9 Gang.
Untuk game tu memang kita orang dapatkan chicken dinner yang tak ada kata mudah pun tak, sebab kita orang pun kena push dengan tim-tim lain lah yang bagi pressure. So bukan chicken yang mudah, tapi kita orang berjaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner untuk game.
Tapi inilah dia, Sam 9 Gang berjaya naik sampai ke tempat kedua. Satu chicken ini merapatkan kedudukan mereka dengan Geek Fam.
Orang kata kalau senang kita nak naik, senang juga kita nak jatuh, sebab sekarang tak ada gap yang begitu besar dan jurang mata mereka juga tak begitu jauh. Macam Sam 9, tadi dekat nombor 8, pacak terus nombor 2, macam begitu banyak mata yang dikutip. Habis lagi. Ciao. Ambil phone kau gila. Let's go. Go. Kita. Come on.
Keep consistent and sure. Macam biasa, okay?
Jadi kita akan masuk ke dalam game kita yang keempat. Game yang akan dimainkan di Sanok.
Diorang punya playground untuk bermain dengan satu alatan yang bernama First Aid Kit tersebut. Tapi kita akan tengoklah macam mana dua buah pasukan yang masih lagi belum dapat taringnya mungkin akan mula untuk beraksi di Sanok. Juga kan lebih awal kat sini. Dekat tadi, Secret mungkin akan masuk dalam perangkap ini. Batman, dia akan dapat kit tembakan Micro Z, tapi tak dapat. Tidak menjadi berpasukan RSG telah memakan diri mereka sendiri. Tim Secret terus maju dan maju mencari satu persatu daripada R.
Sekarang ni baru tusun sebab TS, tapi kau tunggu jap lah. Lepas ni kita akan revenge lah. Kau tunggu jap.
Lalu terus dua pasukan yang dilalui dan dia akan hilap terlebih dahulu, tapi dia mungkin baru akan melihat aksi easy shot untuk dia. Kena sedikit tetapi tidak jatuh ke sini. Memang dia tahu.
Pasukan yang berbeza, tempat kelima untuk Farang.
Bila kita orang start dah kerja hard shift, position kita orang akan tak tune lah untuk buka opening baru ke tim ke depan. Disebabkan kita orang terkejar-kejar zone, kita orang punya position ni agak off untuk punya finding.
Secret dan juga Sam 9 Gang akan datang timing yang sama.
Bekit betul-betul depan muka. Dan ada Bekit. Sangat-sangat licin dan satu lagi bantuan dari Secret.
Tapi sekarang akan cuba untuk bangun. Tapi Kid akan menutup cerita untuk Sanho. Chicken dinner untuk Secret.
Saya rasa kredit perlu diberikan kepada Kid. Tentunya dia menjadi MVP pada waktu itu.
Okay, so for the game, I think it was very easy for us. Everything was going very, very well. The first fight that we took with RSG that boost our momentum. I died that game, but 3 of us was alive, and momentum boost that they had that mindset yang okay, game ni boleh chicken ni. So they push, they masuk circle slowly, and last circle and we got the chicken dinner. But the RSG fight lah yang change everything.
Akhirnya kita boleh kata gap tu dah ada sebab di pusingan keempat Sam 9 nombor 1, di pusingan yang kelima
Tim Secret akan menduduki tempat kedua, menghalau Geek Fam ke tempat ketiga, EVOS kekal di tempat yang keempat.
Itu juga menanda selepas ni siapa yang akan dapatkan chicken boleh lonjak dengan begitu banyak anak tangga.
So untuk day 1 tu, pada 2 game awal sebenarnya game kita orang tak menjadi, dan selepas merubah roster, selepas tu baru game menjadi. 3 game konsisten, it's a good day lah untuk kita orang.
Bagi saya lah, circle time tu memang tempat kita orang yang memang favourite kita orang, and tempat kita orang dekat kat situ. Sebab itulah kita orang boleh dapat chicken, sebab circle memang berpihak dekat kita orang. And opponent kita orang memang pressure, sebab itulah rotation diorang agak melalut sikit lah. Diorang memang agak messy lah untuk saya.
It's a good moral boost for us sebab we really want to go to C. We really want to get top 3 and get the C slot. Jumping from 11 to 3rd is a good moral boost for us, and just kept on going after that.
Today's overall, I think a good start lah orang kata. Semua team boleh dapat 40 point pada hari yang pertama, so aku rasa benda tu bagus lah untuk kita. It's a good start. Kita tahu kita boleh buat better, so esok kita tengoklah macam mana.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke PMPL Grand Finals Malaysia, Singapore.
Hari ni ialah isi je. Siapa yang akan kejar balik mata, siapa yang akan buat gap lebih jauh. Tapi pada waktu ini, pasukan-pasukan yang lain berada dalam top 3 mempunyai satu kedipan mata yang agak banyak dan boleh kata agak selesa pada waktu inilah.
Untuk hari pertama memang dia tak konsisten sebab kita orang punya game plan bagus, cuma kita orang kena memperkemaskan macam mana kita nak buat game plan tu. So the idea was not wrong, but the execution kena buat lebih kemas dengan disiplin.
Jadi kita kembali ke game kita yang pertama, Erangel.
Nexus RedONE hidup dalam keadaan knockdown macam biasa.
Baik untuk mereka tapi RSJ.
Kan pada waktu yang sama tapi Sam 9. Zuli juga akan terkeluar sekarang top 4 tiba-tiba je. Kedudukan Miracle dan juga QB sedang beri tembak. QB dicari. Matoy flank jauh, flank Arab ini. Flank daripada Thailand akan sampai. Adakah terkena tembakan beliau dapat Enroot. Sekarang ini cuba untuk mencari sikit ruang pada waktu yang sama. Fredo akan dapatkan QB. Dan winner Chicken Dinner untuk Team Secret.
Tapi itu dia overall ranking sebenarnya telah pun memecut Team Secret di atas sekarang mengikuti rapat.
So apa yang diorang boleh buat ataupun apa yang diorang perlu buat sekarang ialah jangan takut. Main je macam biasa, terus konsisten, jangan terkeluar dengan awal dan pada hari yang ketiga diorang kena all out untuk betul-betul dapatkan slot tersebut. Tapi buat waktu ini memang cantik lah.
We are only 3 alive. One of our teammate kid dah mati awal, and at that time it's a 3v3 fight. At that particular moment, Matoy our AGL just decided to do something. It's like we're just holding and waiting, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna flank, just wait. Dia pergi bawah, he got one knock on Dam route. After Dam dah knock, it's a 2v3 fight. We just masuk lah and we go in and we got the chicken dinner.
For Rivals masuk campur pada ketika ini mungkin EVOS di situ, tetapi Wales dia satu-satunya yang masih lagi berdiri daripada pasukan Geek Fam. Wolf Feroff berjaya menjadi durian daging. Push dengan terlalu laju.
Tapi Olio pula yang kena
dijatuhkan. For Rivals dikeluarkan pada waktu ketika ini apabila dijatuhkan oleh Trixnity, tetapi itu dia sudah datang duri dalam daging paling.
Bantai, jangan takut, ambil je. Kadang-kadang peluang tu kita kena ambil. Kalau tidak, boleh ambil. Si. Final. Kita!
Ini dah mula untuk reposition, begitu juga untuk pasukan Wales.
Hampir dilanggar laksi yang kena ditembak. Walau sekali lagi
Fredo cuba untuk dicari tapi tidak. Dia akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu. Wolf ke tempat ke-11. Tapi Miracle bom tangan dia berjaya untuk dapat. Matoy diam-diam dapat dijatuhkan oleh Red. Bom dia. Oh, dapat sebenarnya. Oh, tapi pemburu dekat luar. Pemburu masuk kereta. Dia ditembak. Dia menembak. Bom tangan akan tepat dilaksanakan. Tapi Red masih bersabar. Dia menanti tadi dengan push dan dengan payung dah luar.
Mereka terperangkap di bahagian sudut kanan rumah ini.
Bawah dia akan heal up. Tapi Red. Tapi Happy cuba untuk dicari. Winner Chicken Dinner akan menjadi. Rivals akan menutup tirai untuk match kita yang ketiga.
Lagi overall ranking sekarang ini menarik kerana perbezaan 14 markah antara nombor 1 dan 2 diikuti For Rivals bukan saja masuk top 5, malah top 3.
Kalau kau dapat chicken, kau akan naik page yang pertama dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Dan kalau kau terus konsisten, anda akan relevan, layak untuk mendapatkan slot ke SEA tersebut.
Kejuaraan, mereka juga mengejar kemenangan tetapi jalan kemasukan mereka tidak mudah.
Wolf akan dikeluarkan oleh RSG dan kita nampak Sam 9 gang 5 elimination dalam poket. Trixnity akan dikeluarkan oleh pemburu. For Rivals cuba untuk memancing. First aid kita sempat untuk dicucut. Memang pasti menjadi milik For Rivals. Double chicken back to back untuk 2 map yang berbeza dan mereka sekarang mungkin juga dalam pengejaran untuk kejuaraan Grand Finals kita yang keempat.
Kita happy lah chicken 2 kali kan. Alhamdulillah, sepatutnya seterusnya mesti tusun. Sekarang Alhamdulillah chicken. Kita akan comeback, orang tunggu.
Hari pertama kita orang berbincang sesekali dan kita orang dapati yang cara perbuatan kita orang macam mana kita nak main game plan tu. Lepas berbincang, hari kedua, so kat situ nampaklah game jadi lebih kemas, lagi lebih teratur dan itu menyebabkan kita orang dapat chicken dinner.
Kita akan dapat macam tu tapi overall standings masih lagi, oh wow, For Rivals terus naik ke atas directly. Bukan saja mereka naik ke top 2 atau top 3, malah top 1 terus.
Untuk akak dan fan-fan semua
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Santai, kita boleh comeback macam ni.
Alah, lagi je dulu tu.
Lagi je dulu.
Senang tu.
Boleh dulu. Percaya dulu.
Mikauki akan menuntun saja RSG. Salah langgar sebenarnya bang. Parang Legend masuk dapatkan 2.
Berterabus 3 position untuk pasukan Parang Legend. Peluang untuk For Rivals menang dalam fight ini. Jimmy sampai, Jimmy tembak, Jimmy drop shot, Jimmy tak jatuh dan Jimmy akan dapatkan For Rivals.
Dan Sam Rengang juga dikeluarkan.
Ikan-ikan dekat sungai ini tak pastilah siapa tapi ada Axis, ada Farang, ada Wolf. Ada 7 orang pemain sebenarnya sedang berenang.
iShot juga akan dikeluarkan menyebabkan Team Secret mungkin telah pun menamatkan hari ini di nombor 1.
Masih lagi berenang. 4 pasukan lagi yang tinggal.
Last man stand ni tadi Wales, hanya tinggal satu saja. Geek Fam akan menang perlawanan ini. Geek Fam akan muncul sebagai juara game 15 elimination ini. Mampukah mereka naik sekurang-kurangnya sampai ke top 3? Mungkin iya.
Alhamdulillah, hari ni kita orang dapat konsisten sampai naik balik nombor 1. Harap hari seterusnya kita orang lebih konsisten. Macam itulah.
Siaran ulangan sebenarnya untuk Geek Fam. Inilah game yang mereka menang chicken dinner. Hampir setepat-tepatnya persis adalah tempat mereka menangi chicken dinner di game pertama. Mereka mengulanginya sekali lagi di tempat yang sama juga.
Sebab terlampau banyak perubahan anak tangga yang berlaku. Tapi mata tu kita boleh jamin masih lagi rapat.
Terus overall ranking sebenarnya. Ya, so memang Geek Fam naik terus ke nombor 1 diikuti dengan SMG dan 4 Rivals. Menariknya di sini perbezaan antara nombor 1 dan 2 hanya 10. Memang langsung tak jauh langsung lah kalau kita tengok. Dan esok sangat relevan untuk semua orang bermain dengan serius.
Untuk day 2 tu kita orang banyak try and error. So kita orang cuba benda baru dan kita orang cuba tak menjadi. Itulah rasanya sedikitlah punca kekalahan sebab kita orang pun tak ada peluang untuk fight, kita orang tak ada peluang untuk play as a team lah. So kita orang banyak mostly mati on rotation.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Anda sedang menonton PMPL MYSG. Kami di meja caster saja yang nervous, bukan anda yang menonton saja yang nervous. Sekarang ni semua pasukan nervous sebab semuanya ada visi dan misi. Ada yang sama, ada yang berbeza. Mungkin mengejar nombor 1, mungkin mengejar nombor 12.
Hari ini last day PMPL Grand Final. So kami akan buat yang terbaik dan all out untuk hari ini dan bantai semua tim. Dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki kami dapat champion dan lolos ke SEA. Let's go!
Yap, tapi sekarang kita akan masuk untuk match kita yang pertama. Flight path telah pun diberikan kat sini akan bermula. R2K paling dekat dengan pantai, so angin dia lebih kuat sikit. Mattoy dan juga Fredo duduk dekat tengah-tengah, jadi lebih panas sebab ada 2 sudut yang perlu untuk mereka jaga, manakala VXM. Tapi kita akan tengok macam mana. Mattoy cuba untuk repositioning. John akan gerak terlebih dahulu.
Tim Secret akan 2v1 sekarang ini. Mattoy tidak berjaya untuk dibangunkan kembali. 3 penyingkiran dah pun dia dapat. F4 akan di-reload kembali. F4 Lizard yang sangat garang. Mattoy dijatuhkan lagi. Fredo kena kelas. 1v3 untuk Fredo. Dia makan. Dia dapat 100. Yang betul headshot kena kepada Vincent Mendes. Adakah dia akan dapat lagi 1? Dia lompat. Dia panjang. Dan sekarang di Fredo sangat-sangat rendah. Adakah dia akan dijatuhkan sedikit saja lagi nyawa dia. First aid kit akan juga dipakai. Adakah dia akan berjaya ataupun tidak untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner. Sempat ditutup pintu. Dan itulah dia chicken dinner Tim Secret.
Kau keluar ataupun cari pihak lawan dengan begitu terbuka. Tapi kalau kau perasan dengan top VXM ni daripada mata, Geek Fam akan ada di tempat yang kedua, jatuh 1 dengan 114 mata dekat sini. 4 Rivals tak berganjak dengan banyak.
Fredo yang dia punca lah untuk Team Secret mendapatkan chicken dinner sebentar tadi dengan bijaksanaan. Dia ada game sense.
To be able to stay composed during that sort of situation where you're up against 3 members and you have little to no HP left to play around with, that is why they're a PMGC worthy team.
Saya terkejut lah sebab power main pusing-pusing rumah tu. Walaupun yang titik dia dapat lari. Kalau kita panik dan tu tak jadi apa lah. So situation yang dia 1 lawan 3 tu adalah perkara biasa baginya. Saya tengok Fredo ni is idol and kat situ kita boleh dapat ketenangan Fredo dalam handle situation. Kalau kita kurang sabar and takut-takut pun kita akan kalah dalam fight.
Fredo kita tahu dia memang ada player yang berkaliber tinggi. Nampak dia punya pergerakan bukan pergerakan panik. So itu menyebabkan dia dapat bantai budak 3 lawan 1 tu situasi lah.
Actually dia dapat knock tu seorang. Tapi yang amazing dia dekat situ adalah dia punya section dekat dalam rumah yang boleh main adalah around there je. So memang sempit. Cara bila dia nak lari, bila dia nak hide, bila dia nak take fight and at the same time benda tu berlaku dalam masa yang sama and dia clutch dengan clean.
Banyak tim akan tengok rotation tersebut dan akan membantu secara tidak langsung Geek Fam. Pasti sebenarnya Geek Fam yang akan berjaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner.
Tempat yang ketiga tanpa barang mata penyingkiran dan game. Cuba untuk menghidupkan peluang, cuba untuk fly tapi dia akan dihabiskan oleh Geek Fam. Nak chicken dinner kita.
Game Irama kita chicken. Alhamdulillah kita dapat pecut naik atas terus. Kita potong TS. And tunggu match ketiga kan.
Yep, betul. Tepat sekali Geek dekat sini dengan nombor 1 dan juga Chicken Dinner dengan kutipan mata terbanyak 10 mata singkir dalam poket.
Memang betul Geek Fam sekarang ini dengan advantage sebanyak 19 mata pada ketika ini. Inilah masanya setelah 4 season dimainkan. Geek Fam finally champion.
Kalau dekat Malaysia ni Geek Fam belum lagi pernah menjadi sama ada juara liga ataupun juara grand finals, tetapi perjalanan mereka sekarang ni nampak jelas dengan perbezaan sebanyak 19 markah. Ya betul, untuk Jaminan Gang dulu mereka sedang mencari di manakah keberadaan Bad dan mereka jumpa, mungkin akan rata tu dia dikeluarkan 3 lawan 4. Situasi yang jauh lebih baik untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Dan Bro akan masuk terlebih dahulu. Oh tetapi mungkin overextension sedikit, mungkin terlalu bercita-cita tinggi untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner mereka. Tetapi itulah dia, Snipes tembakan daripada AWM memangnya tepat dan Geek Fam back to back chicken di dalam tangan.
Ramai yang cakap kita orang banyak luck circle, which is ada yang betul, tapi kita orang actually cari circle juga. Lepas tu circle datang tak. Dia circle ada shift juga, tapi kita orang cari cara macam mana nak ambil circle tu balik, and kita orang buat benda tu smoothly, clean and dapatkan chicken dengan mudah lah untuk match 2, 3, 4.
Tetapi dengan kemenangan ini, Geek Fam yang paling confirmnya ialah mereka sudah pun ada tiket untuk pergi ke SEA Grand Finals. Team Secret tak ada pilihan lain. Mereka kena menang 2 chicken seterusnya dengan markah yang tinggi untuk mereka mendapatkan piala. Kalau tidak, mereka kemungkinan akan duduk di tempat yang kedua mahupun yang ketiga. Ya, hanya menyatakan pada ketika ini Geek Fam sudah pun menjadi juara untuk Grand Finals. Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Fam. Inilah dia juara anda, Geek Fam Malaysia, juara PMPL SEA Grand Finals.
3 chicken back to back, rasa dia sangat amazing lah, because I think so far kita orang saja pernah buat finals 3 chicken dinner back to back. If I'm not wrong, it's not impossible for us to chase the secret for the PMBC points. So yeah,
sebenarnya Geek Fam masih ada satu lagi misi mereka yang mereka boleh buat. Di sini mereka sudah dapatkan 28 mata dia ada dekat situ. Itu akan meletakkan markah mereka untuk mengejar Team Secret ke PMGC. Kalau dia dapat lagi chicken dengan markah yang lebih kurang, dia bukan saja boleh jadi juara di sini, malah boleh rembat sekali slot pergi ke PMGC.
Match 4 Sunhawk, kita orang main lebih awal sebab kita orang dah dapat 2 chicken kan. So kalau kita nak lawan team tu, kita orang memang dah tak takut dah sebab kita orang tengah confident dalam tu. And that time kita orang pergi ke atas bukit, kita lawan some night. Lawan some night kita dapatkan Putra, and then we fall back. And that moment kita just rotate awal, kita just defend, and that's all lah. For me, Sunhawk is like circle, and then kita rotate awal, and that's all lah.
Jadi 3 pasukan yang secara realistiknya untuk berada dan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat seterusnya adalah Team Secret, 4 Rivals dan juga Geek Fam.
Laku pada waktu yang sama, bom akan sampai dah. Tapi Zik akan terbuka dan dia akan di-knockdown.
Namun sudah tempat menandakan Team Secret. Tapi SMG boleh mengatakan bye-bye mungkin kepada slot mereka di SEA. MP akan dijatuhkan MP.
Kemenangannya hampir pasti. Adakah kelas akan dilakukan juga? Itu persoalan yang sebenar. Tapi dua dapat jatuhkan. Sen. Team Secret. Kemenangan chicken dinner di game yang terakhir.
At first memang kita orang try to cari middle lah, center of the circle. Kita orang try to main lambat. Kita orang tahu yang akan ramai team yang akan langgar, so kita orang takut kita orang jadi mangsa. Actually Team Secret still alive. There's 4 man squad. Bila snipe kena knock and Secret, and then kita orang baru like macam chances untuk kita orang go to PMGC tu dah off lah. So I think just try our best untuk dapat the best placement.
The last game we had a 28 difference against Geek Fam. So the last game we had a talk. He said that it's okay, Geek Fam won the championship, and how about we just try to aim for the C slot and just top 3. During that last game, we made the gap for the PMGC points bigger. We made it and we got a chicken dinner and just close the gap. We got the C slot and we got the PMGC slot as well.
Feels very good It feels amazing because season 3 we almost champion tapi tak champion, tapi season ni dapat champion. So alhamdulillah, it feels very good lah, satisfying lah. Puas hati, berpuas hati.
Geek Fam.
Kita akan melihatkan tanpa sembarang kejutan juara kita untuk PMPL SEA Geek Fam.
Let's go!
Champion! Akhir kita untuk PUBG Mobile Top 3 Eliminator, kita akan jatuh kepada Devil itu sudah pasti. Snipe kita yang kedua dengan 27 mata singkir dekat sini. Dan Aizen daripada Arthur.
What do I feel now after seeing this? This one made my day. Plus, we got a champion for today. Syukur Alhamdulillah. Thank you my team. Thank you my family, my fans for the support. This is the best day ever in my life. Once again! Tak ada chemistry. Okay. Once again! Baru ada chemistry.
Ini dia qualified teams. Ya, tidak mengejutkan sesiapa.
Masa hadapan kita nampak Axis, Geek Fam, Secret dan juga More Rivals. 4 buah pasukan ini yang akan mengharumkan nama Malaysia nanti dan diberikan segala support.
Tahniah kepada Geek Fam kerana menjadi juara untuk PMPL musim yang keempat. Jadi ini akan menunjukkan bahawa tim Secret adalah wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Tahniah kepada tim Secret kerana menjadi wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa. Tahniah
masih ada harapan, keep kau konsisten and macam biasa tak working untuk hari. So yeah, last year. Let's go. Last year.
Bye. Once again! Let's go!
It's been a very long journey. Macam dia punya journey tu sangat jauh. So it's not easy lah untuk dapatkan champion ni. Kita perlukan 4 season baru dapat champion. Kita punya climb tu bagus. Season 2 kita dapat nombor 4, third season kita dapat nombor 2, and then baru kita champion kan. So yeah.
Bagi saya susah lah. Perjalanan kita orang susah. Saya sebelum masuk Geek Fam saya cari Farang. Lepas tu season 2 dah masuk Geek Fam, saya kena cari chemistry baru lagi. And alhamdulillah result kita orang menaik and dapat champion dekat season 4.
Day 3 coming to the grand finals, the points were very close. We were very excited. We came in very strong. The team has good hope lah. But unfortunately, Geek Fam kejar kita orang di belakang and they got triple chicken dinner. We were quite down because we know the gap was very far. Geek Fam did very well on the last day on catching us up, and yeah, nombor 2.
Overall performance kita orang agak teruk untuk grand final. Agak terkejut dengan semua team punya gameplay yang agresif, and maybe one of the factor is kita orang belum ada analyst and coach yang ajar kita orang. Kita orang punya mistake juga adalah kita orang main tak macam biasa untuk grand final, and kita orang more tu takut-takut while others team agresif gila.
Day 1 kita orang memang perbezaan mata tu terlalu jauh. So kita orang tak memanfaatkan benefit tu. Itu yang membuatkan kita orang tak lepas lah.
Perasaan saya kecewa sedikit sebab result kita orang dapat ni bukan apa yang kita orang target lah. Kita orang target dapat top 3. Mostly of the game kita orang banyak too soon. Kita orang agak kecewa lah.
We as a team, we feel very happy since last season we did make it, and SEA League or SEA Championship is a very fun tournament. It's way different than MOSG, so it's good to be back and we're gonna do better this time.
Perasaan kita orang masa tu memang happy gila lah. Pada tangga ke-8 kita orang comeback sampai ke nombor 3. Sepatutnya kita orang dapat nombor 2, tapi tak ada rezeki yang Secret pecut kita orang dapat nombor 3. Memang kita orang happy gila dia.
Untuk semua tim yang layak pergi ke SEA, kita orang daripada Farang Legion say good luck untuk korang.
Saya harap kita semua dapat naikkan nama Malaysia ke besar di dunia, dapat tunjukkan gameplay dan tunjukkan prestasi yang hebat.
Pada tim Geek Fam, Aziz, Secret dengan Forever, kita buat yang terbaik untuk negara kita, negara Malaysia kita untuk ke SEA nanti So kita buat yang terbaik lah. Good luck. Untuk player-player lain, korang jangan putus asa, kita teruskan berjuang, training. Tak dapat season ni bukan bermakna kita kalah. Mungkin bukan rezeki kita, so next season kita buat yang lagi yang terbaik lah.
Second season, kita orang secure untuk pergi SEA. And then our placement also on that time memang cantik. Untuk season yang ketiga memang teruk. This season of course kita akan bagi all out for Malaysia. Kita orang akan revenge balik. And actually kita orang layak untuk pergi ke SEA. To all the fans out there, to all our supporters, thank you for support us. And untuk jadi die hard fans tu, but kalau boleh jangan toxic sebab benda tu at the same time merosakkan image team tersebut. So yeah, just chill and give support and enjoy the game.
Terima kasih kepada semua fan.
Dari awal sampai akhir,
kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik.
Kita akan terus
bawa lagi banyak excitement
pada next season dan
harap korang akan terus support kita orang.
Dan kita orang akan comeback season 5 nanti.
Keep on support. Yeah.
Tak tahu nak buat
macam pukul lalat.
PMPL SEA Season 4,
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4,
PUBGMOBILE Pro League Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Assalamualaikum and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Season 4 South Asia Championship, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. And before we introduce and going into what's happening today, we have to thank our official partners here. Before that, we have to thank PUBG Mobile first, with co-organized by VSPN, bringing us this exciting tournament for the entire league. And also, we have to thank none other than official partner of the phone itself, smartphone partner, which is going to be Xiaomi with a Redmi Note 10 series. Just challenge your boundaries. Today, we're not just challenging your boundaries, we are challenging you for more, because you can get more with Xiaomi here today and redeem your in-game items right now, which is going to be exclusive Xiaomi in-game items. Just redeem it now. We're down to a few more days here. Plus, also, you guys can also participate as well in a lucky draw, where Xiaomi victory draw tomorrow as well, because Xiaomi is one of the best gaming phone out there for PUBG Mobile. Also, we have to thank our official media partner, which is going to be Esports Fight Club, where you can earn and also redeem so many rewards here today. For you guys to get exclusive PMPL in-game items or other rewards, just sign up and watch it on the platform, all the live stream and everything else in Esports Fight Club. Also, you guys can watch more if you want more. It's going to be WeTV. Just download it right now, where Asia's best content is available everywhere. Just download it at either Google Play or Apple App Store and watch it now for free. Now, we're both here today. I'm Choo Choo and this is Cloud. We're going to be your narrative and storyteller of Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend, week 3, day number 2.
The day that I've been waiting for, because today we will have a special segment, but it will come later on, before the start of game number 2. So ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're here with us because you don't want to miss that segment. But of course, that segment, everything else is here held in studios, but we are held in closed doors, and rest assured we have gone through a lot of protocols, a lot of safety, a lot of testing to be here, and we are under strict safety protocols. So it's all good here.
It's all good for now for us. Yeah, definitely when it comes to in terms of health, it's always our number one priority. But when it comes to the game, are they ready? Because right now, I'm not sure if I'm ready enough for my challenge today. That's why we have extra sweet and going back into the nostalgic memories of being 5 years old. I don't remember any 5-year-old eating wasabi, but here it comes. Hopefully this helps with the spiciness as well.
Well, for now, but we'll see you later. We'll see you later. So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're around. Make sure you're around during the pre-game moment, because that's when it will happen. Before game number 2, before we go into Miraba. But we'll be going to game number 1. So, continuation from yesterday. Yesterday, we saw Bigetron RA on top. They are topping this still, but hot on their tails are a few other teams as well. Also, the bottom 4, it's still a fight. Onyx wants to get out of the bottom 4, of course, together with NFT. And we have GD still at number 16.
That's very true. And the teams, well, we did mention about who will still get the number 1 spot, because we're down to 2 more days, including here today. And there's so many teams that really want to go to PMGC without, have to grind it again in the grand finals. And there's only 1 spot available for that. But in the grand finals, we're going to select 3 more to join alongside of the Infinity, GD, like you mentioned before, these Xaviers, and also Team Secret, who is going to participate in PMGC. So here comes the schedule here today. We're starting off from 12th of October. We're down to the 30th of October today, which means it has been a very long journey, but how time flies.
Yeah, it's already on the final Super Weekend. So today's the 30th of October. Tomorrow's the last day of the Super Weekend. We'll take a break for about 4 days before we resume at the 5th of November with the final week, which is also the Grand Finals. And we will know for sure who are our top 16 into the Grand Finals after the end of tomorrow. So definitely something that you don't want to miss. Make sure you're here with us today, the entirety of today, and also the entirety of tomorrow, because the fight is still on here. Our top 16 is still not sure yet.
And this is what we mentioned before for the PMPL South Asia Championship Season 4. This time, we are selecting another 4 more teams that are going to join by GD, DX, Infinity, and Team Secret, who already got themselves the spot for PMGC or PUBG Mobile Global Championship later on, where they accumulated their points throughout the Season 3 plus also Season 4 top number 1. So the Super Weekend here will determine, especially tomorrow, who will join in one of those 4 and getting that 1 spot. For the final week, which is going to be the Grand Finals, we are going to selecting three more teams to join in to represent South Asia region.
Yeah, and this is of course the MOLA, and that is 200,000 USD. Okay, I got it right. 200,000 USD. There you go. Of course, this will be the prize pool that these teams will be eyeing for. Besides that, same old. It's going to be first place Chicken Dinner getting 15 points. Second place will get 12 points. Third place 10 points. Fourth place 8 points. Fifth place 6 points. Sixth place 4 points. Seventh place 2 points. 8 to 12 receive 1 point. 13 to 16 will not receive any points. And of course, 1 elimination equals to 1 point.
Well, this is going to be same old for the past few seasons now, but here comes the team. The 16 teams are playing for this Super Weekend. We have Bigetron RA, BN United, GD, NFT, the Xaviers, Onyx, RQ, Eagle Esports, FaZe, 4 rivals: Exist RedONE, Vampire Esport, MS Chonburi, EVOS Reborn, the Infinity, and also Geek Fam. But this is going to be based on yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, performance. Is it for this Super Weekend only?
This is our top 16 for this Super Weekend. So there are a few teams that are not playing, like Team Secret and all that. So they'll be waiting to see if they are sure to the next round, which I think Team Secret pretty sure. But for APG, well, they're still biting their nails because there's still like 10 rounds to go. Anything could happen.
That's very true. And the team that unfortunately will not be taking part in the grand finals, I have to say, is going to be VGM and also YG, Young Galactical. So these two teams are hard to tell, and nothing they can predict right for what they are offering for South Asia. But it's going to be a tough run. But here comes the overall rankings based on yesterday, just this Super Weekend, based on day number 1. Bigetron RA is still standing at number 1 spot, which I lost the challenge. The Xaviers at 2nd place with 63, tied with FaZe Clan. MS Chonburi at 4th place with 55. That's quite a gap in between. BN United at 5th place for now. Onyx at 6th, at 4 rivals 7th, and EVOS Reborn at 8th. So when we compare the scores, Onyx is one of those teams that's really require a lot of points for today.
Yeah, so they're still catching up though, but still not enough to catch up onto GD. GD at number 9, 31 points. Same goes for RRQ. Rio also 31 points at 10th place. 11th place goes to Axis RedONE, 29 points. 26 points goes to both Infinity as well as NFT Esports, 12 and 13. 14th place goes to the Eagles with 15 points. 15th place, the Vampires, 15th place, 14 points. And at last place for now, it is Geek Fam with only 10 points.
Well, we're not worried so much for the teams that's actually in the first page for the overall Super Weekend rankings, not just this week's Super Weekend rankings. But the teams that we have our eyes on is going to be NFT and Onyx, which NFT right now is in a really tough spot, critical situation for them. And they need to perform today. It's lesser and lesser games, lesser and lesser chances for them to advance into the grand finals if they don't take the advantage here.
And these are the maps that they need to take advantage of. Of course, we're going to start off in Erangel. It's going to be the same throughout all the Super Weekends. So far, I have no changes. And then followed by Miramar, Erangel, coming to Sandhawk, and then we'll end the day in Erangel. So the match will start at 6:40. Of course, this is based on +8 GMT. So mark your clocks correctly because we're going to have 5 back-to-back matches today.
It's going to be always the same for Super Weekend.
Yeah.
But the circle, these days, I think the final week Super Weekend here, especially week number 3, most of the circles are quite generous so far. So it's not that hard for the players. But when it comes to the last few circles, it's quite unpredictable. But yesterday's Erangel was pretty hard. Same goes for Sunhawk. The last 2 matches. So will it be different today? But something more different for you guys watching at home. We have Vikendi, Runic Power, Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0, Infection Mode, which all will be unlocked throughout this entire PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Championship Season 4, where all these modes going to return for you to enjoy and have fun with all your loved one and all your friends, starting from 8th of October for Vikendi. Then the others, there will be, most of them will be unlocked during 31st of October up to November 15th, except for the Runic Power, which already unlocked for now. And I saw a couple of clips, some players playing yesterday. So there's a lot of things you can actually do in Runic Power as well.
Yeah, I did try that out during the first batch. I believe that was like the one that you'd get transported somewhere else and you can fight to get some items. But here it is, the fight for all of us, including yourself as part of the PUBG Mobile community. So this is the Esports Award, whereby PUBG Mobile has been nominated for Esports Game of the Year and Esports Mobile Game of the Year at this year's prestigious Esports Award. So for you, head on over to esportsaward.com/voting and select PUBG Mobile for each category to submit your vote. Voting closes in early November and you can vote every day, once every day.
Yep, it's just once per day, so make sure you vote for PUBG Mobile because that's what we are best at right now. We're having such fun together because it's your tournament as well. So that's done for now. For all the formalities aside, we're going to talk a bit about the teams that participating for this Super Weekend. And speaking of which, do you still have whoever in mind for tomorrow's? No, we're not done yet. We have more freebies to be given.
Oh yeah, more freebies. Why not? We won't complain, right? So free permanent baby shark set starting from the 24th of October up till the 20th of November. So make sure you log in to your game to claim this freebie. So it's a permanent set, ladies and gentlemen. You stand a chance to get those. How to get those? Log on to the game and just look at the events part of the game. You see something there that you can just follow through.
And do tag us if you get yourself this free permanent baby shark set, because I do want to see how many color variation that actually they are giving away. I do want to know, we've seen the yellow, obviously it's going to be in this graphic, but I do want to know if there's any other colors such as the orange, the green, the blue, even the pink, which are in the bubble just now. So maybe there are a couple of sets out there, and imagine if you have the whole team wearing a different color but the same set of baby sharks. It would be really fun to watch, really colorful like how we are today.
Wow, yeah. So our theme is like the colorful theme, and then we have the baby shark going around. So it's wow, not bad. That's kind of like relatable. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is all for our formalities. We will jump into game number 1 really soon. So just a little bit more recap yesterday. FaZe Clan is still on the roll.
Oh,
they are hot on the tails of EVOS Reborn, who's currently still at the top.
That's very true. FaZe, I don't know what happened, but Tony K is just rising up to the occasion. The whole team is working so well right now. When we actually see, we also see another team that's kind of got the momentum going. We do know that these Xaviers obviously got themselves in the PMGC slot, but they show us a different tactic yesterday. We can see how they played quite differently than the previous couple of weeks before. So some teams managed to work things out and adapt and actually improvise throughout the entire league. That is one of the reason or one of the objectives that we're having such a long league as well.
Yeah, that is how you actually hang on, how you adapt to the changes throughout the weeks, and also how persistent you can be when it comes to like the mental strength, the stress surrounding the league, and all of that. So it's very different as compared to like you play a 3-day game. 3-day game is like a sprint. You just need to focus. Okay, that 3 days, not much might change, so as long as you stay focused, you do your thing right, you'll be okay. But if it's a league, you have breaks in between, people can change their strategies, you need to adapt. So the challenge is different when it comes to a league.
That's very true, and also they might just discover themselves what they can do more throughout the entire league. That is the challenge for the players, even the teams itself, and managers and coaches, analysts as well, to progress as it goes. But speaking of all the teams, we didn't highlight so many before this. We did know that this week APG, Team Secret, VGM and YG are not playing. So APG, they are hanging on a very thin thread right now, which I don't think they are really relaxing at this point, even though they are watching right now obviously, but they are hoping that nobody can cut through their scoreboard yet. But here comes the wrangle very soon, in less than 2 minutes. But always it depends on first flight path. Where would it land, where would it go, and where would the player drop by? Will they clash first based on the flight path, then down to the circle?
Yeah, the obvious clash yesterday when it comes to Erangel was in Severny, because Team Secret isn't playing, so Team Secret's house is in Severny for this PMPL Southeast Asia. The fact that they're not playing, we had 2 teams drop onto there yesterday. So one of it was NFT, and then one of them got wiped out very early on. So and then when it comes to like the later stages of the later Erangel, then they start to like find, okay, so you're gonna go where, they start to find themselves. Lipovka, I believe there was 2 teams as well at some point. So hopefully this time they would have like
it was
looked back
NFT trying to drop around Lipovka as well, but they bumped into another team if I'm not mistaken. So they are really trying hard to change around their strategy, but it's just nothing goes right for them.
Yeah, so it was NFT. Unfortunate for them, it was the Severny bumping and it was the Lipovka bumping. So NFT, they kind of like, if you put it that way, they don't really have a house yet somewhere in Erangel. So let's see how they adapt in this round.
That's true. It's kind of hard when you don't have a place to call home for the players here. And to actually change drop spot multiple times, that's really tough coming up for NFT because they are working in a very unfamiliar condition and environment, and they really have to know that map so well to make sure they can avoid the mistakes here because they are really in the need of the point. But here comes Wrangle. We're gonna go live in our Super Weekend Week 3. Day number 2, we're down to one more last day for the league itself. Don't forget to smash that like and share the stream as well if you're loving this tournament for the entire season. But the flight path, well, it's going to be tough for a bit for those dropping around. Chinky, Gak and Corey, they might just bump into each other quite soon enough. A bit favoring towards the right side of the map, but I think it's still reachable for the players to drop anywhere they fancy.
Yeah, I guess generally it should be okay unless maybe some of the teams they try to like get vehicles on the outside of Pochinki, maybe trying to get to the left side, which is like Quarry. I believe there's one team. Very clear there should be another team as well. So these are some of the hot spots. Southern Jogopo maybe as well. So the middle part around Pochinki, whether it's Southern Pochinki or Northern Pochinki, needs to be careful in case they bump into each other.
Yep, especially Geek Fam, FaZe and BN United. Sometimes BN United love to drop around the... Oh boy. This circle is going to be tough for those actually dropping on the southern side of the map. It's going to be a long journey, especially Infinity. But BN United, I have to say, they swapped their drop spot just now. They're dropping at the end of a flight path, so some things will change here.
Oh yeah, so it could be a domino effect. You know, if one team changes their drop spot, one team changes their strategy, everyone else has to adapt. So it's going to be a domino effect. It's going to be interesting. And that's what's interesting about PUBG Mobile, right? It's like 16 teams. The possibilities are just so much that you really can't tell. Like, yeah, you can analyze the possibilities and all that, but at the end of the day, what actually happens in that round, it could be anything.
It's basically 64 minds are working in one singular game, but here comes EVOS FaZe getting the first blood. Easy elimination with a splat at the end, almost. It's going to be GD. They bought the first one to be out, not even a minute into the match yet. We already lost one player.
Yeah, so that's good news for Onyx, who will be looking at the elimination feed thinking that, oh, so GD, one of them is going down. Okay, so that's good news for Onyx as well as NFT because both of them want to get out of the bottom 4. Mathematically, they could still do it today, but they need to do a way better performance than yesterday. And, well, speak of the devil, this NFT against Onyx.
We did mention about NFT. Do they need to actually play extra careful, a bit cautious, a bit, how do I say it, conservative, if they want to gain more points? As long as they manage to land themselves 10 points for each round, it's more than enough to push themselves up to the top 16 for the grand finals. And are we expecting GD not going to participate in the grand finals here?
Oof, that's still a 50-50. I think they can make it through, but Onyx seems to be pushing them quite hard.
Well, Onyx, so far, it's a sardine vehicle, sardine cannon going on. I think that's 3-person in that vehicle. I'm not sure where's the 4th of Onyx, but Ramones, it's very wise for him to stay down for a bit. You have to be really careful now. He's alone, quite far from the rest of the team. And they do know that they cannot take the fight head on like previously, like before. They always force too much fight for NFT. That cost quite a lot on the team. And even lost themselves a possibility to lose themselves a spot in the grand final. So it's fine to play a bit careful, not taking too much risk, because you can take the points after you're secure enough to get at least 6 or 5 position points.
Ramones. His name reminds me of this punk band. Have you heard of the punk band before? Ramones?
I think I've heard of them.
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of old school. If you know Ramones, we're same. High five, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
mean, like, if it's a good song, no matter how old it is, like even Hey Jude, you know, whatever it is, the Beatles. Yeah.
Was it Beatles?
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, okay, there you go. So we're going down memory lane here, ladies and just like how our outfit is today. We're going down a bit memory lane, whereby we have the lollipop going on, and we have the, I feel like a kid today. I feel so happy. Of course, I'm happy because it's going to be challenge day. Just saying.
And we're still waiting. And if you guys have any ideas about the next challenge, which we will have to predict, we'll have the champion trophy for tomorrow for the entire Super Weekend.
Ooh, are we doing that? We're
so-
announcing it?
Yep, we will.
All right, let's do it.
So since today is the second day, so we are having another challenge for the casters desk here, for English casters desk. But if you guys want to push it to the other casters desk, it will be welcome as well. And do drop in the comment section about your opinion for our punishment that you can think of what we should do if any of us are losing that challenge, like what's going to happen to me today. But in terms of total damage, we have to hover for the facts for a bit here. Tony K has been pushing quite a lot just within this couple of days and this week only. I have to say his performance has been just magnificent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely big standout. So we just look at the gap here. So it's like 24,000 and you have Damroot, 18,000. I mean, no doubt, Damroot is the star man for Geek Fam, but yesterday just wasn't his day. There was this last round in Wrangle that he just went on his own and then he got eliminated early on. So I'm not too sure what happened to Geek Fam yesterday, but hopefully they can recover again today. Geek Fam's yesterday performance wasn't your typical Geek Fam.
That's kind of true. When they had the interview for the last match yesterday, they did mention about they do know that just nothing goes right for them. Same goes for NFT. Nothing goes right for them since the start of the match for Geek Fam, where they tried to do something out of it. They tried to put in extra effort, but it didn't turn out as they expected it to be. So sometimes that's the thing, and that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. There's so many probabilities and possibilities. It's very unpredictable because there's 64 minds in the match. So even one single person match is complicated enough. Imagine having it 64.
Yeah, I know, right? So imagine this as well. Even if we go like the idea of like, okay, you are the IGL for this map, and that map. You have different ideas. Like the range will be so big. And not to mention as well the RNG for the circle, where it goes, what kind of loot you get, what kind of vehicles you get. All this is taken into consideration as well. It's the same thing like, okay, if you go around and then you don't see any vehicles and you're like, well, then it changes the way you play, right? You might go for the glider maybe, or you might go for the boat maybe. So that's all these possibilities as well that could affect the changes in the game. That's why I like to call it the domino effect.
That's true, but what's more interesting that really piqued my interest here, what is BN United doing just on the outskirts of Milltown, the Eastern Bridge? Are they bridge camping? Where did the circle land just now? Because usually they love to drop around on the northern side of a map, but this is something that really unorthodox being done by the side of BN United. But wait, EVOS just now, they starting off really great, taking GD player. They're trying to get down on FaZe, but FaZe make it out. Can he actually make it out on time?
Wow.
Time is not really their friend right now as the blue closing in.
Wow.
Corpai exploded with that vehicle. What a shame.
Wow, yeah, okay. The reason why I said wow is just look at EVOS coordination, right? Like they had two people on top of the hill and there's two people coming in from just in front, straight up. And they managed to blow out the vehicle. It's like, I got you surrounded. You're not going anywhere despite you like pressing the eject button like, okay, I'm going to get out of this. You're still going to be shot from behind. That's really, really good coordination from EVOS. For one person, definitely worth it.
Not just that, if you actually notice about how EVOS shoot just now, they are forcing the vehicle to be driven in a way where they want it to be. So he actually being drove off by the psychological preemptive shot coming out from EVOS that make him make the decision to drive in that direction. But the others are waiting to start fire and finish him off straight away. So a big casualty on the side of EVOS Reborn since the start. Same goes for GD, who lost 2 men. Each team respectively have 1. Now, we have Eagle Esports just approaching. Are they taking up the challenge? They do. They park themselves there. Exit RedONE start the fire first. But we have RQ behind that. Pubg will try to take them down, clipping a bit on Forest. While Kachisu just going to build this one now, but I'm not sure if he can actually make it safe. Not really.
Wow, Parajin with that shot. But now, let's see if Chopper can get more out of this. So Faris is going to go on to the other side. While Parajin continues on to Faris. Faris should be able to get away, 50% of health left. But unfortunately, they'll be playing on without Kacang Susu.
What causes them, what actually sparks in their mind for the side of Axis RedONE? When they start to fire, they exploit their position. At the same time, they couldn't take up the challenge when the rush came in from the side of the other team just now. So I'm a bit disappointed actually with how you start to fire, but you didn't anticipate that you might have to defend if the rush gonna follow up after that.
Well, yeah, I guess they were like, okay, we split 50-50. So if the circle goes up, we have people up there, and if the circle goes down, we still have people down there to give cover fire. But that's the risk of splitting up, right? Splitting up, that means that you need to defend a certain compound with 1 or 2 people, and that was the case for Axis RedONE. Faris had to press the eject button to go up. If not, it will be even worse for him to continue on down below all alone.
Yep, and then just now is another deja vu coming up from Eagle Esports, now fighting against Bigetron RA aliens. They are doing what Axis RedONE done to them previously, but Axis RedONE, who just cut across that bridge, waiting on the other side, hoping to take the revenge onto them and just bridge camping and be the bridge trollers. While the players don't finish off GZ from Onyx, he's going to be knocked down, but I'm not sure if he's been eliminated entirely. For the side of Geek Fam, playing it very quiet. We have a very quiet first match here.
Yeah, even the Godzilla was going like, oh, daddy, I want some action, daddy. Yeah, I'm still not over the Godzilla. I
didn't know that you speak
really
Godzilla.
I do.
Wow.
Yeah. So I know a few languages.
Including Godzilla?
Including Godzilla,
What
correct.
else do you speak?
Try me.
Try me is a language?
Yeah, try me is a language.
How do you speak in Try me
Okay,
language?
I speak Atlantic as well.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
interesting. I do want to ask further, but let's wait for the circle pops.
Wow.
On the outskirts of
Oh.
Yasnaya. Now, this is a very scary circle because of the terrain itself is very challenging. The geographic is just really tough to get along for the players.
Very, very, very. Plus, we did see that a lot of players, they are on the northern side. So now they all need to go back down, and hence you will see a lot of players moving quickly because they don't want to get caught at the choking points. Now, Geek Fam is going up against 4 rivals. Are they going to take this fight? I don't think so. Geek Fam's going to beat across, but it's not their choice. April will get one.
It's too near for them not to take up the fight. Geek Fam should have just taken up challenge instead of running away and bowing down quite early, losing 1 man in the process. Well, 4 rivals now. They start to fight for Snipes once they lost their men, playing around the corners, trying to find the person, but Snipes get down first. The rest of Calvary has arrived, finish him off. Straight, flawless elimination coming out from the trio of 4 rivals. Geek Fam, on the other hand, is not happy for QB. They try to make amends and try to compensate their loss, but it's a bit too late. Have a casualty on their side, lost 2 members. And Damru is still playing, so hopefully they can make a bit of a miracle later.
Oh, geez, considering that they are title contenders, slowly slipping down, but if they can put on a good performance today again, they could be in contention for the title. But now let's move over to Infinity. Definitely another team that's on for the title here, going against RRQ Real. 4 rivals also going for the title. Same goals, EVOS Reborn, they are on top, but EVOS Reborn, this is the edge of the circle. I don't think they want to go for 4 rivals. Maybe
They
not.
will want to go. They will,
You think
based
so?
on how EVOS Reborn has been performing.
Okay, let's go.
Isaac start taking on 1. They manage to knock on 1. Pamburu, it's going to be him on his knees. They're going to finish him off straight away, execute it, and then just translate into 1 elimination point. While Isaac going for the flank side. Look at how they disperse themselves for their formation, giving up formation, and now they're going to flush them out. Slowly, they are cornering every single angle possible. EVOS just gonna rush this time.
Yeah, here we go. So EVOS, they're going to make this quick. Yes, and they should make this quick because they are the ones on the outside of the circle. So they need to make this quick, take out the team members, take out the whole compound from 4 rivals, and hopefully take over this compound. They can take over this compound. At least it's a good checkpoint for the next 1 minute. But they're still on the outside. They're trying to find a good angle. 4 rivals, they're resetting themselves. EVOS Reborn might be focusing on the rotation.
They're bailing out that current position and reposition themselves in a better view because they do know there's more than one team they're aiming for. It's going to be the other side just across them. It was, if I'm not mistaken, NFT start to bat in last minute. FaZe just arrived as well, but we jump into RQ Ryu, who got the backs of EVOS Reborn. Now, EVOS Reborn is super not happy about this. They are devastated because the moment they try to take a fight against 4 rivals, there's so many teams that have their eyes onto them. So Ryu chasing the tails of EVOS Reborn that might just caught himself in a tough spot as well. If he stays too long here, Nerpe might just be the sacrificial lamb for Ryu.
So yeah, Nerpeko, he'll be bridge camping for now. But let's move over to EVOS Reborn. So looks like Red Face is down. 3 more left. Nerpeko putting pressure onto the other side. They are all on the outside of the circle.
Oh, Nerpe tried to make a damage control for the team. Lysak going in for advancement. KF taking the supportive shot and eliminates RQ. They miscount the positions of the rest of EVOS Reborn, but back to BN United versus Eagle Esports versus Vampires in between. And there's also one more team behind them, might just take the advantage during the process here. This is going to be really messy.
Oh, it's super messy now. BN United against the Eagles. That con on the outside with the Gillisu using his first aid kit. While we can see that Stone will be knocked down with a nade. MR5 will be knocked down by Lippe. MR5 finished off by Ramones for NFT Esports. They are still in this full squad and they need those points in the bag.
Oh, Namshin tossing out the smoke. Hopefully it will cover them for a bit. Just to buy a bit more time while they transition themselves into a different building. Namshin tossing another smoke. Just to make sure they got their enemies blinded for a bit. Silence taken down on one, but still get hit. Couple of bullets flying through across Eagle Esports. And it's going to be more than 4 teams this time. It might just be 6. And Ramon's getting on 4 rivals by just splatting him with a vehicle.
Wow. Yeah, wow. Everyone's just so close to each other. The moment you see someone, you just run over him. That's how you're going to do it, right? But Zulos needs to be careful. Eagle's just behind him. He's quite in the open, but he's facing the other side. Capone now takes out Ramones on another area. But we move over to EVOS Reborn going up against Onyx. Onyx, they need to win this fight.
Now, EVOS trying to play around the corners. When it comes to strategy and position himself, EVOS Reborn is one of the things you should fear of. And there goes an 8. Red FaZe gonna bleed out here. While the rest of EVOS Reborn try to reposition themselves to have a view on Onyx, who's keep on giving them the pressure not to enter their territory.
Yeah, these teams both have their own agenda, right? Like one is on top and one is fighting for survival at the bottom. So they both don't want to lose this fight. Red Face will be taken out for this round. So EVOS Reborn, they only have 2+1. 2 members still active, but they need to pick up 1 more. And let's see what's going to happen here. The advantage, of course, to Onyx because they have the compound. And the good news is that both are down in the circle. So now the circle will start to close in. Damn Root will be taken out by Capone. And looks like it's going to be Capone getting maybe another point soon.
Boy, just now they heard the bombs and everything. I do see MS Chonburi position himself to the position where the direction of gunshots and bombs will be thrown at MS Chonburi. Just going to join in the fray. Ponzai reposition. And look at this no man's land circle while EVOS Reborn still struggle to cut across. They've been denied entrance by Onyx, who's really close to go down. It's going to be Senbei for Onyx side. KF on the other hand try to make a bridge just to cut across, but it's just such a hindrance to fight against Onyx right now.
And just look at who's in the middle of the circle. So we have the Chonburis together with D Xavier. D Xavier, if they can get like a big, if they can play like a big performance today, like multiple chicken dinners, they could be back in contention for the title. So let's wait and see what's going to happen. EVOS Reborn, they're going to go in here. Good news is that they are still in the circle, but the fight will not end without an ending for any of these teams.
Lysak almost being chipped out entirely. The smoke's gonna dissipate very soon. Ventura is taking on Voki Obi. But we're looking at EVOS, who's been going on for such a long time against Onyx. This is way too much commitment they've been giving out. Might just have a bit damage on their resources for both teams here. And the teams that might win will be the third party. But just now, my goodness me. Random shot. Onyx is taking all the fight they can.
And it's actually MS Chonburi, Ponzai from the long range coming in, taking that one team member from Onyx. Now that means that Onyx is only 2 team members left going up against 3 from EVOS Reborn. But more the 4 rivals, 4 is now going up against Infinity. These 2 teams going in for the title, so they want to wipe out each other. The Infinity, they're not interested to extend this fight because they know they're on the outside of the circle.
Now, 4 rivals trying to run away from Axis and also Infinity, but have to position themselves quite right because these Xaviers might join in as well. And these are the teams that's far north, not actually near the circle, so they need to cut across so many teams in between. They also have to face the gatekeepers at the edge of the circle. The moment they step into the safe zone, there's a lot of thinking to be done here by most of the teams up here.
So Pamburu is going to come in from the right side. He is the last member standing for 4 rivals, but right in front of him is another squad, which is the Infinity. Infinity now, Mela all alone in this compound going up against DX. 10% of health left. He has a first aid, but he don't have time to use it. He sees one, tries to take down the Lamborghini, but cannot connect the shot. Axis Red 1 is out 10th place, 2 elimination points. Pamburu is still alive. Pamburu gets it down to Gatuni.
Oh, Pamburu, we're going to be the third party. Why not? The housekeeping coming up from 4 rivals, taking advantage, being the third party to clean off the mess. But Infinity eliminated 9. Please, that's kind of unusual. Bigetron RA aliens taking the slopes of a hill will force the fight against MS Chonburi. They have 1 man destroyed going for the rush. But are they well informed enough? The position of Chonburis are quite spread out. So they have to be extra careful for Bigetron RA alien.
Bigetron RA aliens right now. The good news is that they are still pretty okay because they have a good position at the hillside. But then again, MS Chonburi, Bonsai is going to pick up Pop, so he's going to be a bit busy. Jasper together with NC2 is going to come in from the left side. NC2 is going in for the flank. Zaxi is taking care of NC2 from the other side, but the nade will be tossed out by Bigetron RA aliens. The non-stop nades there onto Jasper, but it will not connect just yet. Maybe the next one, still not yet onto NC2.
Yeah, a couple of fights here. 1 in the compound area, 1 outside of it in an open field. Now Zaxi trying to finish off the members of Chonburi, but it's not easy because of how the terrain just really tricky for them to fight against. It's quite an open plain, but a couple of hills making them their view quite blocked here, so they cannot pinpoint exactly the position of the players. And Yuhai is on the ground. Can Chonburi's push in and rush? Onyx taking the fight against EVOS right now. And DX going for 4 rivals. It's going to be the compound fight here. And just around the corner, 1 more team out. It's going to be the Onyx.
Onyx out before GD, so that's not good news for Onyx because GD is now in the top 5, so they will have more placement points. Liquid goes down to Bonsai, and now Yuhai with it to revenge. Can Yuhai actually do it? Yuhai gets 1. Can Yuhai get the second one? Bonsai still alive, about 40% health. Yuhai together with Zaxi, the duo that's going to do it. Bonsai, will he pick up Pop or will he fight? He goes in front, goes back. Bonsai, 1v2, Bonsai gets Yuhai, but Zaxi with the revenge coming in. Zaxi goes down, Luxi picks up Liquid. Can he pick up in time? And now Zaxi together with Yuhai, they are both on the out.
Now they need to pick up Jasper because right now Chonburi really need all the help they can get. Well, Bigetron RA aliens managed to pick their mates right now, but hopefully no third party coming in very soon. Luxi giving off the grenades, making sure they keep the pressure on the side of the Chonburi so they won't advance forward. They need more time. He's buying time for the team and distract the attentions toward Luxi's side, so the other teammates will be picked up by Liquid here. Chonburi, on the other hand, have the time in the world as well for the revival of his teammate, while EVOS KF finish off by Playzone. We have these Xaviers start to fight against EVOS. Now, this is not a good sign. EVOS will be the first team to go down because they will be eyed out by two teams, not just Bigetron RA Aliens, because these Xaviers really want the chicken as well.
Well, we have 3 teams right now in contention. The best contention to get that chicken dinner. We have Xavier, we have Bigetron RA Aliens together with the Chonburi. It's EVOS Reborn. Only one more player left, and he's playing at the southern side, as you can see on the minimap. Now, we can see Microboy there. So this is Microboy representing EVOS Reborn. The rest of them still have full squad. I think the best is he tries to stay low and try to get those plays on points. The circle does favor him a little bit more on the left.
And the Xaviers got themselves that circle just now. EVOS just touching a rim with one person left. But Bigetron, look at how slowly they're lurking around the corners, advancing bit by bit, making sure they try to get any information possible. Here comes the calm before the storm. But the Xaviers try to advance with a vehicle, baiting them out. So the snakes will stand. Jasper, he saw one. He wants to take the shot so bad. Hesitating. He's still thinking. He's taking the other one, but he whiffed.
My goodness, he missed, but the second one he won't miss. He'll take down Liquid, and finally they know exactly where Jasper is at. Jasper now 30% health. NC2 is still alive. NC2 are trying to secure those elimination points, but NC2 himself is going down. But NC2 will need to retreat. First kill will be used by NC2, and Bigetron RA Aliens is actually out. What just happened? DX will take this opportunity right now to take down Ju. Duck next to. Only 2 more left for the Chonburis. Let's go, DX.
Double down for Duke just now. All he needs to do, just move forward. Down to 1 man for EVOS. The Chonburi got 2. Now, these Xaviers, this is definitely going to be a dash to take. MS Chonburi fighting against the Blues, going to burn them quite a lot from the back. And they are being pushed forward by force of the Blue, at the mercy of the Blue and DX. That's going to be the ending of the Chonburi.
And it is second place finish, definitely, for EVOS Reborn. The Xavier, they have this in the bag. Microbot tries to get anything that he can get, but it's just too much for him to handle. It's 4v1 coming from multiple angles, and it's for sure the Xavier starts off with a bag, taking home the first chicken dinner today in El Regal with 13 elimination points.
Well, I have to say, the Xavier still on the streak for the chicken since last night. They got themselves the final match in round number 5 as the closing of day number 1 Super Weekend Week 3. And now they keep on rolling and they are really on rampant. These Xaviers, they done something right yesterday and they did something more really right for today as well. So they got themselves that secret recipe with 13 elimination points. It's always more than 10 every single time the Xavier's taking the chicken.
Yeah, so yeah, like what you said yesterday. Yesterday was a bomb as well. Like a lot of elimination points for them the moment they get the chicken dinner. It's not like they get like with 5 eliminations, 3 eliminations. It's like tens and tens of elimination. This could be the biggest comeback if they can go for the title. I mean, if they go on a win streak, if they go for on a win streak, they could make that super comeback for the title. It's still possible.
Are they aiming for that? But here comes our winner of the teams. It's going to be the Xaviers. We have Lamborghini, Rabies, Frankie. Look at the damage output coming out from Lamborghini as always. Really high damage output. Same goes for Frankie. And also DX, the Xaviers, Duke, who actually did quite well just now. I think it's going to be the MVP this time. But let's recap a bit of highlight just to relive the moment for a bit.
Yeah, and here's the highlight from the previous round. It started off fairly quiet, but when it reaches towards the later stage of the game, it's like bang bang all around. Like we see these long range shots coming in, a lot of third party as well, just because of how many teams are still active towards those later stages, like the 4th and 5th circle onwards. Plus the circle is unkind in this round, right? Like a lot of teams went up onto shooting range, but the moment the circle goes back onto Rosa, that area, you see a lot of teams starting to move.
That's true, and they're being forced to fight like it or not because the Blue shrinking in. And the moment they realize it's a bit too late for them to run away from the Blue, they're being sandwiched and crammed down by the players from the front. Now, a lot of players took a lot of fights in a very close range combat, but we're talking about the open field outside here. Most of them that actually take the fight in the open field might end up in the top 5. And those actually come out from in the compound itself. Most of them, the moment they try to jump out, they've been ambushed by the players that have been fighting at the white plane area.
Yeah, it's an open area at the end of the day, and D Xavier, they managed that the best. That is so good from D Xavier. So congratulations to D Xavier netting that win streak of a chicken dinner for them. So they are on a roll right now. D Xavier, quiet. You are quiet. They could be the team to actually surprise everyone.
That's not really a surprise. They are the #1 team in their country finals. So maybe what's surprising for us is how efficient they can get when it comes to the last minute. Like, it's like a flip of a switch for them. If whenever they want to win the game, they can actually do it, but they just don't want to show it.
Well, if they go on that showing it, they could probably challenge for the title, despite losing out on week #2. So imagine this, if they can get that title and not going into week #2, they would create history. No one else, in even the country PMPLs, no one did that. Everyone needs to go through every week, but if they can do it without going to week #2, they are legends.
No, they can, because just now it was double digit, more than 10, not just 10 double digit, it's the teens, you know, it's more than 10. It's always going to be 13, 19. Yesterday it was really double digit as well for the Xaviers, and the damage output is crazy, especially coming up from Lamborghini. He always knows where to look out for and where to actually position himself to make sure he is in a safety zone, and at the same time not being discovered by the other teams. And they are really cautious about, you know, safety first, then shoot is second. That's what they think about whenever they position themselves, and it's always a solo man mission for all the players as well.
Yeah, and it works for them either way. So, but also EVOS Reborn, they have a lot of teams hard on their tail, right? And the fact that they still get #2 despite Microboy having to play by his own a lot in the previous round, I think it was pretty good for EVOS Reborn as well. But I think the points might be quite close because I don't think they got that many elimination points. But nevertheless, congratulations, Frankie is our MVP for round #1.
Oh, surprise, Frankie with 774 damage. He only get himself 2 elimination points, which means he did a lot of knockdowns, and also he did quite a lot of support shooting for his teams. So he didn't want to get the glory of elimination points that much, but he's just that one of those team players really wants the best for the team.
And of course, their team is the best in round #1, so it's 13 elimination points. And of course, the chicken dinner. And look at the damage, 2-2-2-2. Wow, what a coincidence to get a number. Oh, but now that I look at it, EVOS Reborn, they got to just 9 elimination points. That's fairly good as well for a second place finish, plus that 9 elimination points. They would have opened up a little bit of a gap as compared to others, the closest ones like 4 Rivals, maybe like Bigetron RA or Infinity. So far so good for EVOS Reborn.
How will they fare in actually the overall rankings? Who will actually snatch #1 spot from EVOS Reborn? But even so, they can maintain this performance. This is more than enough that they need to actually maintain #1 spot, as long as they have that consistent throughout the entire 2 days of the Super Weekend, week 3. But when it comes to EVOS Reborn, today they did better than yesterday at least, so it's a good improvement still.
Yeah, yesterday was like what, 20-ish, 30-ish, 40-ish points, which is not the usual EVOS Reborn that we've seen at least in recent times. So the fact that they can start off with a second place 9 elimination points, and Microball, imagine this, Microball was like what? When he was alone, there was like 5 or 6 other teams left. And the fact that he can survive at the second place, amazing stealth mode.
That's true. And just now for EVOS Reborn, I have to say it's really tough for them. They're kind of being sandwiched by 3 to 4 teams. So whenever they want to get get away from wherever they want to go, they are being stopped all left, right, and center. And now we have these Xaviers. It's going to be the head-to-head between the 2 players. It's always the best. I think they're always the best duo for the team as well, Frankie and Lamborghini, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, just look at their poses as well. It's quite relatable, right? Like one person's giving the thumb and one person's giving the pointing finger. So yeah, they seem to have maybe the telepathic thing going on. Maybe even the hair color has maybe they went to the same saloon or something.
Yeah, but they're just best friends in real life. You do know that you actually work with somebody that's really close to you in any esports tournament, especially in PUBG Mobile. you don't have to communicate that much, but you know that you have the same game sense. But here comes the elimination and damage chart.
Oh, you know, I feel for Bigetron RA aliens because I have 1,512 and they only get 2 elimination points. That's like, ugh. But the naughty boy has been BN United. So they got 742 damage, but 6 eliminations. That's fairly good if you compare it with the Eagles, 1,238. They did like 500-ish more than BN United, but they get the same amount of elimination points. So I guess the bigger winner here, if you calculate by ratio, it could probably be BN United.
Possibly true. I think resources and also economy-wise, BN United is actually one of the best to maintain that balance. I mean, like, not really balanced, got himself not enough. Don't even have to use that much magazines to get down on the elimination point. But here comes our match summary this time. Our top traveler, the one who loved to drive, is going to be the good drivers GD of Satar with 16,000 meters, 60,000 over meters by himself only. And the nades being the nades being used most will be from EVOS Reborn KF. Hence, that's why KF is not appearing that much when it comes to the top fraggers and he's the support for the team. And we have the Xavier Duke coming up from the grenade elimination. This time is only one, same this for Capone, Parisian and Lamborghini.
So it's going to be all different for all these match summary stats, and congratulations to all of them. So GD, fun fact, so Satar is a name of a food. Do you know about that?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's a name of a food. So just for international audience as well. But I don't know whether he got his name through that inspiration. Maybe he likes Satar.
There are people that actually named as Satar.
Like an actual person.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, okay. My goodness, why did I think about that? Yeah, that's another celebrity.
It's a Malaysian celebrity. But here comes, that's what's really important for this week, which is going to be the Super Weekend, week number 3 rankings. We have the Xaviers actually swap places with Bigetron RA aliens and push them up quite high, number 1 spot, because they got themselves that momentum and carried it out until today.
Wow, interesting. Okay, so they open up a gap with Bigetron RA aliens, so it's a 23-point gap. Bigetron RA aliens, second place, 78 points. Third place goes to MS Chonburi, 70 points. Fourth place, FaZe Clan going down a bit, 65 points. Fifth place, BN United, 59 points. Sixth place, EVOS Reborn, 55 points. And we have 4 rivals at Onyx, doing not bad. Bottom page number 2, the page that nobody wants to be at.
GD, now, where would they stand in the overall rankings later on? Are they being pushed down from the grand finals, relegated, but still get themselves in the PMGC? But Exit RedONE is slowly climbing up to 10th place here at 32 points. RQ Ryu, that was a mistake in the previous game, quite early elimination for the entire team. At 31 points, we have NFT slowly gaining 1 by 1 point every single game, but they need more. It's not going to be enough. While we're looking at the other teams, some teams down there don't really need that much point. They're still going to be in the grand finals.
Yeah, some teams that they're safe, right? But here is to show how safe is safe. So we have EVOS Reborn still on top, of course, with the second place finish, 359 points, opening up a 29-point gap with 4 rivals at second place, 330. We have the Infinity 320. Nothing much has changed on top. FaZe Clan number 4, 315. Bigetron RA aliens 312 at number 5. And we have Axis RedONE going up 298. But that's also because Geek Fam, they went down through another round's performance that's not that good. Only managed to gain 1.297. Number 8, DX261. They are hot in pursuit here. If they could do it, this could be insane. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen in the next few rounds. MS Chonburi 2-4, 9th place, 10th place goes to the Vampires 2-3-5. So a little bit of up and down on the second half, but on the first half, it's all same.
Now, the closest one to actually close the gap for number 1 spot is going to be the top 5, definitely, with 300 over marks. They can swap places anytime, so EVOS Reborn cannot be comfortable yet. But the teams at the bottom we're going to highlight for a bit is going to be VGM, the only team that never participate in any Super Weekend. It's really unfortunate. And YG got themselves only in the first Super Weekend. While NFT is playing here today, they missed out the first weekend, Super Weekend. Now this is the time for them to push, and Onyx as well. These two teams really closely tailing each other, but they need more if they want to get into the grand finals. They have to cut across GD, but RA Root, it's not safe for them to be there as well.
Yeah, between like GD and Onyx and what you mentioned, they need more, right? So it's like one round is GD having more points. Another round is like Onyx having more points. So they like kind of swap in, swap out with each other. So there's no stability between those two teams. So the gap is still about 14 points. Anything can happen with one round. So we'll need to wait and see. We still have 9 more rounds to go. And of course, right after this is the only Miramar we're going to play today. A very, very different map. Let's see how they adapt.
That's very true. Onyx and NFT really in a tough spot. GD, even though they didn't get the grand finals, they still can get 4 PMGC. But what we want and really want to get into right now, let's jump straight into Sis Jenny for the interview.
And I'm Sis Jenny. With me is Pasha from 4 Rivals. Hi. Hello. Okay, so Pasha, I'm going to ask you 2 questions. So the first one is, based on the previous game, which compound was a premium for a chicken dinner if 4 Rivals had made it through?
I mean, that circle, there's no way we're going to get a good compound. It's just matter we need to adapt it well. Then the circle hard shift towards somewhere that we cannot see, so there is no such thing as a good compound for us. We need to fight our way in.
So basically you need to come in fast and win that particular position in such a manner, right? Okay, so the last question, 4 Rivals, what should we expect for your gameplay today, knowing that you are leading right now for a Malaysian team?
We're not gonna change our playstyle, but there's a few things that I need to inform my players. So yeah, we'll see what's gonna happen next.
Alright, well said. All the best to you, Pasha and 4 Rivals. I hope to see you guys still topping the charts. Okay?
Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Bye-bye, Pasha.
Bye-bye.
Okay guys, as per normal, let's do some analysis of the gameplay. So basically we were in Erangel and yes, Dingo Savior won the chicken dinner with 13 elimination points. So again, what they did yesterday is similar to what they did today. Flight route, by the way, it starts from 70, ends in Novo. But the circle, honestly, for me, I can read circles. But this circle, it has a lot of hard shift and it's really it makes a lot of teams will, have these unorthodox movements and things like that. It can't be like a straightforward cut in the center. So it's pretty much difficult to read. And how did Dingo Savior win a chicken dinner is basically they were listening to information. If you realize they are alive, still the 4 of them is alive at the very last circle. Although this circle, a lot of the teams were like already disturbed in their rotation, losing 1 or 2 members. If you were to read out from the charts, I think all of the teams were disturbed except for Dingo Savior. Because if you recall, the last 3 teams that were alive, there were EVOS, and then there was Dingo Savior, and then there was MS Chonburi. Before that, those teams already had their own battles. But as compared to Dingo Savior, they were like, hey, I just came in the game, guys. So they had this strategical thinking, tactical thinking on how they come in. Like, for example, right now, what you're looking in the graphic, okay, Dingo Savior, they are just below the airdrop. And before this, or right after this, actually BTR went for the airdrop, but they did not contact BTR. So basically it's about like the discipline on when they want to trigger the fire, and then after that they know that they are winning the circle already, so that's not a need for them to go and fight with anyone else, not the time yet. So they had that discipline, good IGL calls, I would say. I wrote here about they know how to reset, getting advantage of things. Basically things like they know their armor is untouched, like not even a single damage is on, and their loots are still okay. So that is in the target of the gameplay today for Dingo Savior. So they are only going to utilize it at the very last minute, or the time when they really need to use it, and that's what we saw how they executed their gameplay. So Right now, basically in this graphic, we see EVOS, Onyx. These two teams were fighting non-stop. They were trying to steal each other's compound because, as you can see, this particular circle, one is before this, the teams already had gone through a whole lot of hard shifts. So if you can see in this circle, there's only like 4 teams that is in a perfect circle, and everyone else is just scattered everywhere. They are basically, they just rotated and then like, hey, I just got here, and then the circle decided to pull down. And in fact, it was from the north, and then it went to the east, and then it went to south and things like that. Like I said, it was a lot of hard shifts. Okay, so this is how it looked like at the very, I think this is the 5th circle going to the 6th. We can see Dingo Xavier where they were. EVOS and Onyx were still fighting. But that fight to me, and like what Chuchu said, I quote what she said, is a bit too long, over committing, and because of that, EVOS managed to get into the last. They got number 2, but if they would have avoided or make it fast for the fight of Onyx, then probably they would have more manpower to fight off with Dingo Xavier or even MS Chonburi or even BTR. But because of I'm not saying that Onyx is the one that make them, having to lose a lot of members, but because, they came in the rotation a little bit late. So because of that, probably they were losing members along the way. At the same time, they just, threw a whole lot of grenades, throwables over on the fight with Onyx. So that was probably the problem for EVOS. They couldn't fight with Dingo Xavier. But looking at Dingo Xavier, again, the formation is on point. One of them is taking care of the compound. That's a plus checkpoint. Checklist, and then the rest of them are already spread out. And this particular terrain, yes, it is difficult, but Dingo Xavier, I think this is the perfect terrain for them to at least get information, get the leads at least, because on the other side it's actually it's a drop. It's like a V shape, it's a drop. So the other side is like they are waiting for information just by listening, because if you realize, a lot of them were just phoning. But this chicken dinner is a well done for Dingo Xavier by staying put with their gameplay and how they played yesterday and today. It's a consistency that I'm seeing from Dingo Xavier, so we're going to see a whole lot more of this where they take the fight at the very last minute. And now I'm going to pass you back to our casters, Sir Cloud and Chuchu.
Thank you, Sis Jenny, for breaking down the match for us. This is the time where I should not be happy about, but I can see all the people behind the screens right now are smiling and just anticipating what's gonna happen. And this is the punishment that I have to endure, for I have chosen the wrong team and they got last place, not even the second. They let me down. Geek Fam, what did you do to me? What did you do this to me yesterday? But hopefully they perform well today, even though it's a bit too late for me, but it's not too late for them.
Well, even they want to see you have this. So in case...
they purposely did that yesterday?
Yeah, you can just ask Saint later on. They purposely did that for you. So just to recap, for everyone who missed out on our show yesterday, where were you yesterday though? So we had this challenge whereby whose team is at the bottom of whoever loses, and should you happen to lose, and the punishment is to eat a sushi full of wasabi.
Just a single sushi, right? Because I see 2. Maybe it's one for you.
You can pick one. No. I purposely picked 2 flavors for you.
No,
so
I know you picked 2.
There's prawn, and there's crab. You can feel free to choose either one.
Hey, are you my friend?
Not today.
Not today.
No.
Not today.
Not today.
We're supposed to go through this together. I can see how green the wasabi in there. That's not even rice.
I can smell it from here, okay?
Holy smell. This guy's really going all out. Do I really have to do...
Yes.
Oh my god.
This is my revenge.
This is terrible.
Yeah.
That is one for you, one for me.
No.
There's no way that we're not going down both together. You are my friend.
This is your... I'm not today. This is your punishment.
You're my friend, right?
That's
so
why...
What's the song?
Okay. That's because I'm your friend. I care for you. I got you 2 flavors.
No, you got 2 because one for you.
No.
You got a friend in me.
One for you and one for your manager. Okay, that's it.
You got a friend in me.
Is he around?
One
okay,
for you and one for me. Let's go.
Let's
do this.
No.
Okay, let's
You're
just...
not going to turn it around, no.
Do I have to really do this?
Yes, you have to honor it. You have to honor it.
You see how spoiled the sushi is because of the wasabi.
You have to show the camera like how much the wasabi.
Can you guys actually see? I think they can even see the wasabi.
It's like that thick, right?
It's I can even see it's like 2 centimeters thick. Who put wasabi? I know this is Tash and yours doing, right?
Well, it was Tash that actually helped me to put it. I didn't put it, just disclaimer.
I can see
it's
her
Tash. I'm
evil
putting it
grin.
on the Tash though.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
You're gonna eat it with
Oh,
me.
wait, no,
That's-
no, no,
you
no,
don't
no,
want
no,
to
no.
go that. That's not gonna go to waste.
No, not today.
Okay. Oh my god, I can't even. Oh.
Yeah! Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We got more. We got more. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. We got more. We got more.
I have to finish this.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Oh my god. I didn't even think.
This is sweet revenge. I'm feeling the sweet. I don't know what she's feeling. Reactions. People. If only the camera can zoom in, right?
Do I have to finish this?
Oh yes, you have to finish this. Oh yes.
I'll be taking a break after this. I think.
Yes, we will be joined to the break. No, we're not.
Okay, the middle one there's not much wasabi, so that's great.
That's like your break time. That is your break.
No, this is my break time.
That's your break.
But it really tastes really good, by the way.
What? Okay. Yeah. See, that's why I'm your friend. You know, I choose the right one. There you
Okay,
have
this bit is quite a lot of wasabi in it, so.
All right.
Oh
I'm just
my
gonna,
god.
I'm just gonna chill here and enjoy the moment that my victory moment. This is my revenge. I told you I get ya. I got you. Ah, yes! 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 I did it! Yes! I did it! Okay, I'm done with the day. Bye. I'm done. Well, you can have seconds. I'm just saying. Oh, she looks like she's gonna explode. She's gonna... Ooh. Oh. So, this is an actual lollipop, by the way. In case this is not a prop, but it's a prop. Enjoy.
I'm crying eating my lollipop. How is lollipop not happy at this point?
Because the happy has transferred to me.
Oh
and
my
the crew
god, that's
behind the
such a
scenes.
relief. I can breathe now. My god, that was. Oh, there's a couple of wasabi in between my teeth. No, I have to swallow it.
Well,
I can't even. Can I spit it out?
in case you want to know the behind the scenes of how the production of this happened, right? You can head over to my social media. That's the video of Tash actually putting it into that. So it's proof that it wasn't me. I'm the nice person. That's why I'm a friend.
And luckily we got the lollipop. Yeah, it really helps with the spiciness.
Ah, that's why you got the lollipop. Yeah. Now I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it helps.
Okay. So we have to ask now. How you feeling? How does it taste?
You
like?
really want to know?
No.
You really?
I want to know through you telling me.
You saw my eyes looking about.
No.
This is
what,
for you.
What do you mean? What?
You know, for
No.
the sake of community.
Oh, wait, what? No.
For the sake of community.
No.
For
Okay,
the sake of community.
we can do a double or nothing
No.
for tomorrow's challenge.
No, I'm not gonna play your game anymore. Like,
What do you mean? You're gonna do a double or nothing tomorrow. For tomorrow's challenge, it will be the wasabi again. Do you want to? No. You know what did he say to the god of death? Not today. Yeah, there you have
this
it.
is the god of wasabi today.
This is the god of death here waiting here, right in front of me. No, it's just
Come on, you want to know how it feels. It feels so great. I promise you.
Then why don't you have second servings if it feels that great?
I'm so full right now.
Oh, you are, but you're having candy.
I'm a very sharing and caring person, so it's yours.
Oh, really? Yeah, me too. That's why I have it for you.
No, you definitely need this. That's why, you know, when it comes to size, you don't have enough.
Size doesn't matter. So, yeah, there you have it.
I
Yeah.
can't even go.
Okay.
Yeah, the burp's really bad.
Wow, I can smell it from here. Woohoo!
Oh my god, I can't.
It's like dragon's breath, except no fire.
It's so much to burp.
Yeah, and I'm loving it. Yes, revenge is sweet like this.
Oh my god. If
Like
if
we-
I'm not here tomorrow, just saying, please make sure Cloud still have that sushi left over with the wasabi.
No,
Just saying.
no, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Oh, we get to go now.
We get to go. No, you know there's a reason why the scene hasn't transitioned to the next game, right? Because
No.
they want to see your reaction.
No, they want to see your
No,
reaction.
but no.
Just a tiny bit, just one, just
What do you mean
one
one?
bite. I don't even
Why-
tell.
why-
I'm not telling you to eat the entire thing. I'm kind enough to let you just eat one bite.
Am I doing this?
Yes.
Am I doing this? Oh
Yes.
man.
Yes.
Well, how much do you pay them again?
I pay them with a lot of love and care.
A lot of love and care.
Yep.
My goodness, clearly I don't give them enough love and care. Right? Yeah, thank you so much. Yay!
We're gonna try it after this match.
I'm good at
Just-
buying time, you know. That's
No.
what we do behind the scenes. We buy time. Yeah, there you go.
I'm not buying you.
Now, after this, we're going straight to break. You'll forget this. I'll
No,
put this away.
yeah, after we're
done.
done with this match,
No.
you're gonna go back. I'm gonna mention so many times, but you were going to eat that.
No, that's not my
Well, my
punishment.
chest is burning right now. I'm not even kidding.
Oh yeah, I know you're hot. Don't need to tell everyone, but
Oh boy.
yes, I'm a
It's not-
boy. Yes.
Oh my god.
Aha.
Okay, 35
Yeah.
seconds to go. We're gonna drop into Mirama next. Hopefully, it's gonna be a spicier game than what I just had just now. So,
Just like what your shirt writes, like pow, boom, be, woohoo. Yeah, loving it. But anyway, that was so much fun. Of course, I had a lot of fun. This is the moment where I enjoy my glory. We will have a tiebreaker though. So, what's the challenge tomorrow? Let's wait and see. But nevertheless, we are back to business here, ladies and gentlemen. Getting back into Mirama. So here we go, flight number 2, the only Mirama that will be played today. So what will happen? Yesterday's Mirama was kind of okay-ish. So today's Mirama, maybe they learned from yesterday. It's probably going to be the same, but let's see if the domino effect is going to happen. One team changes, everything changes.
well, we did mention about yesterday the Chonburi finally made themselves a comeback for the entire league year. We're talking about them not being performing quite well as they were in week number 1. So they kind of got the Mirama map yesterday's chicken, but it's anybody's game at this point. We did know the fact that Bigetron RA are doing better than previously, with Yuhai additional to their roster, working quite well as a duo with Liquid, but they are ups and downs still for Bigetron RA. These Xaviers, on the other hand, they found themselves the secret recipe that they've been wanting for. And FaZe, currently in the overall rankings, in Mirama still at number 1 spot. While the others, I'm looking at the NFT and Onyx. Do you remind me later, is it every single match or every single map NFT and Onyx positions so like this, you know, below 30?
Below 13 NFT and Onyx, yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
For even Erangel and Sunhawk.
Yeah,
if
a
it-
lot.
If it's like there's something is not right for them, but here comes the circle. Pops is gonna be a Cinder the Patron, centralizing the first circle, while the flight path is on the southern side, dropping into Puerto Paraíso straight away. It's gonna be a long journey, and it's gonna be a lot of fight because it's really a contradicting flight path with the circle. So a lot of players are going towards the northern side and one direction only, upwards. So they will have to clash, like it or not.
Well, as what the famous word says, what goes up must come down. So, but this time that's not the case. So if you go up, then the circle is up there. I know, right? Don't ask. But then,
You know, I just gave up.
I know. After eating that wasabi, yeah,
Yeah, it's
understand
best to
yeah.
just give up.
Yep. You better
I
just
gave
give
up now,
because
yeah.
I'm just gonna win.
Yep, I just gave up. Yep, you're right. I'm just gonna agree from now on. It's
You
best to
should.
do that. But back about, well, that's a nice view. Enjoying the view for 4 rivals.
Harmony. This is like what, yeah? This is like just like I'm on a field trip, just gliding through, enjoying the scene, whatever that's below me. Yeah, having a chill, right?
But the moment he got shot down, that's not really chill anymore.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, you know, it's just like wasabi. You know, the moment you put it in your mouth,
And the worst
it
part
explodes.
is, I'm just gonna disregard that. But the moment that they got shot down, the worst part about being flying, like gliding in the air like that, is you cannot control that much. It's so hard to control the gliding that it's so hard to avoid the fires, the shots being, given to you as well. So they have to land quite safe and not too late. Well, Exis Red 1. Speaking of Exis Red 1, they are not really one of the teams that's kind of wowing us in the final Super Weekend, in the last week of the Super Weekend. It kind of toned down a bit.
Yeah, the first week they were like, okay, kind of okay-ish, or pretty good. Then they started to like chill. Like the way I put it is like they kind of start to lose steam. But it's not like they go all the way down. They're like, okay, they were way up high, and then they're like, okay, starting to lose steam, but it's somewhere still in the middle, so it's not that bad for them. But will that win them the title? Not really. So they need to do a lot more with 9 more games left.
I mean, like, Exis Red 1 is still possible for them to get the #1 spot for the league if they want to. But how much do they actually want it? How desperate enough they want it to happen? Oh.
It's a Godzilla, right?
No, it's I don't know why he jumped down for that. It's like he just dropped off from the wagon.
Well, you know, it's just doing friend things, right? Like, I jump, but then the rest of them don't jump. Yeah, it's friend things. It's the same like wasabi, you know. It's like you eat it, but I don't eat, you know. It's friend things.
No.
And that's an example there.
If we eat together. That's what friends is about.
Well, clearly our soundman is not our friend because he's eating alone, so it's
Yeah.
okay. But I know, right? I just had to say it. But
Yeah, you're that hungry. I do know that you want that sushi so bad.
oh yeah, we
so-
have dinner served, by the way. So I'm very happy with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm loving the meals.
I am. The meals are so good.
Yep. You guys watching at home, don't forget to take your meals on the right time, and make sure you don't take it too late because you will have health issues if you actually do that. So be sure to stay healthy and stay, take care of your hygiene. Stay indoors. So it's just gonna pop health ads now, right?
I know, right? No, it's a PSA, right? It's a public service announcement because,
Yeah.
of course, we are still in the pandemic era and
Oh, we're almost done.
yeah,
a bit
we're
more, just a bit
almost out
more.
of it. So everyone just keep on being disciplined, stay at home, stay safe. If you need to go out, wear a mask. If you don't need to go out, just don't go out. Stay home, enjoy some PUBG, whether you watch it or whether you play it. That's why PUBG, they release so many events in this next few weeks so that we can all chill at home and play a part in reducing the pandemic. But, Appy, he wishes he's staying at home now.
Happy. I'm not sure why he wanted to open fire. They didn't spot him out just now, and it's going to be him going down. He almost clipped 2, but Tony K finish up the job. Seal is done. First blood done by Venturis with the help of Tony K just now. Why did he open fire for 4 rivals, Happy? Because they didn't spot him yet. They were going towards him. They noticed one person. I think he's a bit panicked just now. He can stay quite low and just go for an exit route at the back and just get done with it.
Yeah, I guess it was like a 50-50 call, like whether you just leave or whether you try to get maybe one, considering that you might still be gunned down. So I'm not too sure if he has vehicles, but assuming that he's there all low at this time, he should have something. Yeah, but I'm not too sure. It's a 50-50 call, I guess.
Well, 50-50 or not, that's going to be the mistake that cannot be undone for the Vampires and the rest of the team, including EVOS Reborn. Just the same PUBG Mobile as always for the starting. Drop, loot, survive. That's it.
Wow. Drop, loot, survive. And that's not bad, Someone should make that merch. Like the official PUBG Mobile merch. With the drop, loot, survive.
Yep. Just put it at the behind of it, any jacket. I do want to have one PUBG Mobile official one for the jacket. It'd be so cool to have like for specific like globals if you being part of the globals, you have this exclusive jacket every single year. It's gonna be different design.
With that tagline. So
Yeah.
we're putting out ideas again. I'm just saying, if suddenly that merch goes out, you know where it came from. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Too many ideas here, but nothing is happening, including what's going to be happening to Newsy. That's going to be an exploding bug event anytime soon. Hopefully he did swap up his vehicles just to make sure he can survive long enough, while the rest of the Chonburis, who almost got themselves a chicken just now, but they'll make it out. But still, they're going in for the good run here. Can they maintain their consistency?
The Chonburis, yeah, actually it's been so far so good for them in this Super Weekend. So they just need to keep it up. If they can keep it up, who knows? They could be another surprise team to maybe get that first spot. But BN United looking onto the Infinity. The Infinity, not a good first round and not really that good. I mean, yesterday was like kind of like so-so-ish. But so-so doesn't win you titles, so they definitely need more than whatever they did yesterday. 4 more rounds today. They need to find a momentum. The Infinity, they are kind of like this late bloomer when it comes to games. So maybe the second half of the weekend, we'll see a better side from Infinity.
I'm not sure if they're really a late bloomer or not, because they actually got themselves the slot already, and they are not that far off from the first page still. And chances are they don't want to reveal too much tactics. If you want to have on another level of tournament, a high tiers like PMGC, so you don't want to actually give out your cards here. That might just be the case for the Infinity. Well, the rest of the teams are quite in the circle. Only one team that's actually on the southern side still. We're gonna have a bit slow run here as there's so many compounds instead of Picado especially. While the others are still migrating. NFT, we talked a lot about this team. But they are, so many things need to change.
Yeah, NFT, confidence needs to change, the way they fight needs to change, the way they position themselves. It's generally a full package that they need to change. Because just look at this. So if we look at the objective NFT and also GD, the gap is like what, 20 to 31 points. So it's more than a game. So they need to do better than that. But talking about doing better, DX is definitely doing better with that nade onto Mela. So Frankie, the MVP, gets the first one for his team.
Lamborghini finished with the help of Frankie just now, making sure that it can eliminate entirely. That's going to be a bit handicap coming up from Infinity, but they still managed to trade it off with Duke. Now Duke needs help, but gonna finish off by Tony anyways with that Molotov being tossed down. Infinity heavy casualty on their side, but still managed to clutch it out, still surviving. The Xaviers on the other hand, the moment they got clipped just now, losing 1 man, straight away going for this engagement, thinking this is not worth it for them to actually spend this much time giving out so many resources.
Yeah, so so far Xavier, unfortunately they lost one. Good run so far. Technically they are on a roll, 2 chicken dinners back to back from yesterday, the last game, and of course the first game today. Now playing with only 3 team members. It's going to be a bit tough considering that a lot of these teams, they still have a full squad, as you can see on the list on the right side. So it's easy for us to track right here. Not only the amount of team members left, but also the amount of points guarded. So that's why it's easy for us to see that NFT is still 31 points behind GD. GD obviously is playing so that they can still move. Onyx as well, they are like 14 points behind GD. So that's the target now for at least the bottom 4 teams.
GD taking Graveyard, trying to tap out as much. I'm not sure if they really know what they're tapping out, because I don't see any target out there. They do realize a couple of players just transitioned themselves on the high ground, but haven't got a clue about the position. Now, tapping that much without making sure that there's anybody that is shooting at will just give away your position freely for the opponents. So they have to think twice about tapping way too much. Well, they have a huge upgrade of lead for Red FaZe coming up from EVOS Reborn. Oh, it's a nice brown ghillie suit as well. It's going to be handy.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ghillie suit in Miramar, for the most part, is pretty cool. Unless it goes into a compound, then it's going to be a different story. But if it's given to you for free through an airdrop, nobody's going to complain. You're just going to keep it on onto you and just enjoy the ghillie suit. Now DX is not enjoying their start, playing with 3 players. But look at the circle, at least it's a fairly kind circle. It's centered in the middle, a lot of teams are already in it, so it's going to be fine. Just some rotations on the north, on the south, and that's going to be pretty okay. But expect a gunfire to happen soon.
It's going to be St. Martin Circle here, and what's fascinating about this, there's a lot of high grounds in between, so whoever get that high ground just on the outskirts of St. Martin would be great, but BN, Capone and the rest of the cavalry just parked themselves, try to take up the challenge against these Xaviers.
Yeah, so what is he going to do here? It's going to be tough though, so one person is going to make a run for it. Can he actually get away from this? Yes, he might be able to. With cover fire coming in from Frankie. Frankie will help his friend and he will manage to escape behind Rabbit. Will be the next one to escape, but Rabbit will be fired upon. Rabbit's 50% of health left, still all right, and he gets away thanks to Frankie as well.
Oh, that's a nice retreat. Just reposition, reassess situation, and regroup for the Xaviers. They still want to get this fight. Look at them. Lamborghini will never bow down and bow out from any kind of fight. They do a retreat just temporarily. They're going to go for another round here. But mind you, there's one more team looking around the corners. We're looking at Silence being quite loud here with showering of bullets. Taking it quite a lot of damage down there, taking up first aid kit. Onyx just arrived, and now BN United, that's a smart move coming up from the Xaviers. The moment they disengage from that fight, that leaves BN United the only one that left around, and this is going to be sandwiching moment for BN United because Onyx might just want to take the ass up for their elimination points.
But talking about eliminations, Pop looks like he's in trouble. MS Chonburi, one of them goes down, but not out yet. NFT Esports, the only team that's still tanking out the blue, so not too sure where they actually are at still. GD still finding a good position, and Bigetron RA Zuxi will get their elimination point, but they're trying to secure another one onto NC2, but NC2 will get away. Swavel, knocked down by Lizer.
So what happened to... this is just tough to watch now. I do want to see the engagement coming from Chen. Thank you for the angles. The Chonburi do have a wider angle to work with, while Bigetron Aliens, they have a couple of compounds. But the moment they stepped out, it's going to be an open flat plane, open field. So Pop, will they save him? I don't think so, but they really need Pops for the MS Chonburi. Is one of the key player, but this is just really making it hard for the MS Chonburi as the blue closing in and shrinks, and it's going to be just on the outskirts of Graveyard, and that's going to be the next circle, just on the south side of Hacienda de Patron.
Ooh, and it's a hard shift. It is a hard shift to the left side, so a lot of teams that we can see on the right side, they need to move, and naturally, most teams, they will move straight. So if you move straight, you will see the Vampires bump into Geek Fam. Oh, and talking about Vampires and Geek Fam, they're always very close to each other. Even on the weekend charts, they're just next to each other the last time we saw them. So now we can see 2 team members from NFT, and EVOS has the high ground. This is not good news for NFT. Microboy has a good location, and they are on the outside of the circle. 10 more seconds to go. Microboy will want to finish this off fast, and one nade may rule them all, but it rules Drone.
This is just a perfect angle for Microboy to finish them off. Not even a hard task to do. Obviously, that's just one particular really good angle for him. It's hard climb for the rest of NFT. Now down to Lippy. Is it the last member surviving? Yes, he is. And they're not really in a good spot to be in this condition, but they are, yet they need to figure out how to survive. Back to Eagle Esport, got themselves the highest ground there. It's a very smart move. Now, GD on the other hand, they don't want to overstay themselves here, taking up 2 teams at one time, eyeing out for Eagle Esports on the higher ground.
Oh, at the same time, MS Chonburi out, the first team to go out, no points at all for this round. And we just talked about them being consistent, but unfortunately nothing for this round for them. NFT Esports as well, 0. So Onyx will be looking at the elimination feed and thinking that, hey, NFT 0, this is our chance to actually pull away from them at least. But now we move over to RRQ Rio going up against FaZe Clan. Both of these teams, they are in the circle, but behind them, there's another team might join into the fight if they want to be the third party. Geek Fam is on the left side, but that's a bit far from them.
Now, if RRQ Rio taking the rear side or taking the back side and try to rotate up front and just backstab FaZe, it's going to be a good run for them. But here comes Eagle Esports. They got themselves quite a high ground. They got themselves the vantage point they really need. It's a prime spot for this team. Taking such a long shot, even tapping out. Look at the snipes coming up from Chopper. Try to finish off the rest members of Bigetron RA. Now, they cannot revive too much because they are quite in the open for the eyes of the Vampires and also Eagle Esports here. Bigetron RA kind of stuck in the rut.
Bigetron RA. Well, the good news is that they are in the circle, so it's okay. But very likely for the 5th circle, they might not have it. So with the Eagles, having eagle eyes onto them, it's not good. But look at the elimination feed. So just now we had Damroot out. Snipes is now out. So Geek Fam now only has one team member left. Not too sure. Maybe it's QB or someone else, or maybe Sane. But we'll have visual later on to Geek Fam. So Geek Fam, man, it's been a tough weekend for them. Luxy goes down to Namshin and Liquid goes out as well. Bigetron RA now only 2 members.
How do they want to climb or even climb up or down? Both ways are not working right for Bigetron RA as Eagle Esports, Namshin still guarding at the back line. Zuxi will stuck in there for a bit. We'll have to chuck in the blue as the enemy closing in for the shrinking has begun. Now, is it these Xaviers again in the center of a circle?
It is, ladies and gentlemen. So these Xavier again. Just this time, the difference is that they only have 3 team members, so it's going to be a bit different for them. But majority of the teams, they're on the outside, so they need to fight each other going into the circle. These Xavier could take advantage of that.
No, can they guard it as long as they need? They do have a bit of a high ground there. On the side of Eagles, they're climbing down their high horses and trying to rotate in. They don't want to get in too late. There are a lot of gatekeepers. Well, 4 rivals start to fight against the Vampire. And we have also EVOS fighting against Geek. Axis RedONE is just going to pin down whoever tried to cross that field. Now, they really want to get as much elimination points as possible, but they need to cut across one team if they want to get into the safe zone.
Geek Fam goes out and no elimination points for them. Again, so Geek Fam is still rooted at 16th spot for the Super Weekend with only 11 points.
Something has just not right for them. It's just everything. They experimenting stuff because it didn't work right for the whole team. It's so different. Schraps kind of being reprimanded for a bit, taking a bit of a damage just now, even though he got himself rocks to work with and a bit of a structure high ground there. GD just gonna rush in towards the res of Onyx warehouse, knocking on the Onyx door, and now Daybot climb up. Eliminated next is gonna be Infinity, but we're engaging with the context of Onyx and also GD. They got one down. GD tried to defend, but this is not where they want to be. They don't want to be cluttered up right now.
Knocking on Onyx door. So here we have it. GD against Onyx. If Onyx wins against GD, they may close up the gap. So Onyx cannot lose this fight against GD. GD one down now, but they will reset themselves. The good news for Onyx is that they are in the circle. GD is not really in the circle, so they need to fight against Onyx. Onyx, are they going to leave this compound? Might not just yet, because the circle is that small. Not much places for them to play. They will need to take this fight head on.
Now there you go. We are looking at Sky only. Onyx trying to defend while Axis RedONE at the mercy of the blue. Same goes for EVOS Reborn. FaZe waiting at the front line. There goes the spray. Beautiful spray by Kachang Susu taking one knockdown. But the blue closing in. He's pretty low as well. And we have Liza screaming for help. There's only Red Face left. Now, how can he clutch this with Microboy on the ground as well? And Axis RedONE do want to get the elimination points really, really bad. They are desperate and FaZe want to butt in, but they they are at the lower ground. It's so hard to see from their point of view.
Well, not much reason now for them to go in because they have the circle. Now, Axis Real One, they do not have the circle. They just need to toss out all those utilities, which they are doing right this moment. Korpai might want to finish them off because Korpai is still on the outside of the circle. Korpai, what is he going to do now? They're going for it. Okay, Chuchu, yes, they are going for it. Looks like they want those points. They want that first place spot. They want to take it away from EVOS Reborn. So they want those 4 eliminations out of Axis Red One.
Just another 120k. Seems like a good angle.
Oh!
Finish up with the help of Korpai as well. That first nade drop and Tony K finish it. Perfect execution and third party coming up from FaZe. Now we're not done yet. Vampires fighting another team. GD, burning down and burning out. Now Cecil, where he would go? Nowhere. Just in the corner hoping for the Molotov to finish. But instead of the Molotov, it's going to be the blue zone.
Yes, it'll be the blue zone, but nevertheless, that means GDGIDS. They are out, and Onyx is still alive, so Onyx has a chance to actually go up against GD, but let's wait and see later on. There will be a later discussion. Now, DX against BN United. It's going to be a 3v4. Lamborghini tosses out the nade on the left side. It does connect on the Capone. Capone is still alive, 50% of health. Lamborghini goes down, and it's White Cat and Capone. What are they going to do now? White Cat on the second floor. Rabbids on the other side. Frankie is still alive here, and we have Frankie as well as Rabbids. It's going to be a 2v3.
Oh, Capone been knocked down from afar. There's going to be a very long shot coming out. The Vampires eliminated next at 6th place, down to 5. And that gives Frankie on the second story. BN United pretty low, but Frankie a bit too hesitant. Now all they need is Raby's eyes to get out, but Frankie managed to exit out from there. But look at the shots coming. It's going to be Onyx from afar. They step up to the occasion, but reprimanded by RQ from a different angle entirely.
Oh, Onyx, although they have a 4-man squad, but then again, they don't have the circle. Now the long range shot coming in for Korpai. Wait, connect a little bit. But bad news for Onyx from running away from FaZe Clan. Now they bump into RRQ Real from the long range coming in. It's Nabreko. Nabreko may just secure a few elimination points, putting pressure on the 2 members from Onyx. Onyx is still trying to find a way to survive inside the circle. They need to chill. They need to find a moment to calm down because they need to reset themselves.
Now, Onyx is in really sticky spot here. They're being ambushed by 2 different angles. And now BN United taking the CQC right at the doorstep.
Oh, no, not like this. But then again, DX, 5th place, 5 elimination points for them. Not that bad.
Still a good run coming up from the Xavier, still consistently getting themselves a top 5. BN United, on the other hand, they need to reset and just go in for the second round of the Royal Rumbles. FaZe, 1 man down, is going to be Korpai, but whoever is actually next to him, nobody can save him right now. They just arrived, but that's going to be giving away the position. Tony K coming up for the 8. Onyx stay quiet. Same goes for RQ Ryu. We're looking at BN United in between. The only 2 teams touching at the rim of the circle is going to be Onyx as well as FaZe. They got themselves that circle. The other 2 teams have to cut across.
Yeah, so it's going to be a tough circle just because of how the circle is, right in the middle of the road. So let's see what's going to happen here. So it looks like Sky only down by Capone, and they are they're in the same corner. FaZe Clan now has the best position because they are opened and they also have the circle, so they're okay for now. Korpai is going to put pressure onto RRQ Real onto the other side. The zone will start to close.
There goes Korpai giving just the exact amount of pressure he needed on the side of RRQ Ryu, making sure they won't advance towards the circle, giving them away the information that if you step in, we're going to shoot you down. Now, the rest of the other teams are at the mercy of the blue as well. They need to move, but Onyx, that's going to be a tough one. FaZe is actually on fire and they really want to get 4 more. Look at the tap coming out from FaZe Clan. Tony K making it hard for the players to move forward. They deny every entrance possible.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super hard for these players to actually move in because they are being denied the entrance by FaZe Clan. Nabreko, the last man standing. Nabreko goes down, so RRQ Real will be 4th place. Now we're down to the top 3 teams and we have Onyx in the top 3 at this moment. BN United together with FaZe Clan as well. These are 3 teams here for the chicken dinner.
Oh boy, Sambe almost shredded. His vest is gonna explode soon. There's nothing to cover him anymore. And now he's hoping the buggy can save him, but he's too near to the buggy. He needs to step a bit away from it. BN United, he saw them exactly in the position he wants it. He gets one. Can he finish? Definitely the FaZe taking the advantage. We're down to FaZe versus BN United 1v3 with the blue at the mercy of Capone. FaZe Clan had it in the bag and they will actually restore it, secure it, and seal with a chicken dinner and also with 13 elimination points.
13 elimination points, and guess who gets the most elimination points within FaZe Clan? It is, of course, the star man, more like star boy himself, Tony K. 9 elimination points for him. No doubt he is the highest elimination point earner in this round. That will definitely be for sure. FaZe Clan, they are gunning for the title. Now they are back, day number 2, game number 2, with a bang here. Now EVOS Reborn, you gotta be careful because FaZe Clan is in the house.
Not just that, Tony K giving out the statement that he really shuts down Damroot and the rest of Geek Fam for the top Terminator the entire season 4 here. So it's gonna be a lot to catch up for those actually aiming for the MVP or Terminator for this season because Tony K just doesn't know how to stop.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't know how to stop, and he definitely wants all the glory. They have all to play for. FaZe Clan, they don't have the PM60 slot. They want that first slot. They are highly motivated for that. Tony K, no doubt. Imagine this. The youngest, or arguably going to be the youngest player to get a top eliminator award if he can get it by the end of this season. So now let's move over to introducing again our winners here. Call by, we have Tony K, we have MR5 together with Vin Torres here. No doubt Tony K is going to be the MVP.
He's showing his superiority by every single match, giving away that damage, 1000 over damage every single match here. Here comes a highlight to see how many FaZe has been shooting people down since the start of the match. We're talking about the first phase until the end. They just shoot and move and just gun it away.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of long range shots here in this round, and there's some CQC, some close quarters combat, which is as exciting as we can see through the highlights. But yep, it is Miramado, so you can expect a lot of long range coming in. You gotta be good with your mini 14s, with your long range, with your 6x, 8x scope. You see it, like what we can see how these players control those recalls. Man, sometimes I'm just amazed to just see how the recall is. It's almost like zero recall for them.
They are the pros for a reason. They've been training this for their almost entire life. They're so young, so much potential in them. But look at this, guys. They just keep it going. So many teams are shooting at such a distance, but still manage to get one knocked down. But some players just don't know how to stay calm for a bit. You know, composure is one of the things that's really a rare skill that you can learn. And if you learn it right and try to pop yourself at the right time, it's just really, really golden for these guys. But FaZe, look at how they just spin down. Arikiryu did quite well just now, especially for the side of Onyx. But NFT is still down there somewhere. Onyx managed to survive quite long enough, but if he stayed down for a bit, nobody actually spotted Hamsembe were at, because he was there quite for some time. Nobody spotted him just yet. Nobody actually tried to, explode it out the buggy. If he stayed a bit longer and not expose himself that early, can he actually make a second place instead of a third?
Well, it is possible. I think it is possible. But yeah, it's a tough situation. But at least the good news is that he survived longer than GD.
That's
so is that enough to cut GD? I don't think so yet, but definitely the gap will be a single-digit gap now between the both of them. I can't wait to see the bottom 4 fight here in the upcoming points. It'll definitely be so close, but for NFT, unfortunately, because of that happening, NFT they bow earlier than the both of them. NFT's gap to safety is even bigger.
That's kind of true. And will GD be relegated into the grand finals? A bit awkward for me to actually watch a team that's going for PMGC, but they're going to perform in South Asia grand finals. So I'm not sure if that's even a thing that you can actually do for tactical, so you don't expose too much during the grand finals. Because, when you get into the grand finals, I mean, like, why not? Try it out, because GD, it seems like we're not looking at their performance as the country final that we're expecting them to be yet. We expected more.
Yeah, but like what you say, right? Sometimes it's because of we already got it, so maybe it doesn't really matter whether they're in the grand finals or not. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes what goes on through the players' minds, but we can come up with theories and we can come up with guesses on what might or might not happen. So, but so far for GD, I think since the start of the season, they seem to be like this team that's like, you don't really know for them. Like they used to be like the champions in Indonesia, but coming into this is like, I don't know. Is this going to be the GD that we'll see in PMGC later on? That's what worries me as well.
Well, that's the thing. Are they really at their full performance here? Because seems like to me they are holding back for a bit. But here comes FaZe again, Tony K. I do wonder how many times he dropped by here in the MVP chart. But 9 elimination point, well deserving with 1,200 over damage. He did quite a lot of work back there with 52.5% of team contribution just by himself. He's a very good team player. He's a real asset and they are really fortunate to have him.
And imagine this, he got 9 eliminations for himself and that is majority of the eliminations. So out of 13, 9 is for Tony K. So only like 4 is for the others. So that's how important this guy is. And of course for damage output, so he got like what, 1,100 or 1,200? 1,200? Yeah, that is as compared to the total of 1,008 for FaZe Clan. It's a lot. But BN United, second place, 3 elimination points. And we have Onyx, they really need this. So it's 5 elimination points at third place. That gives them, on top of my head, that's like 15 points. Is it enough to cut across GD? Not yet. Very close, but not yet.
Almost there, maybe even tie at this point. But for the other teams, we have RRQ Ryu, who's still trying to maintain the position in the overall ranking. But here comes the head-to-head between two players. Tony K, his performance was sublime since yesterday and the day before and the week before. But I have to say this is very good head-to-head. I do love Lamborghini performance as well coming up from these Xaviers. Even though the elimination points are quite a big difference for this match. But the way they play for both of these guys, very different. But they bring out the best for the team.
Yeah, so like Lamborghini, like we can see that his contribution is a bit different. He gets lesser damage output or lesser eliminations. But you kind of think about it, right? Like damage versus eliminations, like Lamborghini did a lot more as compared to Tony K because he dished out a lot of damage. It's just that his teammates finished them off according to his numbers. But talking about more numbers, so the Vampires actually did a lot of work as well. 10 eliminations, close with FaZe Clan, but FaZe Clan obviously they got better returns.
But the damage output is quite average for most of the team this time. Everybody almost hitting the 1k mark here, except for 2 teams. It's going to be Exis Red 1 and EVOS Esports, which is a bit less, just tiny bit, almost there for the 1k damage. But the others who's not hitting there is going to be ended up with 0 elimination points, except for Bigetron RA. Still managed to secure 2 elimination points. It's quite a feat there with only 300 over damage. Still managed to take away 2 elimination points. Now that's something that should look out for. But for the side of 4 rivals, damage output wise is still a lot, but still the same elimination points as Bigetron RA. While the others, obviously, is going to be FaZe and the Vampires are going all out this round. Even their damage is very similar, but it's down to the positioning at the end.
So here's the overall stats. So we have 55 total eliminations, 7,101 total damage, 61 total knocks, 263 throws used, 3 airdrops looted, 8 total headshots, 19 people asking for forgiveness. Kacang Susu coming as the longest eliminator. So it's going to be 380 meters for Kacang Susu. Exis Red 1 in general just now was probably better than round number 1, but it's still not the performance that we know that they're capable of.
I have to agree. We've seen them better before. And are they really just aiming for, you know, as long as they get into the grand finals, or do they really want to know that number 1 spot? Now I'm kind of unsure. Back to the Xavier, still at number 1 for the Super Weekend Week 3 rankings. 102 points for the last match in total. FaZe climbing up with 93. Bigetron RA for up to date till today, 80 points for the Super Weekend here. BN United 74. We have MS Chonburi 70. Onyx EVOS 61 each of them, respectively. 4 rivals 52. So the cut-off line is going to be 50 points and above if you want to secure yourself the Super Weekend accumulated points.
Well, let's see page number 2. Now, why I'm like taking a while to process this because of Geek Fam. They are still down there, number 16. But number 9, RRQ Real, 42 points. Number 10, GD, 40 points. Number 11, Axis Red 1, 36 points. Number 12, The Infinity. Also an odd position for them to be in, considering that they are a really good team, 29 points. So it's 29 points as well for NFT and Vampires, 13 and 14. Number 15 are the Eagles, 26 points. Geek Fam. Just look at the gap between Geek Fam as well as the Eagles. That's like, what, 15-point gap? Not looking good for Geek Fam.
Now this is where the juicy part and really the most important one that everybody has their eyes on. EVOS Reborn still maintained at 365 at number 1 spot. FaZe climbing up slowly, 343. That's closing up the gap even further. Well, we have 4 rivals pushed down by FaZe just now with 333. That's a nice number at 3, third place as well. Infinity 4th place at 322. Bigetron RA, Axis, Geek Fam, D Xavier stagnant at where they are at 5, 6, 7, 8. While their marks and points are going down, but Vampire is swapping up there with 2, 4, 9, 9 place. Looking at the Chonburis, slowly being pushed down. This is going to be risky if they keep this going, but we really want to know about the second page.
Yeah, the second page, of course, this is the bottom 4 fight, but let's start it from the top. So we have BN United 226, 12, Eagles 211, Team Secret they're not playing, so they're at number 13, 14, APG not playing as well, 170, 15, RRQ Real 144, and number 16, GD 125, and Onyx. There's the 1 point difference here. Number 17, one more game, it could swap. So NFT 92 at 18th place. We need to do a lot more. NFT's gap with number 16 right now, it's like, what, 33? Yeah, 33 points gap. It's more than 1 game effort for them.
GD just 1 point shy from Onyx. Anytime they can actually topple each other out. But the thing that NFT, they are getting this opportunity, but they're not using it at their best. And also Geek Fam, I'm not sure what is happening, but they're really in a tough spot right now. I do hope we get to interview one of the Geek Fam members about what's happening, because something is definitely wrong. So Sis Jenny, take it away.
Hi everybody, and with me is Faris from Axis Red 1. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, okay, so we'll be conducting this interview in BM. So Faris, sis nak tanya, susah tak nak rotate yang masa sejak semalam lah untuk Axis Red 1?
Bagi saya susah lah sebab kita orang agak banyak kena scam dengan zone. So kita orang terkejar-kejar sampai mati zone.
Faham. Okay, apa jadi tak game tadi? Kita nampak yang Axis dah nak masuk dah, tapi macam tak menjadi lagi.
Sebab kita orang kena push dengan zone. Lepas tu kita orang dah kena lock dengan team face tu. So memang time tu memang tak boleh buat apa lah.
Right, so basically Faris is saying that it has been hard for him to rotate in with his team, and in the earlier fight they were already cornered by FaZe Clan. Okay, so last question ni. Nah, ni memang tak kena mengena dengan game tadi, tapi sis nak tanya, kenapa awak suka main PUBG Mobile?
Saya suka main game PUBG Mobile sebab minat saya memang daripada dulu main game perang-perang. So, saya rasa di sini saya boleh tunjuk bakat saya kot.
Oh, dia tunjuk bakat. So he says he likes to play PUBG Mobile because he likes the war kind of games and he wants to show his talent in PUBG Mobile. Which is possible. Boleh je. Memang sekarang pun awak dah kat mana ni? Awak kat Access Rate 1. Mestilah ada talent kot. Kan? Okay lah Faris. So all the best untuk Access Rate 1. I'm sure we are waiting for bigger performance from Access Rate 1. Kita akan menunggu untuk performance itu. Okay, good luck tau.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you Faris. Bye-bye. Alright guys, so let's break it down of what we saw earlier in Miramar. Okay, so flight route starts from El Pozo, ends in Porto Parecio. Again, the flight route is something that we've seen before, but I was so shocked when I saw the circle when it closed in. It totally moved away from the flight route. It's like, okay, I'm gonna go north. So people who already like have their mindset going into Shumasera and things like that, they already have the mindset of like, we gotta loot fast, we gotta get into the first few circles. So that is probably a bit difficult for some of these teams, knowing that today and yesterday the circles were a bit unpredictable. There's quite a few of hardships, especially today's game, the Erangel, we did saw how hard it was to get into the circle and even read the circle. So yes, the ones that won this chicken dinner is FaZe Clan, and honestly they finished this chicken dinner with finesse. Yes, why I say it's with finesse? Because I'm gonna get there later, okay? Because I will usually wait for the graphic and then I will tell you guys, and you guys can see for yourself exactly why I say it's full of with finesse how they played this game. So rotation wise it's pretty direct, you know, they go into Picado, they went in straight, but this circle is not an easy circle for teams to get in and get in to be safe. So this is the tricky part about this circle. The first few when the circle closed in, I think it was the third circle already. You could already see that it's not a single compound. It was just heavily no man's land, and you know the same kind of hills and humps and even mountains that they need to utilize. So right now we are looking at this circle. We can see a lot of these teams trying to come in, and honestly, all of these teams before this, they were already in the circle. But because the circle shifted, and then we see a lot of these teams trying to get into the circle. So, I think we saw also that a lot of these teams got sprayed. But this is pretty normal for any kind of PUBG game to be spread over in Miramar or even other places. But the difficult thing about this is that some of these teams have a different kind of application, I would say, after the second super weekend, knowing that this is the last one. When they rotate in, at least when they get themselves close into the perimeters, you can see Vampire, a team that somewhat was not really mentioned just now, but they got themselves 10 elimination points. So how did they got that is because when they were moving in, like you can see earlier before this graphic, 2 of them were already in the circle, securing that, hey, if you were the ship, I have members inside, but the other 2 is outside farming the kills, watching everybody's rotation. So you did see teams that were coming in and stuff. And right now in this graphic, we can see Vampire, they are still alive after collecting a good amount of elimination points, okay? But right now, drive your attention to Dingo Savior. Yes, they got into the circle again, and in fact, this particular spot that they've got into is a little bit of compound, a little bit of the hilly side. Honestly, I thought they might win that chicken dinner one more time. But lucky for FaZe Clan, who had a genius idea in their bag. It was super, I don't know, it's full of finesse. It's like an art piece. But let me get back to that later. Just look into other rotations here. We can see EVOS coming in. Axis, who we asked just now what happened. You guys were cornered. Yes, we can see the corner happening in this particular graphic where FaZe Clan has already got the advantage of things, and they are seeing information coming out from where the circle ends. So they already are looking into people coming in or teams coming in. So they are spraying onto Access Rate 1. They are spraying onto Geek Fam, which is only 1 person left. But unfortunately, for teams that were coming in, they were heavily guarded and they couldn't come in. But for teams that is kind of left behind right now, we can see BTR, we can even see Eagles. They were struggling to get in. One, they are being shot from a distance. There were a few teams that was trying to guard these places. Like for example, Forevers was also on a vantage point at this point of time, and they were looking into FaZe, they were also looking to Vampire, and they were also looking into Eagles. But unfortunately, they did not live as long as Vampire Esports, even though they are right behind. So something would have gone wrong for Forevers. For instance, right now, they are being contested. They want to do a flushing of the back of the south side of where they are, but unfortunately, because the position on their north side of the circle, there were people looking at them. You know, there were Dingo Savior, there were FaZe, so they were getting shots also across. So that was a bit unexpected for Rivals to kind of got into the lobby quite early. I would not say that, hey, they were too soon, no. But it could have been better and perfected knowing that they already won the circle. But something that I want to talk about is GDGID and Onyx, how they moved in to conquer Onyx compound. So Onyx had the compound, but the way they came in was superb because they deployed smokes. It's like they were the kingmakers. They didn't have any compound, but they deployed the smokes. They wanted to push in nicely, and but unfortunately for GDGID, we know that, you know, if you have compound, that is usually the advantage for teams. So Onyx managed to make it difficult for GDGID, but for them to get that close to the warehouse, that was perfection. Okay, now this is the part where I talk about FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, something smart that they have is they had their formation was ready. They have information to reset and farm. So basically right now what you're seeing is that they have a hillside. Okay, this is where a lot of teams will still live. I want to talk about after this where there were lesser teams and how they utilize the space. So you know that the circle closing into this flatland where you can see Dingo Savior is. It was literally like a flatland, a road, and a partial of the hillside. So after this, hopefully I have another graphic and you guys can even see it sharper and what exactly I'm talking about. So basically, they deployed people in a formation. Again, FaZe Clan, they are known for formation ever since Season 3. I like to study their formation because it's always something that is out of the box, or they would start a trend in a manner when Vintorres was playing. This is the graphic I'm talking about. Okay, so basically what you can see right now is that the FaZe Clan, you see two of them which is deployed near the hillside, near a compound. So they are utilizing this space to get information, to spray onto other teams who are currently proning in the ground, or they have like only 1 or 2 props to hide, to use it for them to conceal themselves. So they deployed Corpai somewhere near the airdrop, and then there was Tony K and MR5 who was there. So Tony K and MR5, what they gotta do? They just gotta spray while Corpai gives the information. So this was a really beautiful a bonus position for FaZe Clan to farm, and you know what, they got 30 elimination points and 9 of them belonging to Tony K. So guys, come on, this is like a work of art. They were the kingmakers. They know how to control the hill, they know how to farm where the teams are coming in, even though yes, it could have been a different gameplay for probably teams who had opened up also. Like for example, we are seeing team number 12 here who already opened up, but it is because of this smart idea that they said, hey, we have a little portion of that particular vantage point, let's make use of it. And knowing that they have fraggers who are still alive, they managed to utilize it and get themselves awesome elimination points. But you know what else is awesome? Again, since Jenny is asking a favor from you guys, because I have our PMPL special outfit for you. But guys, you want this, you can have it. You can purchase it in the shopping center, you can purchase it in the in-store game. But the only thing that I am asking for you is please request for the date. We want to release it to you guys. You just gotta type in the comment, the date, the month, the year. That's the only thing we are asking from you, and then we can release this to you guys and you guys can have it on your own. You don't have to be a pro player, you can have this outfit. We are willing to give it to you, but of course you have to purchase it. As compared to the previous season, you are always like eyeing on this, but right now you can have one of your own. Don't you want it? So help us to help you to purchase this, and write in the comments the date, the month, and the year, and I'll see you back after match number 3. We're gonna go for a quick break.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we're actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement, so yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL Season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBGMOBILE, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke SEA final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke SEA, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan hari ini diberikan oleh Masuk Player ini berdasarkan akan berikan terkalah mereka kenderaan yang seperti diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik tapi strike dia pergi ke depan walaupun
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player, tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je, so saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time to it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes. Everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legends secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day, kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya, hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Geek Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua. Tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan Seminan Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan Seminan Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Oh, chicken! Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik lah.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis RedONE. Dengan kemasukan 4K nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua itu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam and Team Secret, because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah Team Axis RedONE. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah Liga kali ni saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila diorang masuk je, diorang lepas je PMPL, memang diorang tunjuk yang diorang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi diorang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esport ni hampir 2 tahun and Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk Sam9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player. Grenade palingkan di saja macam bunga lah grenade kau. Kau satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMD akan dijatuhkan satu player Trinity. Wow. Dan Jenny juga akan tinggalkan Bridge bergerak dengan tak bebas. Kuat menembak, kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this 1 point in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Weekend pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja point diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan lapar mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini. Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan SB. SB dia mengenal. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
FaZe Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL Season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita main macam tournament-tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Manparan dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calang punya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali. Target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di grand final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion grand final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang memberi kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Hagus. I am very sorry that I am kinda late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in-game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kedekut tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kekilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap apa guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya lah.
Say hello. Budak baik.
PMPL SEA Season 4,
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4, PUBG Mobile ProLeague SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
back after that break. This is, of course, the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Season 4 Championship, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. This tournament is also co-organized by VSPN. And we'd just like to take a minute to thank our sponsors here. We have our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, with the Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And of course, besides that, we have something special for you as well. Thank you so much for Xiaomi. And we have here the Xiaomi in-game items redeem now. Claim your Xiaomi outfit code from the PUBG Mobile in-game now and redeem the code. Yeah, freebies, basically freebies. Get in game, get your free stuff. And of course, tomorrow we will have the Xiaomi Victory Lucky Draw activity tomorrow on Sunday, 31st October. Get your calendars right. So join in on the lucky draw at our YouTube channel, PUBG Mobile Malaysia. Yes, I say it again. It's only going to happen in our YouTube channel, PUBG Mobile Malaysia. So head on there, find the English stream, and you stand your chance to win a Xiaomi phone. So, of course, the Xiaomi phone, definitely the best phone to play PUBG Mobile, none other than that. And yep, we also like to take a minute to thank our official media partner, that is Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. Here you go, and we're still here with you. We have our lollipop here. My name is Sir Cloud, and we have Choo Choo, who enjoyed her wasabi meal.
Right now, my lollipop.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you still haven't had yours.
No?
You are going to.
Well,
I'm sorry, we just.
yeah.
It's a really good lollipop.
Yeah, it's super.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know,
can't
right?
complain about that.
Okay, back to business. We've seen a lot of teams that are performing quite better than yesterday, but I do kind of looking at two teams that are performing way better than before. Recap a bit. Yesterday, FaZe got themselves a chicken in at 4th match, and then Xaviers got themselves at 5th match. Well, today we're starting off like in the reverse order. Xaviers taking the first match and FaZe getting the second. So we will be looking at BN United for the next one, maybe. But before we're talking about the games even further, here comes more items for you guys, because it's your tournament as well. We want to thank you for being so long and so much with us with your support and love. So we decided to give you free permanent baby shark set starting from the 24th of October up to the 20th of November. So get your hands on the one of the most cutest set there is in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, freebies all around, right? We have freebies here for this baby shark event, and then we have the Xiaomi freebie in game, and then we have Xiaomi freebies giveaway tomorrow. So it's really all galore. This is like a feast, like a fiesta here, like a party here that we're happening. That's happening in the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship. Wow, I mean, we haven't done a lucky draw just per se, like upfront lucky draw like this before. Like before this, there was like this milestone thing happening, right? But this time it's like just a lucky draw upfront with a phone being featured. I mean, it's amazing. It just shows that how fun this this tournament is.
Because it's the season of giving, and keep on giving and giving, and you can just take as much as you can. Because right now we're gonna jump into the third match of the day of Super Weekend number 3, day number 2, and we're down to fewer games here, 7 in total left for the Super Weekend. Who will get and thrive at number 1 spot? Who will not qualify or be relegated into the grand finals? Sadly, there's 2 teams, obviously. VGM and YG will not make it, but I'm happy to see their performance before. I was hoping for more, but sadly, their journey ended up there. But we still have a lot of hope coming up for Onyx and NFT. I want to see something more, because they are at the bottom, and GD might be relegated if they keep this going. And the teams are actually on the first page. Well, nothing much to say except for who will get the champion.
Yeah, who will get the champion is also still in the running. There's still a lot of teams in the running, maybe some comeback teams as well. I don't know if Diaz can do the surprise, if they can continue on like a superb performance. So far, it's been so good for them today. Yesterday was a fairly good day as well. For EVOS Reborn, it's a bit worrying because they're kind of sliding down a little bit here and there. Microbot kind of saved them in one of those rounds, but other than that, they can't depend on only Microbot to say that again and again. They all need to step up the game.
And that's kind of true. Eagle Esports, on the other hand, they start to get the momentum. But Eagle Esports, like we mentioned, is like they have been a lot of mishaps, and that's a bit of hiccups here and there for them when they are doing their transition. They got themselves sometimes okay, sometimes really good, but sometimes it's just a bad day for them. Same goes for the team like RQ Ryu, who happens to be trying to fight back, but sometimes being too aggressive and just having too much for the top of process kind of caused the whole team to go down quite early. So, but we're gonna go back into Wrangle. So in Wrangle so far, we're looking at yesterday BNU got it for the third match. Bigetron RA Aliens and also these Xaviers yesterday, and these Xaviers showed us and proven the fact that they're really going great when it comes to Wrangle. They're getting a lot of solo man mission that they have to eliminate anybody that they can see, and it works right for them. But will they be doing the same thing here today?
Yeah, we'll need to see how it turns out, right? Because like how I see like the power shifts a little bit around. Like you see one team like consistent for maybe like 2 rounds. You thought like okay, they can go all the way, and then they start like chill. Just like how BTR was yesterday, like the first 2 games they were like super strong. After that they kind of chilled out, and today was like just an okay day for them. So it kind of shifts around. So nobody has like the ultimate runaway performance yet.
Well, speaking of runaway performance, I have to give it a go for FaZe Clan. They're really doing just great. Their performance here today and yesterday Sublime is just really one of the best team out there to have improvised in such a short time. Their progress throughout the entire league here is just amazing. It was sensational to see how much they have been giving up the the support towards Tony K and the rest of the team, and they just use it to their full advantage. And also the Vampires slowly try to creep in again, but they've been denied multiple times by other teams that are really going up for the elimination points, such as FaZe, even EVOS Reborn, and the teams that are really crazy for kills down there, the Xavier definitely. So these are the 3 teams right now that kind of reign around the entire tournament and going all out. Bigetron RA is a bit quiet here today. Well, GD, I'm not sure about GD honestly.
Yeah, I know, right? They're like okay or not okay. It's either one. There's not they haven't broke the barrier of okay to be above average for me. So so far it's still okay. Yes, they're still hanging on, but they're now 1 point difference with Onyx. Onyx is definitely smiling on this thing. So let's see. This round, could they swap? I don't know yet, but based on historical data, based on like yesterday, this could be a better game for GD, and then they'll start to have that gap again. But let's see if that's going to happen practically.
That's kind of true. Especially for 3D, it's going to be a bit awkward for them not to play in the grand finals. So, will they get relegated? Will APG still be safe even though they are not around? That's something to watch out for as well. So we have the 3rd match of today. Wrangle going to go live very soon. While waiting for the match to commence, we have to figure out how the flight path is going to be, because that's where we know who will get into the first few fights, the first few circles. Plus, how would they rotate later on towards the circle? That's going to be hopefully a bit different than usual. We've seen a lot of car circles, a lot of Pachinki outskirts of it, not much that's a bit, how do I say it? Unorthodox kind of circle. So we've seen yesterday was ES9, if I'm not mistaken a bit. Was it earlier today?
Yeah, it was yesterday. Yeah.
So we've seen that happen. We haven't seen Milta. We did see Ferpia and Primos. Before Zaki, not really.
Yeah, I was about to say like maybe Milta. I know Zaki, whenever you see Zaki, it's like, yeah, it's never going there. When was the last time you saw a Zaki circle? So like, okay,
never.
Fine. Yeah, never, right? But if you say like, okay, a Milta power circle, yeah, we've seen that before. So if the circle goes there, okay, so it's a little bit more realistic. So let's see if that really happens. If it goes there, Vampires were really happy. But just look at the opening for Vampires. 2 dropping into prison, 2 2 dropping to Milta Power, and the 2 in Milta Power is just beside the Eagle. So I doubt the Eagles will go there. Considering the circle is going to be a kind circle again, it's going to be a Gankar circle. I think we've seen this circle for like the millionth time.
Yep, this is one of the most popular circle for the entire league of Season 4. We might end up seeing a Gatkar field again, obviously, but will it still really on Gatkar circle, the field or the mountains? Because if it's the mountains, it's going to be fun to watch, and especially now, whoever get the first Gatkar mountains, whoever get to conquer Gatkar mountains will have a lot of elimination points later, so they need to loot up quite fast based on the circle right now. BN United, they had a good run previously, but can they keep the consistency? We love to see how they fight when it comes to the close quarter combat, CQC. But when it comes to middle range and long range, can they fare really well? FaZe, straight away going for vehicles. They know they need to make it fast. So that's a very, very smart move. Geek Fam.
Yeah, I know, right? Like when it comes to Geek Fam, it's like, how do we describe them? Like, because at the same time, we don't see much from them, right? And what's worrying about Geek Fam again, we did talk about it yesterday. Damn root dependent, maybe, because what we saw in Mirabel was like the moment we didn't see it on our visual, but when we saw the elimination feed, Damn root was the first one to go out. Immediately, we would think that, oh, Geek Fam goes down. And that's exactly what happened.
Something went wrong somewhere. I think for Geek Fam, what happened to us the 2 days, 1 day of break, they really lost the momentum entirely. For Bigetron RA Aliens, we talk about UI with Liquid, but this time we do want to question, will Ryzen play again?
Well, I don't know yet, but so far actually it's okay with the U-Quid combination, right? It's okay. But let's hang that thought for a second. So it's going to be EVOS Reborn against GD. So if the elimination feed goes up, Onyx will be the one laughing.
EVOS really aiming for the eliminations there. Tailing them really closely behind. Overcommitting a bit for Red FaZe. But not going to connect yet. But look how much he wanted this to happen. Really reposition himself to get a better view, to get the higher grounds on the opposite side of the road on the small hill. While for rivals, we mentioned about them before. They had really good sense of how to read the circle, but there are times they kind of stuck in between so many teams like usual, and where the places that they were stuck at, usually the places where they don't have any covers with. It's really unfortunate. They need to figure out if the rotation might turn bad or might went wrong, or everything that might go wrong in some ways. How would they adapt? They need to figure that one out, because that's what happens to them quite a lot.
Yeah, like what the interview earlier on between Sis Jenny and Pasha as well, right? So Pasha did say that, Sis Jenny did ask, like, okay, if for 4 rivals, where would be the winning condition? Location for 4 rivals, and Pasha said, no, there's no winning condition placed for them. I know yes, there could be some truth there, but if you kind of think about it, like, other teams can find winning condition places. So maybe to their timing, to where they are before that, they don't have a winning condition place. So maybe that's something that they can, if they want to perfect it, they can like reverse engineer it and try to find that root cause area that they can get a better position, so that when it reaches the final few circles, they can ensure themselves not being sandwiched with other teams and maybe getting the chicken dinner.
The thing about getting sandwiched by other teams is about the timing of the transition, the rotation being done. If you rotate the same time as the other teams start to transition or start to rotate, this is where a coach and analyst really comes in handy. They need to figure out when does the other teams actually start to rotate, the timing, how many seconds left, then they start to leave. So that might just avoid them from clashing or bumping into each other way too soon, especially it's just a second or third phase. They want to avoid that as much as possible. So that might just be one into consideration. And another thing, like, yes, the usual one, direction of rotation, how to avoid the teams that might bump into them in certain angles. Now back to the Chonburis. I have a lot to cover about the MS Chonburi. They were brilliant the first week, but what happened? Their spotlight been dimmed out by the other teams. Are they Are the players getting better, or are they just not getting into what they want anymore?
Well, arguably the team with the highest decline is Chonburi. Steady decline, I would say. Yeah, there was like this weekday that they did okay, but other than that, for the most part, it's a steady decline. I think that it's a league thing, maybe, because it's a different feel. Like if you're playing a 3-week long league, like you get only 1 day off, and then you need to start again. You need to think again. Even that 1 day off, you're still like, oh, even when I'm sleeping, I'm thinking, what am I going to do tomorrow? So it's always at the back of your mind. So a 3-week league, although you have the 2 days off per week, but it feels like a marathon. Maybe the marathon thing is not that kind of thing.
I don't think it's not like marathon. It is a marathon, and it's exhausting for the players to keep the focus all the time, with only a couple of days in between to have a rest. And now, like you mentioned, about league is a marathon that's quite long, and sometimes it's easy to, feels like you're giving up halfway. It's just mentally exhausting, not just mentally, physically as well. Imagine all the players have to wake up quite early. They have to analyze every single game, every time possible. Their life has been, all about this match and this tournament. It really needs so much to make it work. But sometimes it just doesn't.
Well, yeah, that is what separates the best of the best, right? Like it is a league for a season. So if you want to be the best, you have to be on top. You have to be ready. And you got to think about it, right? So EVOS Reborn, out of all the teams, they didn't play the PMPL as compared to other teams. Everyone has played their own respective PMPLs. Is it because like they had a long rest? Like for the others, they like kind of like almost like back to back. But for EVOS Reborn, because we get to chill a little bit more. Now they get to be on top because they start like, okay, we're kind of fresh as compared to others.
But wait, we have to hold up top for a minute. 4 rivals shooting over Geek Fam just now, who's passing by. But Happy just giving off a warning shot there. Will not pursue this target, but Lippy is a different story. Even though he got himself on top of a rooftop, but he overpaid himself. The Snipe just going to take the advantage towards his side, and the rest of Cavalry has arrived. QB going to join in, coming around the corners, tossing out the Molotov. QB cooking it up. They overpick again. Sane managed to get one more, but fell down on his knees. Another one, down to one person left, and they found him.
Oh, and there you have it. Only one more though. Geek Fam should be able to finish up the job. QB is going to come in from the left side. They're going to go in for the flanks. 3v1. It's not going to be good for NFT. NFT, the first team to go out. And again, NFT. But goodness for Geek Fam. Finally a good start for them.
Oh, I'm happy for Geek Fam, but I'm also really sad for the side of NFT. They are the teams that are really desperate to have every single point. And I'm rooting out for them. I really want to see them in their best performance, their peak performance, in their glory if they can squeeze into the grand finals. But they feels like they giving up right now.
Yeah, I mean the way they fight, right? Like they don't immediately come in to back up their team. Like you can see like 2, 3 of them still behind, whereas 1 or 2 of them is inside the compound. It feels like, it's hard for them to go and back up. Like if you're really really motivated, you're like, okay, let's just get into the compound, let's just back up each other, let's try to win this. But at the end of the day, looks like Geek Fam wanted it more.
Yep, and they need the drive for NFT. Hopefully they can reset. That's the thing about the players. They need to have the ability to reset, like how Voki is doing, taking on Eagle Esports. But Eagle Esports knows the terrain way better. They make a big U-turn and abuse the hill, making sure Voki cannot have a vision onto them. And Voki, it's wise not to overspend himself way too much time and resources just to make sure he can clip a couple of players down from afar, because they can revive back from that distance. But the circle here right now really favors Pachinki. This is going to be super interesting. It intrigued my interest quite a lot. The fact that Pachinki is really, extremely populated by a lot of buildings. So many covers, so many corners to, peek upon. You can hide yourself with if you need. Try to ambush, flush and rush, whatever that is. It's best in Pachinki.
Yeah, Pachinki. So a good place for especially those who are already in there. You can select the best house that you want, that you're comfortable with, that you can get vantage points. So yeah, that and besides the Pochinki city itself, outside Pochinki there's this Pochinki Hill. That's a good vantage point too. The last we saw when the map was open, no one was there. But we can expect maybe in the next few seconds to a minute, we might be able to see someone taking over the Pochinki Hill.
Well, first come, first serve, they say. So whoever get there first will get the advantage. It's always the first one to know to play around the corners and know their structures and map well. There goes the tapping coming up from Luxy with an M416 level 1 helmet, overpeaking. One tap coming up from EVOS Reborn. If they have a sniper rifle, that's going to be a huge problem for him.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good location to have one of those, right? But let's see, because everyone's now still playing like chill. I think because everyone's monitoring the situation, they would know that there's 60 players left. So at max, they would know already that okay, NFT was the 4. Other than that, still 15, meaning that there's still a lot of teams around them, possibly. Ooh. Now the circle moves to the outside of Pochinki. Pochinki Hill will be one of the condition-winning position. For now, I don't see okay, maybe I see one team, but there's space for 2. So let's see who takes up the other side of the Pochinki Hill.
Well, it seems to me everybody tried to fight for the position because the moment they saw the circle shift, everybody just turned on their maximum gear, just rushing towards where they needed to be. FaZe tried to snatch away the position where EVOS is. This is the hill they will be fighting a lot. MR5 coming out from the flank side. They got one on Liza. Tony K finished the job, and it's going to be 1 point for them. Will they get more?
Ooh, will they get more? It could be Red FaZe, but Red FaZe now trying to defend himself. Red FaZe cooking up the nade, tossing on to the other side. Will it land on his target or to Ventores? It will, but not enough to knock him out.
Really close. Now the second nade's dropped. The bomb will hit. Really close enough, but Ventores managed to escape in the last minute with the help of smoke. Grenade just now, but Red FaZe and the rest of EVOS really want to relocate themselves in a different position. Infinity, on the other hand, arrive with open hands, welcoming exits RedONE or not, because apparently he's alone. Again, what happened to Infinity? They have been separated quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, they've known to be the team that likes to separate up 2-2, 1-1-1-1, and all that. So this is the risk that they're taking. So Logan is together with Mela in the same compound. Not too sure when the rest of Infinity will come in, but Kacang Susu spots out Mela. He knows exactly where Mela is at. Now Peko will go down somewhere else. 2 onto Mela. Mela is going to fight against 2 from Axis Red 1. He goes down. It's just too much for him to handle. Logan is still around. Logan tried to find revenge, but Logan can't spot his enemy.
Oh, Logan tried to distract the enemies, the Axis Red 1, attention towards his side, but it's not taking the bait. They are not taking the bait for Axis Red 1. The rest of Calvary just arrived. Infinity grouping up on the other end. They managed to drop down on Micah. He is knocked down for now. And Kacang Susu almost got... Oh, Micah finished off by Logan. That's going to be grenade eliminated just now. Trading 1-on-1. Fair trade for both teams.
Oh, and we're not done yet here. So despite Infinity losing one team member, they still seem that they want to take the fight against Axis Red 1. So it's going to be Godtuni joining into the party here. Godtuni with a nade, changing on to the M4. And let's just look at this. It's separated between the 2 teams. Axis Red 1 on the right side, Infinity on the left side. But Newsy, he might be interested to go for the flank.
He needs to. He needs to. If he can, they are disengaging, gonna just go for a retreat. They don't want to invest way too much time, as they might not get into the circle on time if it's shifted again. And they don't want to be late into the party because they might just get gatekept for those who are getting themselves in the prime spot, the vintage point we're talking about. But Infinity, maybe they just reposition themselves. Maybe it was just a bait, making Axis Red 1 thinking that they have gone.
Yeah, it's possible, because when you start the Pico, they might guess that, okay, they moved away, but actually they have not. So Schraps knocked down by Capone from BN United. Ravenclaw now going up against them. And now we see the circle is centered in an open area just outside the Pochinki Hills. Will be super interesting. Not much cover there, so they need to play by the sides. Expect a lot of teams to play by the sides, or slowly coming in, because in the middle, right in the middle, there's not much cover.
BN United need to disperse themselves a bit more when it comes to the formation. They need to just scattered out a bit to get the information more, but oh, that nade really close enough. Vampires tried to take down BN United head on. Capone tried to give the support fire. Now Shreps and the rest of the team are kind of cornered. They have one more Shuna on the other, and now Shuna's going for Shreps, but Shreps won that fight between the BN United members. Now, can they finish off BN? Only one member left. White Cat tried to buy time. Hopefully the smoke will help him. But for how much longer?
Oh yeah, for how much longer? White Cat, we know he has 9 lives. White Cat gets 1. But White Cat finally goes down. No more lives for him. BN United, no elimination points. So it's going to be 0 for this round.
Oh boy. BN United, we did mention them when it comes to CQC, they are pretty good. One of the best down there, but when it comes to mid-range to long-range kind of distance, when it comes to that fight, it's just having a tough time to wrap things around. Now back to Onyx versus GD. Sata on the ground, finish off straight away. A clean execution coming up from Sky. It's really not wasting any more time. Really disciplined play coming up from Onyx, but can they get more? They might just bomb into EVOS, who's lurking around the corner.
Oh, and if Onyx can actually take out GD, it's again an advantage, and they will take over GD if they finish them off. Now Onyx, will they go for the chase here? Onyx now, they have this high ground. It's a pretty good advantage place for them, so they may want to hold on to this until the next circle. Let's see what happens, but it's likely that the circle will move away.
Slightly the circle moves away. Now it's all down to spray and pray for FaZe versus the Chonburi. Jasper and Pops nowhere to be safe. And that's the left down to Ponzai and TG13. Hopefully they can clutch this one now, but it's going to be 4 members FaZe. Tony K is a monster, and he doesn't stop. Nowhere to slow tempo. Ponzai on his knees, down to TG13, he's belling out. No, nobody got time for this. I'm just going to build the chip now. But can they let him go? I don't think so. Really close to knockdown. They tried to aim for him, but oh, Haystack blocked him.
Oh, Geek Fam is still in the house though. Geek Fam with 4 elimination points, but Damroot is now down. They need to pick up Damroot, and Damroot will be picked up by Snipes, and he's back up. He will reset himself. They're back in all 4. DX right in front of them. The name will be tossed out, and the smokes will be tossed out as well onto the side of Lamborghini. Lamborghini seems to be around, not too sure where his teammates are at. But talking about teammates, 3 teams here in the Pachinki Hill.
Here comes the big war coming up in the Pachinki Hill, but it will not be in the circle if it's shifted right at the center. It's on the top of the map right now. More getting down on Vampire Ravenclaw. But we're looking at Arakiryu coming up from behind. Bigetron RA Aliens trying to giving off that pressure by Yuhai, but oh, getting one Arakiryu from Vampires.
Oh, Voldemort, he's still on the outside of the zone. They're still taking out the blue. Fluket now trying to take down, but Fluket will go down. Shrep is still alive. Fluket will move it on to Zaxi. Fluket, Zaxi, 1v1. And we can see here Shreps. Zaxi, who's going to get it? Shreps is now super low. Shreps about 40% of health left. Zaxi loses to Shreps. Shreps takes him down. Bigetron RA Aliens, only Yuhai and Luxi left.
Oh, there you go. Trying to count out the nade for the angles. Hopefully it buy him enough time to revive his mates back. And Yuhai, this is tough spot they put him into.
Ooh.
He's going to be Shrep versus Yuhai. Oh, it's going to be a weighted toss just now. Nobody's there. While we're looking at RQ Mott and also Voldemort are just giving off the pressure. The teams that might be losing will be the teams that are having so many people bowing down. Vampires and Bigetron RA Aliens. I'm surprised our RQ didn't try to actually march up and do the rush. But here comes it! And Voldemort getting one. Can they get the number 2? Shrep still well and alive. Bigetron RA Aliens just gonna build this one now. Shrep still going for the chip, but he missed. He whipped, and there's nothing there.
Oh, Mort is still here. Oh my goodness. So Mort tries to fight back, but then again, Mort still goes down, loses to the high ground. Axis RedONE is out. 14 place for them in this round. Bigetron RA Aliens looks like Liquid will be left behind. Unfortunately, they can't pick him up. And the Vampires goes out 13 place, but 8 elimination points at 13 place. Still a lot of points there.
Oh, we're looking at Bigetron RA Aliens. They tried to save as much men as possible, but it's not possible right now. They are quite in the open. The moment they climbed up from the hill, Chonburi tried to shoot so many. Such a line of sight coming up from Chonburi is a perfect line of sight, but it just didn't click. Exploded that vehicle that UAZ won't be used for now. While Chonburi going into the middle of a field trying to get 4 more. We are looking at GD will start their migration next.
The movement now coming in from multiple angles. 4 rivals, quite a good spread here, but 4 rivals still all right. Geek Fam though, they are going to meet up with FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, they want those points, they want that first spot, so Geek Fam is a good target for them. Now, the El Clasico here, Onyx versus GD. This is now the El Clasico, it's 4v2.
GD just going for the low ground, reposition again to make sure that they can defend themselves when they're being ambushed, try to get on Onyx, but there's so many teams across, so I'm not sure if this is a wise decision.
Yeah, because it's such an open area, right? Like, if you go for anyone, a third party could happen. So I think that they're going to wait for the next circle, plus it's going to show itself very, very soon anyway, so you might as well just hang on. And where will the circle go? I guess the circle might go into an open area right in the middle where there's not many people. And looks like it goes to the right side where it's an open area still.
There's only 2 teams touching right now, one in the center of it. Infinity Newsy playing alongside at the edge of the blue zone. FaZe Venturas get in the middle of it, while the rest of the other teams of FaZe Clan coming out from behind slowly. Newsy still hesitate to shoot. Now the rest of the team from Onyx still on top of that hill. And GD, they want to go in, but which way to go? There's so many teams everywhere, and DX will bow out quite early this time.
I know, right? Okay, just when we wanted to see a consistent DX, then it's only 1 round, then the rest of it's like, eh. But now we move over to Onyx. Oh no! Sky only. He didn't expect that to happen, so EVOS Reborn, they're waiting for him. KF goes down, Red Face will need to pick up KF. But Geek Fam, Slice West, QB is down to FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan can still pick up MR5. Tony K is still around. Kopai will check out his opponent. Will check out Geek Fam on the other side, securing the elimination point. Kopai takes his smoked up vehicle. This is a risk that he's taking. He's going on to the other side where he's going to pick up MR5.
Oh, Geek Fam having their eyes on FaZe right now. This is really a critical moment. Tapping out Tony K. Almost shredded his vest just now. Level 3 helmet doing quite well. He found one. It's going to be GD member Daybot across that field. Can he spot the other on the left side? Onyx GZ will be actually revived by his teammate as well. They need all the hands on deck. As many men as they could get. Somebody cooking up the nade. Seems like a perfect angle, but they are indoors. It's kind of hard to hit that.
Well, the first rule for Onyx is that they need to live longer than GD. That's the first rule. Elimination points will come that later. Geek Fam looks like they're in trouble. Oh, talking about trouble, the Eagles, they're in trouble as well. Onyx know exactly where they're at. And Geek Fam, looks like Damroot is out taken out by Daybot, so Geek Fam only 1 more left.
Quite a risky move coming up from Eagle Esports. Exposed to so many teams down there. FaZe, on the other hand, still hope the smoke will help them. Covers a bit more. Just need more time. Victorious taking down on Daybot. Now, there's 1 more. It's going to be Ramones, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, Booms on the other hand for GD. 1 member left. FaZe still 4 men well alive. 4 rivals spread out. Only 2 of them are kind of in the center of the field. The other 2 are at the back line. Oh, we have GD, 1 man, FaZe, Eagle, Infinity there. Some teams are working better when it comes to duo, so that's what they're doing for 4 rivals here.
Oh yeah, 4 rivals. Just look at how they open. Appy is on the left side as well. They're playing by the duo. They're playing with a 2-2 split at this time. And it seems to be working out for them so far. Whenever the circle shifts, whether it goes down or goes up, they will still have their advantage. Now, talking about advantage, no advantage for the Infinity this time. 6 place 3 elimination points for them. We're down to the top 5 teams. Onyx is still alive together with GD. So that's the El Clasico here between these 2.
I think Onyx just spotted their own teammate. So that might just be a really hard move. FaZe on the other end, they got one. Now it's gonna be Eagle. Chopper taking down on FaZe. FaZe have too many eyes on them. They attract way too much attention. And Boom's taking out on Tony K with an explosion just now. Now that's gonna be a bit of a problem for FaZe. They need to revive. And this is a time that they really need to do the revival here. Because nobody's moving forward or even rush towards their side. 4 rivals on the other hand start to take the vehicle. I'm not sure if the vehicle smoked up or not. But Abel's quite far from the rest of the team here. He'll be the last man standing against the blue here if he keeps on, you know, staring and waiting for the blue to shrink. Which going to be now?
Talking about staring and waiting, so it's going to be staring and waiting for 4 rivals because just look at their positioning. they don't need to worry about any other teams behind them. They just need to look forward for the most part of it. And they have a big advantage of getting this chicken dinner. Plus, they are the only team still with a post blood as compared to others. But now we can see the action coming up from 4 rivals. Jab sticks out. April will need to be picked up. Should be okay still, but April will need to crawl to his teammates. Now, the next team to be eliminated, I believe this is GD. GD is out. That means Onyx will definitely cut through GD in the Super Weekend.
That's kind of true, and they might just squeeze into the grand finals here. FaZe go by!
Ooh.
What a perfect angle, perfect grenade coming out to Namshin. Pamburu taken out on Namshin now. That's a big steal. Wait, what? That is just effortless grenade, stealing it out from the side of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, down to MR5 here. 4 rivals, are they having this in the back?
Oh, it goes down quickly. 4 rivals, this could be it. It's going to be a 4v2. It's Onyx, 2 left. GZ tries to get 1. GZ, can he get Rev? No, well, he will not. And he's being pressured by the zone. He needs to move forward. Epic gets Jeff. So it's GZ, the last man standing up for Onyx. Can he actually do it? Now gunfire onto GZ. GZ is behind this last piece of item, whatever they call it, I don't know. Whatever it is, GZ the last man. GZ gets Epic. GZ gets the other one, but no, he will not come up with a miracle play. And GZ goes down. 4 rivals getting the chicken dinner. 11 eliminations for them.
Well, that haystack really bought him quite some time for GZ. That's what I call, by the way.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I lost that for a moment. What's a haystack?
Onyx, they lost man too much, and also FaZe just now. Oh, what an unfortunate moment. And 4 rivals, they really play at the edge of the blue, which gives them a huge advantage because they are not being attacked and not being targeted by anybody. But look at the elimination points, still a double digit at 11 elimination points. So they steal away from everybody else's effort. But you know what? It's worth it because nothing can go wrong by doing third party.
Not at all, not at all. It's still a party, regardless. So everyone loves parties, right? So, but yeah, this also means that Onyx is confirmed now in the top 16. So it's going to be super interesting how GD is going to actually catch up. Now GD is going to be one of the big catch up.
Do they even want to be in grand finals?
Well, no at this point.
4 rivals, Pamburu, April, Breath, then also the last member here is going to be also, I'm sorry, Appy. We already mentioned April. Sometimes, you know, you get jumbled up between April and AP because it's so similar. But just now, April was a bit late when it comes to getting into the circle. That's hence why he being shot down from afar. He was standing up, trying to run, kind of spotted by the rest of the teams that's still fighting the Royal Rumble. Vampires, they've been fighting quite a lot in the first few minutes. Same is for Exes, and now the Vampires, what went wrong for them?
Vampires, I don't know, too much fighting, maybe putting themselves in very difficult positions, like what we can see here. It was a 1v2 clutch. So Vampires, yes, they had a high ground advantage, but maybe they had fatigue from fighting too much, like one after another, and that's how they kind of lost towards the end.
That was a nice shot, by the way, at the slope of the hill. Chonburi's just too much. There's so many rush. When you know what, when they get one knockdown in the field, like with this cut field, every single time the pattern we're looking at, the players will rush in without a second thought. With any UAZ they can grab on. Just go for in the elimination.
Yeah, so basically just play with whatever that you have, especially if you have what kind of vehicles you just move in. This is a super open area, so vehicles are very, very important. That's how you can see like a lot of vehicles being used as barricades towards this end. But nevertheless, the 4 rivals strategy of like, because they know that there are 4 people and it's like the final few circles, they're super confident, they open 2-2. And that was their winning condition.
They are confident enough to do that because the fact they know nobody's aiming for them. They know nobody's on their right side or their left side. Yeah. Everything that there is to offer is just across them. Nobody coming up from the back line as well. Yeah. So they don't have to divert their attention or have to split their focus into a different angle entirely. So that's really a huge advantage coming up from 4 rivals. But the side of the other teams, BN United. I love their CQC fights. I really love when they rush in and flush out in the compound for certain teams. But when it comes in an open field, when there's no compound, where there's really just plain field the entire day or just a long way, they fumbled up a bit sometimes, you know. That's what happened to them, and it's not a close quarter combat as well.
Yeah, but I guess at the end of the day, you still get the chicken dinner. So still have to give it up for 4 Rivals, and congratulations for 4. Plus, 4 Rivals is in the running for...
I said BN United just now.
Oh, BN United. Oh, sorry. Because I was so excited for 4 Rivals for 1 second. So sorry there.
No problem.
But nevertheless, it's still... Okay, so EVOS Reborn, I need a recap here later on. We'll see where exactly EVOS Reborn is at. Because that also means that they close out the gap. Infinity, I don't think we saw much. We saw a little bit. Yeah, we saw a little bit with that fight against Axis Red One. But other than that, we don't see much of Infinity. So we need to review back the recap where exactly they were for the fight for the top.
I think it was around, if I'm not mistaken, they were around the corner of the Pochinki Hill. But here comes your MVP with a mustache, a cute one mustache on Bumburu with 6 elimination points, 747 damage. We've seen more, definitely. Do please us with high damage. So far, Tony K is the highest, I think. 42.7% of team contribution. That's quite a lot, with longest elimination distance 130 meters. So Bumburu is a middle range person to get the elimination points, while their placement point got them 15 for the chicken dinner. They also have 11 elimination points, but only 1 point different in terms of elimination points by FaZe. FaZe is not showing any sign of slowing down at all.
FaZe Clan, yeah, despite getting a 2nd place finish, they still get 10 elimination points, so that's still a lot of points in the bag. And now just looking at it roughly, right? So Infinity, 3 eliminations point for them. EVOS Reborn, 1. This was 4 Rivals in a very interesting position. Now, I can't wait to see the overall later on. For sure, the bottom 4 battle, Onyx is definitely going to be on top of GD. Despite 5 elimination points versus 6, but then again, they got a 3rd place finish, so that's enough points for them to be on top of GD.
Well, GD, I think definitely here kind of obvious that they might be pushed down. But Onyx, how much point in between? I think it's not that much, maybe less than 10. Maybe less than 10 or nearly
just
there.
a couple of points.
Yes, a couple of points, it's not that far.
much.
Tony K is still gonna be the standard to compare with for the head-to-head here with 3 elimination points, 872 damage, which are gonna be the rival of him. 4 Rivals, Bumburu, 6 elimination points, 747 damage. But when it comes to distance, Tony K love it really, really close here. While 4 Rivals, Bumburu, he love it in the mid-range kind of fight. While team contribution is more to it. Bumburu this time, while damage received. Tony K, since he loved the short range combat, he's taking a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, it maybe just shows that he likes to be like the first one in.
He's the entry fragger.
He's the entry fragger, so he takes a little bit more, but at the same time he dishes out more as much as well. So he takes out his opponents at the short range. So this is how the data tells us. But this is also another data set. So the elimination points as well as damage. We can see that FaZe Clan is up there together with 4 Rivals. It's 11 and 10, and then there's no 9, it goes down to 8, which is the Vampires, and so on and so forth. But better round for Geek Fam, they got 7 elimination points this round. Finally, we see a little bit more from Geek Fam.
That's true, very true. But Bigetron RA only finished off with 1 elimination point with 746 damage output. Same goes for EVOS Reborn now. This is gonna hurt them quite a lot because they have invested way so much for the fight but didn't manage to secure that much of elimination points. The only team that didn't get any point for this round is gonna be only 3: MS, Chonburi, BN United as well as NFT. And these 3 teams are one of the few that going out first into the lobby, but NFT, I'm really disappointed the fact that they are really trying. Nobody wants to lose, right? But it just didn't work out well for them. They need to figure out they don't have that much time anymore.
Wow, but Corpai, you don't see him very often here coming out on the match summary. But Tony K, we've seen it a lot recently, right? So he's the most damage dealer, 872. Bamburu coming as the most eliminations with 6. Corpai, 5 knockouts. So it's the most for Corpai. You don't see him that often, but it just shows one thing, that FaZe Clan, any one of them can come into the match.
That's very true, and Corpai being hand-to-hand, working well with Tony K as well, so this is going to be a huge win for FaZe, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but still managed to secure a lot of elimination points. Super weekend rankings for week number 3. FaZe still taking the number 1 spot, 9 points away. D Xavier pushed down, swapping places and between the first and second. Bigetron RA stagnant at third place for now, 82 points. Here comes the gap. 4 Rivals and Onyx pushed up with 78 points tie here. BN United pushed down at 74, 71 MS Chonburi at 7th. EVOS Reborn. Their super weekend this time is not as good as previous ones.
Yeah, and I worry for EVOS Reborn, but the good news is that Infinity is not doing that well as well. They're on page 2, but a GD, 52 points in this round. Definitely we will see Onyx taking them over. RRQ Real, 45 points, 10th place. 11th place goes to Axis Red 1, 37 points. Vampires as well, 37 points at 12th place. 13th place Infinity, 36 points. Not used to seeing them here. 14th place goes to the Eagles, 35 points. 15th place NFT, 29 points. Geek Fam finally making the 20-point mark. Though it's still at 16th place, but this could be the start of something big.
Now, 4 Rivals might snatch away the spot at number 1 by end of today if they keep this consistency, but there's still a huge gap in between. But for Axis Red 1, I'm not seeing. I don't see that coming up for them here. EVOS Reborn at number 1 spot, 367. Closely by, it's going to be FaZe tailing them really close. 4 points shy at 363 points. At 4 Rivals slowly closing it. 359, 329. The Infinity still stagnant at the top 5 here. Bigetron Aliens is there still, not moving. 316. While Geek Fam swapping places a bit better just now with 306 points. Axis Red 1 pushed down, swapping places with their fellow Malaysian team at 303. D Xavier, Vampire and MS Chonburi still the same as ever. So even though we're not looking a lot of shifting here for the teams, maybe due because of the gap in between the top 5 and maybe top 4 is quite a gap towards the others, you know. So only a couple of teams might swap here, but the one that's going to swap quite a lot is going to be on the second page.
Yeah, I think the second page swaps quite a bit. Oh, okay, not really, but then again, the one that matters swap. So we have BN United at 11th place, 226. 12th place, the Eagles, 220. Team Secret not moving, so they're 13. APG at 14 as well. Still a fairly significant gap. And it's 15, RRQ Real, 147. Onyx now coming into the top 16 for the first time ever in the overall rankings. 141. GD 137, so it's a 4-point gap here at number 17. NFT, man, the gap for NFT is getting wider and wider, so they really need to work out something. Now it's about 39 points gap to get at least into number 16.
That's kind of true, and one more thing, I'm looking at RRQ Ryu, they're not safe there. Same goes for APG, who's not playing this time. If RRQ and Onyx can push down both of these two teams, push down on APG about their rankings, the gap is getting closer now.
Yeah, I know, right? APG, they'll definitely be sweating here, right? Because they can't do anything about it. The worst feeling is that you see what's happening, but you can't do anything. But let's talk about feelings and how they feel. Let's move on to our interview here together with Sis Jen.
Congratulations, Tanya dapat ayam. Apakah perasaan itu, Pasha?
Benda pertama nak cakap Alhamdulillah lah. Budak-budak main yang bagus. Apa yang diorang nak buat is very clear what they want to do. So need to give credit to my players. You guys did well, guys. That's all I'm gonna say.
And I think diorang pun tersentuh hati. Okay, tapi macam ni macam biasa, we are gonna ask you a few questions. Jadi kita rojak sikit English and also BM. Nanti kau tak kekecam. Okay, so was it based on the luck tadi, masa circle tu dapat baca ataupun memang luck?
Tadi circle macam tadi is like can say like 50-50% lah. I mean, kita orang tak ada tempat main dah. Kita orang daripada hujung circle. Circle masa tu nampak kami ambil ke barang kalian, circle tu memang open. Tak ada compound dah masuk kecuali compound yang dekat dengan gudang tu. Kita orang terpaksa buat pilihan dan diorang buat pilihan yang sangat jelas bagi diorang. Ini ajalah yang pilihan kita ada, kita buat. So alhamdulillah ada hasil.
Yeah, so he's saying that the circle was 50-50, but it was a gamble and they took the gamble that came out advantage out of it, with the benefits them to get that chicken dinner. Okay, so soalan kedua, kalau tadi 4 Rivals tak dapat buka formasi yang cantik tu, adakah chicken dinner tu masih boleh dapat?
Masa tu kita orang main dalam shed. Bila main dalam shed ni basically you kena main, okay, zone ni kita tak boleh main. Maksudnya zone 3 masuk 4, zone ni dia haramkan keluar shed. Okay, zone 4 masuk 5, bila angle-angle yang banyak boleh tembak kita dah tak boleh tembak, dan baru kita boleh main keluar shed. So itu yang budak-budak tu buat. Mula-mula memang susah sikit lah, kita akan main relax je, pasif. Tapi bila masanya keluar, dan buatlah kerja.
Easy peasy, yeah. So yes, they were using the shed during the 3rd and 4th circle, and after that it's a breather for them. Then they can come out and do that formation. So formation is important to get the chicken dinner earlier. Alright, last question, tak kena mengena dengan ayam tadi, tapi kita semua tahu Reef berada di rumah sendiri berbandingkan pemburu Apple dengan Epi. So ada tak challenges?
Ada, cabaran dia memang boleh katakan itu salah satu besar jugalah bila kita perlukan 4 player, sebab selalunya game plan selalunya pasal bagi hari pertama game plan kita akan buat macam ni. Reed tak ada sekali, so dia tak nampak macam mana Pasha bercakap, macam mana Pasha betul-betul yang mana penting, yang mana yang macam okay lah, relax sikit lah. So bila dia tak ada kat rumah ni, dia tak nampak betapa pentingnya perkara-perkara yang kecil tu. So susah lah bagi kita orang, tapi insyaAllah Reed akan datang ke gaming house pada grand final.
Wah, amin. Hopefully. So yes, there was challenges knowing that one of the player, Reef, he's actually in his own house as compared to the 3 of them. So, but still, hopefully Reef will come into the grand finals. Kan, Pasha?
Betul.
Okay. So that's all from me, and all the best to Forever, still on the way to naik tinggi-tinggi lagi lah dekat top of dekat charts tu, and hopefully we get to see more. Alright, all the best. Thank you.
Much.
Alright guys, so definitely it was a very happy interview, but what else is happier? I don't know if it's happier, but I'm going to break down the game as per normal. So we had a flight over in Erangel. It started from Novo, ends in Cerveny. Flight route is pretty normal. Circle is also quite normal, but we have been seeing all these difficult circles, how it closed into most of the time we are seeing no man's land. I've been saying this since yesterday. I think it's it's on purpose because it's the last super weekend. I mean, it is Pro League, it is Southeast Asia, and you can't get easy circles, huh? So yes, this is another hard circle because of where it ended, no man's land, and that particular circle, not a single vantage point when it ended. If I'm not mistaken, the transition between 5th circle, 6th circle, and so on. So not a single vantage point. So definitely it's a hard thing to, in a way, to even get a chicken dinner. The only one that was on the vantage point was actually Onyx, and I'm gonna talk about that later. But now looking at the rotation, is pretty direct for Rivals to come in from Rozok. We know that that's where they alighted, and how they moved in is they kind of avoided prime positions of where teams would rotate, or actually waited on those small hills near Pochinki. So you can see they passed through Getka, and they went through in a manner where there was one hill in front of Getka where you can see what Forevals did, and in a way they kind of predicted that at that point of time there won't be as many teams. That's the reason why they can make their way peacefully into the last few circles, because if you remember they didn't really have to fight so much as compared to the previous matches. For these particular matches, yes, they were spotted probably about the fourth circle, the third circles got knocked, or even I think Appy was one who knocked somebody, but after that they got concealed again. They were not being seen by anyone else, so they went into somewhere nice and they managed to open up and things like that. So rotation is key, I would say, for this particular circle, because of the places that they might pass through, and there will be people already waiting for you. Besides Pochinki, which I think at that point of time when you realize they were showing the maps here and there, nobody was actually occupying Pochinki by the second circle. Everybody was outside on the hill, even the smaller houses. So this is how tactical it can get when it comes to PMPL Southeast Asia. It's not like everybody will be in Pochinki or something like that. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm trying to say, and you can see where teams actually occupy their spaces to get farm kills, to get information. You can see where BTR is located. That is also like what Sir Cloud mentioned, the hills of Pochinki. There is a vampire who is similarly doing the similar things, similar thinking. But now look at where Forevals is when they did that rotation to avoid all these teams coming from where Pochinki, the outskirts of Pochinki, is quite smart. I would do such rotation also, but no, I'm not a pro player. But yes, I like when I see certain things like this. It's like as though they learn, they know the terrains, they did their homework, and it's a marvelous job. I really like teams who actually put in extra effort to at least, they focus on chicken dinner, they focus on elimination at the last few parts of the game, because what they want is to get into the top of the chart, or at least to win this league. Okay, now back to the graphics. Right, you can see in the circle, EVOS is in the circle, Eagles in the circle. But I want you to focus to Onyx, who has the vantage point. Yes, they have the vantage point, but where Forevals is currently, that's how Epi made his appearance. He came in first to, in a way, to tell the information to his teammate, like, okay, this place is okay, that place is okay. But even though Onyx can do a farm kill, it is quite a distance for them to reach out to other teams, because as of now in the graphic we have yet to see FaZe Clan making into the circle. So it's pretty early in the circle, but that's how early Forevals got into this engagement of the next few circles. So they kind of like concealed themselves. They got shots, like what Pasha said earlier. They were being sprayed here and there, but how they reset and how they reposition, that was the key things. Okay, here I wrote that Forevals did an angle formation on the 6 circles. Yes, this is the 6th circle, and this is where they started to open up. Now again, attention on towards Onyx, and see how far that vantage point as compared to all of these teams that is spread across on this flat land. So flat land, we all know that it's not an easy circle. Is how are we going to win circles that is of as such? You need information, we need the sound, and you need game instinct. So basically it's about experience also. You need to be an experienced player in order for you to get the angles, or like you hear the sound exactly where to turn and things like that. And we have seen this being executed by a few of these players from different teams, not concentrated on each individual countries. I think all of them managed to do that. It's just on how they can gauge exactly where these enemies are. So now jumping back into the formation of Forevals. So I keep on telling you guys, and if you heard my analysis before this, opening up formation are always, in a way you are in the head of things. So right now we can see Forevals already open up so nicely as compared to the teams that are in a way clustered. Not say that they don't want to open up, but they couldn't, and the timing was not right. So already Forevals kind of perfected it. They know what to do, like what Pasha mentioned earlier, 3rd, 4th circle to avoid, just keep yourself safe, and then after that you come out, and then that's where you form it up. So it was like as if they already had a carbon copy, and then they just paste it and like, okay, we're going to execute this. So that's why they can manage the elimination points and win the chicken dinner. But for now, let's go back to our awesome and very good looking casters today, Chuchu and Sir Cloud.
Yeah, that's so nice of you, Miss Jenny, but Here's a lollipop for you.
It's the lollipop.
I love the new chains
I was about
on
to
her
say that.
glasses.
Yeah.
Looking very vintage and very classy there. But thank you so much for the breakdown coming up from Jen just now. Quite detailed breaking down coming out from her. And that's quite true when it comes to Four Rivals. You know, like it or not, there's an element of luck, but to execute is another problem. They really need their skills to do that. So for Four Rivals, they know what they're doing. They got the advantage. They follow their hunch and they got it right. But this time, we're going to drop into Sanhok next.
Next is going to be Sanhok. Okay, so Sanhok arguably is one of the healing game maps. Yeah, so what happened yesterday, just a little bit of a recap. We thought that Kacang Susu Axis Red was going to get second place because of the healing game again. But yesterday what happened was the plot twist. That was RRQ Rio actually going to Sami, looking for Axis Red One, eliminating them and taking their first aids. But maybe because RRQ Rio, they are not that familiar with playing the healing game, they didn't last that long as well. So, but it cancelled out the team that plays the healing game.
You know what? That's kind of a strategy from my point of view as well. The fact that they know the Axis Red One do like to play healing game. So many teams like to pick the fight against them, especially if they have a fixed drop spot in Sanhok. So if you want to play a healing game, you have to keep changing your drop spot to avoid from being ambushed by the teams that really want to go for the elimination points. Hopefully that's not the case here for Axis Red One, but we do know some teams just don't know how to stop shooting.
Yeah, I think at least in recent times, the majority of teams that we've seen in the PMPL SEA Championship, they prefer to shoot. Like DX, for example. Remember DX?
Definitely.
They took nice positions just with third party, everyone else. So we can expect the same thing coming up from DX today.
Yep, that worked out right for them, especially in a smaller map like Sanhok itself, where the players prefer, some of them who love to play healing game, not just Axis Red One. Some of them do play the healing game as well, but not as much. Will be scoped down by the rest of the teams like the Xavier's, EVOS Reborn, even Bigetron RA if they want to go for more, because they might really want to go for it. And Four Rivals, how would they go for this match next round? Because they're really close to swap the places between the top three here. So anybody can be pulled down and anybody can push up for the overall rankings. We're down to the next two games, starting with Sanhok and ending with Erangel for day number 2 of Super Weekend 3.
Yeah, it's down to total of 8 games, and then we know exactly who's the bottom 4 and who's on top. So who becomes the champion. So far when it comes to the champions, no one's like running away. Everyone's like really close. Like when we started the day, it was like 7 teams realistically are the closest to getting the title. Now it's still probably about the same. On the other end, it's starting to swap. So we saw that Onyx Day, the first time they breathe the air of top 16. It's like,
Grand Finals.
Oh, finally.
Grand Finals feeling, you know, but can they actually maintain that if GD swap up and down again? And also EPG, can they sit quietly and say, yeah, we're definitely going to go into the Grand Finals, even though we didn't play this week? Same goes for Team Secret, who's actually a bit more when it comes to the points, 190. But if any teams want to perform all out here right now and tomorrow as well, they might just hit the 190 marks and 2 teams will go down that's not going to play in the Super Weekend here.
Yeah, so it would definitely be 2 teams because we're confirmed V Gaming as well as Yanggu Galacticos.
Can you say NFT? Do you think NFT still can go for?
I mean, I'd love to be positive for them, but they're not being positive for themselves. Yeah,
I have to agree.
Yeah, I mean, it's really down to them. I love to see them going to the Grand Finals.
Definitely true.
It's down to them.
It's just that they stopped trying. I'm not sure if they really stopped trying, or they need to change something, definitely, because the thing that they've been doing is the multiple things that they've been doing the same thing since day number 1. And the moment they got themselves finally into the Super Weekend here, they didn't utilize it to its fullest potential. They can gain as much point as they want because there's so many teams up there that's not playing for the Super Weekend, but they just cannot. They kind of hitting a few bumps along the road that they cannot overcome.
They need a lollipop, that's for sure. You need a lollipop. Your manager gotta get you guys lollipops. Here you go. Yeah, it's nice.
No, we're not gonna do the ASMR here.
Okay,
But-
yeah, no ASMR. But they definitely need a lot of lollipops, that's for sure. Because, okay, mathematically they can still do it. But they need to start now. No more time. 8 more games to go.
That's true, and
7 more.
all the games, there's no time for, lacking of focus or even cutting off some slacks. Same goes for the teams actually on the first page. They cannot even relax for a bit, especially like EVOS Reborn, even though they got themselves at #1 spot for quite some time now. But there's no time for them to relax at all. I'm talking about all the teams at 7 to top 8 there that definitely can catch up to them anytime they want in one singular game. If they get themselves at 19, 15, even more than that elimination points, they can just topple over and turn the tide and push down all the teams down there and getting themselves at #1 spot.
Yeah, so top is really tight. A lot of teams are very close. Bottom could still change, especially, of course, like what we always talk about now, the new El Clasico, GD and Onyx. But this one game could swap GD up as well. So that could happen. So Onyx better be careful. They have to be on their toes the entire time. On top, I'm still looking for if DX can actually do the miracle run.
I mean, like, maybe because we do know when it comes to Sunhawk, they love to go for the solo run and do get as much elimination points, and that's going to be their perks and advantage when it comes to a smaller map. But speaking of GD and also Onyx, there's one more way for both teams to actually survive this by pushing APG down. That's also one way to go for both of these Indonesian teams. But GD, I'll be surprised if they didn't actually get into the grand finals here.
You'll be surprised if they don't, so you expect them to go up.
They are the #1 team in the country finals for the Indonesian region, so we expected more coming out from them.
Then someone has to be sacrificed. It could be Onyx. It could be APG even, or even RRQ Rio, because RRQ Rio is not in the clear yet.
Yep, that's very true. At 15th spot, if I'm not mistaken, here are the teams. And we're going to commence the map the smallest days once a day. Sunhawk, here we go. Are you ready, Cloud?
Are you ready? Definitely I am. So I can't wait for Sunhawk, the only Sunhawk, the one and only Sunhawk that will be played today. And we'll see who gets this chicken dinner.
Let's go. Let's not waste any more time. The flight path, where would it be? Where would it go? Where would it start and where would it end? And the circle yesterday was a tricky one as well. It was circling around all 3 islands till the end of it, where it just hard shift towards the boot camp in the last minute. This is kind of a fair enough flight path for most of the players, reachable to anywhere they want to drop themselves into. But it's quite early to say anything yet.
Yeah, it's on the right side. That's one thing. So maybe some teams they like to drop in some axis. I'm looking at you. They might drop somewhere in the middle. So that means that they could bump into other teams. That's a risk there. So let's see if they can actually make it there alive. But okay, that's the first flight path. Of course, the circle is going to be super important. This is Sunhawk. Wherever the circle is at, it's a big, big advantage for whichever team that's at that circle. But it's a nice middle circle, and actually it's not that nice in Sunhawk.
This is a hard one to call for the most of the players down there. Definitely, it comprises all 3 islands again. But will it actually ended up in the main island? Here comes Onyx, Exis RedONE versus RRQ Rio. 4 teams fighting, potential fight in the first few seconds, not even minutes.
Oh, but check this out. So Axis, they didn't drop directly into Sami, where they normally drop into. So now they're dropping to RRQ's area, and we have Napeko around. Napeko as their top eliminated. Napeko goes down, that's going to be madness, but Napeko gets Maika. Napeko, can he finish off Maika? He has a DBS together with an AK, but Voki will take down Napeko. His teammates, where are they? Okay, I think this is what's happening. Axis RedONE, they are going for the revenge move. That's why they dropped into Camp Charlie, and and Sami, they left Sami. So I'm not too sure where the rest of them went for RRQ. But we'll see on later. But now let's move to Onyx versus NFT, the battle for the bottom 4.
NFT trying to find the person that's been knocked down just now. It's going to be Onyx jumping off from the window, but being punished straight away. We have Ramones finish off Jeff, and it's going to be 1 elimination points to make it even more in around Kampong area. Now, where are the rest of them? Because just now was only 2 members. They are separated into duos, I think, for Onyx. Around Lakawi for Sembe. The last person will be Sky. So where is Sky?
Sky probably on top.
Maybe on top of Lakawi, yeah.
Yeah, like on top of the sky. Like sky on top. Okay, never mind. So here we have it. 4 rivals just got their chicken dinner going up against MS Chonburi. A lot of early fights here. I'm trying. Okay,
Yeah, I
never
can
mind.
see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's been a rough day.
April taking out on Ponzai. Chonburi, I see Pops just now trying to climb over that small rock. Not really small, quite a huge rock there is. But he failed to do so. Slippery rock there is. How would he reposition himself to see the rest of the teams that are firing upon his member, which is going to be Ponzai? Axis, RedONE, going all out aggressive. They're not going to play the usual healing. FaZe Clan taking out on U-High for Bigetron RA Aliens. What happened there?
Not too sure, but now we have visual on the Bigetron RA Aliens. So U-High is all alone. FaZe Clan, this is going to be an interesting fight as well. So both teams actually going in for the championship. Liquid is alone as well, so Tony K is going to move into the house where Liquid is at. He is not going to move in just yet, but Liquid shows himself. Liquid versus Tony K, who's going to go down first, and it's Tony K going down. Oh no, they don't want to lose Tony K, so backup has to arrive quickly.
And their backup has arrived. Here comes Koropai shooting down Liquid on the ground. And Koropai would definitely go and save his mate just now, who's being knocked down. Man, never mind. He's going to loot up first. It's going to be MR5 helping Tony K. So you can see who got the better friendship there.
Yeah, now you know. Now you know. After this, you're going to unfriend him on his social media. But they're not done yet, though. So we can see that the fight is starting to happen again. So it's going to be Lex.
Perfect!
Luxy here.
Kobe!
Wow, that's a 3-pointer. They're coming for Kopai.
There it goes. Being counter grenade by the side of Bigetron RA Aliens. Kopai getting on Luxy. It's a bit too low to rush forward, but here comes Tony K and the rest of the fray. Where is MR5? Now I think he's going for the flank. So no, he's coming up for the support from the back. And Luxy still not being revived by the rest of his teammates. It's actually quite low as well.
Yeah, Bigetron RA Aliens, not a good start for them. Plus, it's against FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan, they're tighter contenders as well. Luxy kind of uses a bait, but once they're sure that they're not going to go for Luxy, Kopai finishes him off. So that's 2 elimination points for FaZe Clan. Zuxi as well as U-High will be the last 2 standing.
I hate to say it, but I think the mistake done just now was by Liquid. Tony K didn't realize he was there at first. He was aiming to go straight just now.
Yeah.
But the moment he stands up, he gives away his position. That forces his teammate to actually help him as well. And they lost a heavy casualty on that reason, and that kind of gives away the rest of the team's position as well. So that's how Bigetron RA Aliens kind of caught himself in such a tough spot right now, where FaZe still have 4 men. Bigetron RA Aliens starting off with a handicap, only have 2.
Yeah, if only he chilled. Yeah, I agree with that. At first, Tony K wasn't going that way.
He can move. I mean, like, if Tony K actually pass over him,
and then it's fine.
and the rest of them start to fight Tony K at the front, he can step from the back, actually.
Yeah, I know, right? So it was like a bit too early for him. I guess Liquid maybe could have done better in terms of timing. But yeah, whatever it is, now it's only 2 team members there for Bigetron RA Aliens. I'm interested to see what's the ending between RRQ and
Axis RedONE.
Axis RedONE. Because I think Axis RedONE is going in for the revenge. They're going, yesterday you came from Camp Charlie to Sami. You have no
This time we'll
reason.
bring you the fight.
Exactly. This time it's us bringing you the fight. And knowing Volky style, we've seen in the PMPL SEA, he did that with another team. I forgot the other team's name. I believe it was VXM FanX that time. If he could do that to VXM, because VXM bridge camped them, he can do this to RRQ. He's capable of that aggression.
That's kind of true. That's very true. Now, we're jumping over to Fluketh. This is going to be a very quiet one. I'm not sure if we can actually see through. There's so many structure in between to its Onyx side. Because he can get the view if he actually stands up just now for Vampire.
Oh, what formation is this?
This is the corner formation with the mannequin.
Yep.
The mannequin formation.
You know, yeah, I always call this room the death room because once you're in there, there's no way of going out. It's only
Yep.
through that one door.
And the worst part, if somebody throws up a nade.
Yeah, and that's it. I like to call that room the death room. And the mannequin happened to be your last friend. Just like this Godzilla here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. Paragon. Now, this is going to be a very hide and seek kind of vibe going on for Sunhawk. Well, Axis is not doing the hide and seek. They are searching, they are seeking, they are hunting for more. And I don't think they executed the whole team of Araki Ryu. They only got one, and the rest of them managed to get away. But Axis is not happy about that. Look at how aggressive they move.
Yeah, it seems like now, okay, whenever I see Axis, I just look at their first eights. Or generally when I see Sano, I look at their first eights right now. Going towards BN United. So BN, everyone was playing this super passively. Okay, I think I can think of why. It's because of the circle. It could go to any island. So
They're waiting it out.
yeah, no point of you over-committing to, okay, let's go to the other island. When there's a hardship, there's now we need to go back. I mean, if you're in the island, then it's fine, but if you get the we need to go back, then you kind of waste your resources and opportunities. You might be gunned down, but talking about gunning down, this is it. BN United against the entire Axis Red One. Let's go!
There you go. Easily 4 men into one, under one roof. Finish it off. But you know what? White Cat did something right today. Silence knocked down, but Kachak Susu, this is such a tough spot. He finished it off straight away. White Cat getting one. Trading 1 for 1. Is it worth it for Axis to go this aggressive now? Maika tried to finish him off, but, well, he ended up his life anyway. But back to it, Silence. They're leaving him bleeding out. Hopefully to bait the rest of BN United to hover around the corner. But never mind that. Maika just going to finish him with also Faris there as well. Now, we only have Capone and also one more member left on the side of BN United. But I don't think they want to go for engagement. It's not wise for them to go for the fights anymore.
This is going to be super interesting. Now, why is it interesting? Because the one that went down is Kacang Susu, the best healer for Axis Red One, and he's the only always healer for Axis Red One. The fact that he goes down, now there will be a domino effect or a butterfly effect, whichever way you want to call it, right? And that will mean that Axis may not play their regular healing game because they don't have the best healers. Now, the circle isn't kind as well. It's a Painan circle for now. That means that 2 islands, the 2 biggest islands, have the circle. It's still an eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Where do you want to go?
It's best to stay in Painan if you actually want to guess that, because Painan is the bridge there. It's going to be a death sentence, whoever comes in late. But for BN United, I'm surprised they're still lingering around the corner, lurking, just hoping for them to take advantage. It's 2v3 is possible for them to clutch it for BN United, Capone and also Shu. So they're waiting it out. But I'm not sure what if their calculation might be wrong. GD going to fight, saying hello to Arakiryu. There goes the information given to the rest of the team, relayed back by saying that the whole GD is here.
Yeah, here we go. Capone goes down, but there's one more on top. And the last man for BN United, is it? Yeah, it will be the last man for BN United. So Zunos is the last one standing. Definitely not going to take that fight against Axis Red One, but I don't think he has any choice, because if he runs behind, Axis Red One will go up the hill, he'll see him clearly, and he'll still get gunned down. So he might as well take his chances.
There you go, hiding it, making sure that he doesn't overpick, but hopefully he can see somebody's there. But he whipped it. What a shame, and that's going to be the first team to be out. BN United with 1 point only. Plays themselves 16 this time. What we're not done, EVOS taking a fight against Onyx. Sky on the ground. EVOS from the high ground, jumping straight down to get the elimination points.
My goodness, so it's only one more for the side of Onyx. And if that one last man goes down to EVOS, that means a GD could come back up onto the top 16. It's almost for sure. There's only one more left. It's 1v4, and it's confirmed right now. Onyx bows out at 15th place. No points at all for them this round. This is an opportunity for GD to collect points to go back up into top 16 and breathe fresh air.
Oh, speaking of collecting points, FaZe is one of them as well, as they want to snatch the #1 spot here. The bottom 16 is one team, the top 1 is another. FaZe taking on Bigetron RA straight away. Bigetron RA, who doesn't have enough members right now, they start to have a long fight before, but still managed to get one elimination here. There's going to be a really valiant play coming up from Zuxi and Yuhai, the duo that's left. Evin Torres nowhere to be found anymore. While Vampire start to fight RIQ. In the meantime, the small screen you are witnessing right now.
Oh yeah, we have multiple fights. And just think about it. It's only like the second circle. And there's like so many fights happening in Pioneer. So many fights happening in Sanhok. This is the Sanhok that we know and love from previous seasons, where it's small, it's hard, it's a lot of fights. And this is what we expect Sanhok to be. So FaZe Clan tosses out Neon to the other side. Bigetron RA, there's only 2 members left though. So it's going to be the Yuhai and Zuxi combo. Geek Fam could be on the other side. And yes, Geek Fam is on the other side. And they got like Zuxi. Yuhai is the last man standing for Bigetron RA. Let's oh no.
And they saw that knockdown just now, hurt another shot. So this is the time FaZe want to rush in. They tried to go for a second story, but failed to climb just now. MR5 trying to go for another one with UMP in his hand. Trying to find Yuhai. And Yuhai just playing around the stairs. He might get one, but no. Bigetron RA aliens placing themselves with 1 elimination points only and not much for the positions.
So the Red Aliens, man, I just look at the live point gap on the other side. So it's going to be like a 52-point gap with EVOS Reborn at this moment until EVOS Reborn collects more points throughout this game. And in Pioneer now, we still have 2 teams. We have Geek Fam together with FaZe Clan. 2 teams still has a mission to get that #1 spot. Now let's look at the next circle. Where will it go? Will it still be Pioneer or will it be a hard shift somewhere? Looks like it's a hard shift towards the side of Boot Camp.
Oh boy, is it Boot Camp again? We've seen that before and we're going to see it again. Geek Fam, on the other hand, waiting for FaZe to fight again another team. It's going to be 4 rivals next for their next challenge. But there's also another team behind them, so they have to be extra careful. If they overpick or they expose themselves way too early, Geek Fam will kind of caught themselves in a sandwich position. NFT, on the other hand, moving as a 4 very closely, tail to tail. Do they have enough information by doing this kind of formation, by moving in this kind of direction? They are being tailed by another team there, which really close by. I think they might just have to start the fight soon.
Oh yeah, the Eagles having a high ground advantage against 4 rivals. April goes down and Rift, we need to pick him up, but they're going to use that. They're going to use this hut as their reset point. Now, the Eagles, they know that they have an advantage because they got 1 knockdown, so they're going to start to move in. Datcon is waiting close by. But at the same time, we can see that Asa for RRQ Rio goes down somewhere else. I noticed that the Infinity, they are way far up there. There's one person, they could be playing the healing game as well. Infinity, they have learned the healing game, and they could be doing it. Axis Red One still on the blue, could be doing that as well.
Oh, if you're desperate enough and not having enough manpower, that's one of the only options that they have to live with right now. 4 rivals, April, and the rest of the team try to reassess the situation and reposition themselves in a better formation and regroup later on. I don't think it's wise for them to stay stalemate with the teams that they're fighting against. Well, Exit Red One still going for the hunting, even though they lost Kachang Susu earlier, but this time they really want to go for the elimination points. We can see how bloodthirsty they are as they move really swiftly, passing all the structures.
Well, we did see Voki only 1 first aid. Yeah, he's normally not the healer. He's usually not the healer. So, yeah, I don't see yet who's going to be the healer, or are they even going to play the healing game in the first place? Now, GD is still alive, still a full squad. They're 4 points different with Onyx. Get those 4 points or +1, maybe 5 points just to be sure, and they will be back up in the top 16 spot. FaZe Clan, there's a team behind them. I think that's
Eagle Esports.
That's
just
Eagle,
now.
right.
They have been eyeing out Eagle Esports for quite some time now, but not starting any engagement yet because of the slope of the hill is too steep for them to see anything. It's kind of hard to land any shots or any bullets, even grenades. But on the side of NFT, so leaving 1 man behind to make sure everything is clear behind them. For Pubg, I think he heard the movement, or even can see a couple of movement coming up from that compound. So he's going to keep an eye out for the rest of his teammate, while the others just lurking around the corner, scouting, and just wait as long as they can. They start to shoot, but I'm not sure who's they shooting right now.
Yeah.
4 rivals, there you go.
Yeah, oh, okay, there you have it. So 4 hours seems to be caught in between a couple of teams. Even the Chonburis as well, coming in from the L house onto the other side, more towards the main island, because that's where the circle is. But they're on the lower ground, the Eagles on top, so the Sharks, they need to be careful. If they go up through this hill, it's going to be a free shot here for the Eagles.
Not just that, if they start to fight for Chonburi, Eagle Esports are actually having a tough run because FaZe will take the advantage, which right now they even have the circle in Painan. And this is what they really want. But FaZe, they climb down instead of going up. So they're going to play around the coastline or around just at the nearby the river just to be safe, Maybe they want to wait it out for a bit. GD trying to take down on Axis Red One, who's still not stopping for the hunt.
Yeah, Axis Red One, they haven't stopped though. So I think they're trying to find their destination. They're not too sure yet where to land. But what we're seeing here is also the Eagles are now taking advantage on the Sharks. So TG13 will be taken out by PUBGM. That's one elimination point for the Eagles. The first elimination point for them, in fact. And they're playing by the edge of the circle. Sees another vehicle, will pop their tires. And now the Sharks playing without a vehicle, playing with only 3.
Not just that, FaZe is actually aiming for the MS Chonburi as well. So that's why I said the moment they start to exploit themselves, they are giving away the position by, open fire, just do a couple of preemptive shots. That's just really tough and a mistake not to be done in that critical situation. We have Axis members knocked down for 1. It's going to be Geek Fam. Might want to gatekeep this one as they are hogging around the edge of a circle. And Daybot just arrived. Hello, GD.
Ooh.
What are you doing here? They just want to get the rush in, but there's only 2 of them.
Yeah, and they came into the compound where Geek Fam is there with still 14 members. Jasper will go down to Corpy. Cannot be picked up. Don't think so. Daybot moves behind together with Booms. Geek Fam, they are still looking A-okay there, but PUBG is super okay in this location, taking them out one by one, and Ponza is the next one onto PUBG's list.
Oh, what a beautiful shot just now. Clear vision, straight eye line of sight just now. On the side of Geek Fam, they heard one team want to share the houses and the compound, want to have a friendly neighborhood. It's going to be GD. While the Chonburi is fighting a FaZe and running away from the Eagles. Now, how do they actually get into the circle for the Chonburis? The only way right now they might have an option is going to be jumping down into the river. But risky part is that the blue closing in. And there might be a lot of fishermen fishing it out for, the mermans and the mermaids and the fishes.
And now I'm wondering, is Pub going to play the healing game? Because we do see a first aid together with some other utilities being dropped down in his area at the bridge there. So we're going to wait and see on that. Ravenclaw spots out NFT. NFT still a full squad though, but they need to make their way into the circle. And we jump over to DX against EVOS Reborn.
EVOS cooking up the nade. Waiting for the right time, tossing over the Xaviers, but not gonna hit a bit. Half HP down. Lyzek almost got burned down just now. And GED start to fight again. NFT, we have Vampires taking on NFT as well. Such unfortunate situation for NFT. 2 teams taking them out bit by bit. Vampires, wow. How do they get out from there? Even the blue is not helping them for NFT.
Oh yeah, definitely not. The blue is now not their friend for sure. NFT may bow out right after this, may bow out soon. Vampires, they are focusing on their positioning, so they'll move on because there's 50 more seconds on the clock. Now we move back to DX, the fight for the top spot here between DX as well as EVOS Reborn. Leapy goes out to the zone. And NFT, how many are there left? Only 1 more left, taking out the blue. EVOS Reborn, they're going to go in for the siege. They must remember that there's no safe zone here where they are, so they need to finish this up quickly.
There's going to be a Painan circle entirely from start till the end. Red FaZe now chugging in the blue. It's going to hurt this time. It's the FaZe where the ticks kind of quick, and Micro Boy tried to take on out Red FaZe, playing the healing game if he needs to. Infinity start to fight against the Xavier. EVOS were taken down by the Xaviers as well. GD is still going for Kerpai. Now GD really wants a point.
Yeah, they want to go back up to the top 16. Now, whether the question whether they want top 16 or not, looks like the answer is yes. They want it. They're still going in for it, despite them having the circle in Painan, but they want to finish off FaZe Clan. And FaZe Clan cannot go down. If FaZe Clan goes down, because EVOS Reborn is still alive, they could pull off a gap with FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, they must win this fight against GD.
Ooh, that's really close. But just in the nick of time, GD managed to get away with it. But EVOS, Red FaZe still fighting over Infinity, getting one. But he's nothing to heal with anymore. He needs to upgrade. Dude, he doesn't have enough time. He's going to bow down right now. Plays and finish off so many players. And none of these teams right now in Painan. Look at the bombs and nades drop down. God.
Oh, but EVOS Reborn, they're out 11 place, 5 elimination points for them. The Eagles not done yet with 4 rivals. Abo goes down. Happy will be picked up by Rev. Now he needs to reset quickly because Chopper is coming in. Chopper, he needs to pick up his buddy there. He tossed out the Molotov into the house, but Riv jumps out of the building. They are outside the circle, 10 more seconds to go. Riv sees one. Riv takes a down, but Riv counter fire upon, and Riv will go down.
Bit late reaction time coming up from Regina. He missed quite a few. Now down to Appy. Appy tries to do the call. Appy try with the DBS. Oh, he jumps down. Appy! He got it. He clutched it, but he's not done and dusted. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. Appy almost did the miracle run with a late game DBS, but that didn't happen. Finally, he will go out. But then again, the Eagles, they succumb so much damage. Only one more team member left. Geek Fam is moving in against GD.
Now GD reformed there. Micah needs help, but too far from the rest of the team. Geek Fam versus GD right now. Shredded almost helmet, but oh Micah, there's no way for them to save him. And Norik taking a fight against Vampire. Geek Sane tried to toss it on Vampires. They are pressuring them. This is going to be the nade they needed. And it's really close. Can it hit? No!
Oh!
Perfect! Perfect angle.
Oh, definitely perfect. And they're not done yet. Sata now trying to find revenge. Sata with the DBS. Sata pulls out his M4. He pulls out a punch earlier on. He might have pressed the wrong button, but then again, now he uses the first aid kit. Will there be enough time? Looks like Geek Fam they're out, but then again, GD, they are still alive. Geek Fam, they managed to get a couple of elimination points. That's okay for them. Let's look at the total points later on. Vampires and GD just next to each other. Vampires, they know that someone's inside there. GD moves out. They will jump into the Vampires.
It's a no-man's circle. I don't know what is actually inside the circle now. He's starting a healing game, start the clock and start to tick. And Ravenclaw tried to get into the circle as fast as possible, but being stopped entirely by the rest of FaZe Clan, who might have the potential to win this one. Emma Chonburi popped with whatever he has, slowly marching towards the safe zone, hoping for it to make it out last day. That con. On the other hand, across the street, across downtown, waiting for whoever walks into the circle will be sniped from afar.
And that con has 13 healing items, 13 first aid, so he'll definitely be playing the healing game. He hasn't used any of it just yet. Sata keeping eyes on the side of Vampire. He knows exactly where Vampires is. He sees Schwabs onto the left side, Ravenclaw on the right. The zone will close in. Ravenclaw will be pressured to move. And Pops, hey, wait a second. So, okay, Pops is out. No points in terms of elimination for them, but at least 6 place in terms of placement. Axis goes up, booms, he's playing the healing game.
He's definitely going to go for this one. Ravenclaw, on the other hand, need to help Straps, but how FaZe giving so many
Oh, what?
Boom!
Oh! My goodness, but look at this FaZe Clan, still 3. FaZe Clan main net, this chicken dinner, this could happen here for FaZe Clan. So there's Sata to deal with, but Sata's playing the healing game. And the last time we saw the team member from the Eagles, he's playing the healing game as well. FaZe Clan will surely get this chicken dinner. We just need to see how many elimination points Sata is going to do his best. He has the DBS, but then he has no more life. He will bow out. 3rd place, and we have the last team member. Who was it again? Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, that card with that package in his bag. He will play the healing game up onto 2nd place, the best that he could do.
Oh, he's still shooting. That's not done. And that's yeah, he got one.
Okay.
He still can clutch this if he wants to. That con trying to play really heroic moment for him, but valiant effort. Unfortunately, but still, he got himself that 2nd spot, but the elimination points on the side of FaZe is going to be 8 total points. GD ended up with 4, while for Eagle Esports, that con holding on such a long time, and it was 6 elimination points. It's quite a feat there.
Yeah, so that con, interesting. So the Eagles now playing the healing game, and it worked for them up to second place. But it's understandable why, because his other teammates, they went out earlier on. So he had no choice but to play for the second place, which he did, and it worked out, and the plan worked okay. But FaZe Clan is back here, ladies and gentlemen. This time, not as sexy as before, but 8 elimination points is still good. Tony K with 2, but this time the hero is Corfi with 5.
Win is a win, no matter how many elimination points that is for that corner, I have to say. That was really good. He might just actually clutch it if he got it right. And he doesn't have enough healing in the last moment. That's kind of caused him to force himself to take up the fight. That was sensational. Last moment coming up from both team of FaZe and also Eagle Esports. But congratulations again, FaZe! Wowing us, and really great performance here. Brilliant coming up from all these guys. Corpi this time shining bright like a diamond, I have to say. With the aid of Tony K, still MR5. MR5 is a good friend. You know, he saved Tony K instead of Corpi. Just go for the loot. So Vintorius being bowing out quite early. But here comes the replay and the highlight. In case you guys missed, that was really a good run of Sun.
So now, Corpi, you know who's your true friend. Yeah, that was the test of friendship there.
Definitely true.
Yeah, it's like, who? Okay, now that's your answer. But nevertheless, they still maintain 3 of them towards the end, so that's good. They only lost 1. So that means they gave only 1 elimination point somewhere else. But the rest of them, FaZe Clan, overall still hard with a chicken dinner in the Super Weekend.
I do want to know how many elimination points come out from Exit's RedONE, because they have been trying to hunt since the start, but just didn't bubble against any team. Vampires as well, they have been shooting quite a lot. Here comes for the NFT, but unfortunately, they just have to bow out quite early again. Same case for Onyx, who just snatched away the position from GD, but GD compensated their previous game with this match. Quite a lot of eliminations on their side still.
Yeah, I think so as well. We just need to see the overall later on. Like, just to be sure, like, how many. GD may overtake Onyx, but then again, like what we just talked about, we need to see the overall later on. Let's hang our horses, because I think the numbers will be very, very tight against with those teams.
Definitely true. But for rivals,
oh, the DBS.
just now, it was a nice effort.
Yeah.
But it just sometimes we can see the panic that he actually tried to compose himself, but it just, the miss kind of a bit obvious, you know. It's like, are you coming in or not? You know, that kind of moment for Forever. But that was a really fun match to watch. Congratulations again for FaZe Clan. They are taking 2 chickens in a day here today.
Yeah, it's already 2 chickens here today. My goodness. And yesterday there was 2 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lollipop for FaZe.
Lollipop for FaZe. So that's a lot of chicken dinners coming in for FaZe Clan. And they are doing the catching up, no doubt, with this chicken dinner. And EVOS Reborn doing somewhere in the middle.
I think they kind of, I think they might just get the #1 spot, because it wasn't
already
just close enough. Maybe was it, how much gap again was it?
Maybe they are like a 10-ish point gap now with
maybe yep.
Yeah, it's thereabouts.
Yep, but 4 rivals really close there as well, but still need more effort coming out from those trying to snatch a #1 spot, because EVOS, even though they are not performing as brilliant as before, they're still maintaining the middle bracket. That's making it hard for the other players to catch up to their point.
Yeah.
Because they keep on adding some into their overall ranking still.
Yeah, correct. It's not like they went out like 0, right? If they went out 0, then it's
a different story.
It's a different story. But because they're somewhere there, yes, they're being, people are trailing, but they're still like, okay, at least I'm still moving, at least.
Yep, at least, you know, baby steps is fine, then nothing at all. Because that's what happened to some teams like NFT. I can see that they're trying, but they hit a wall. They just happens to face a huge, humongous wall. There's no way in, no way out, no solution. They really need to figure things out, and hopefully they have any coach or analyst to work with them so they can see in a different perspective and different light to work things around. Even though chances are they still have 1 more day, but it's still not impossible to try to make it better for them, you know. improvise the strategy.
Yeah, but what doesn't need much improvisation is FaZe Clan because they're doing good. They're doing good. What's not broken, don't fix it, right? So Core Pie here, we don't see him all the time as MVP. Again, it just proves to us that, you know, they're not Tony K Esports. They are FaZe Clan. So everyone can step up. So Core Pie here, 5 elimination points, 740 damage, 49.1 team contribution, of course, maximum survival time. And this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the elimination points for the teams.
8 elimination points, formidable team. We have the FaZe Clan. They are on a roll. I'm talking about them. Team rolling all week, all day. And today, yesterday, and the day before, and the previous week, they have been going on a good run. And EVOS Esports start to rise slowly here, if you notice on the final week, even though it's just 2 days left, and we only have 6 matches, including tomorrow, and today is only 1 left. They start to rise up to occasion and giving us more points than we anticipated them to be, but as long as they don't fumble later on back to air angle.
Yeah, and this is a confirmation that GD and Onyx, the gap is just too far. For sure, GD is back up in the top 60. That is for sure. Now I'm wondering where DX went. Where Bigetron went. Because they're kind of losing steam in the past few rounds.
Well, DX basically getting 12th place. He got 2 points in total based on the position plus elimination points. For Bigetron RA, they only ended up with 1 elimination points at 14th. And Onyx definitely gonna be tough to play catch up again because GD ended up in the top 3 just now, and plus the elimination points as well. So that's gonna widen up the gap back to where they were started back then. But here comes the chart with a lot of zeros in between. The average is gonna be 1 till 3, while the most are gonna be 8, 6 and 7. That's quite I think fair distribution for most of the team for their eliminations. Not that far off for a difference, you know.
Yeah, including for Geek Fam. So this time it's a better round for them. Yeah, they checked into Painan and then they kind of got the circle more this time. Hence their placement points are probably a lot more as compared to previously. 7 elimination points for Geek Fam, not too bad for them overall. So hopefully this is just a start for bigger things for them in coming rounds.
It's been a while. We're looking at bats making it through the screen.
Oh yeah.
I'm loving the fact that Ravenclaw, he's well deserving for this damage because we saw him how many times he's trying to shoot down somebody. It's just not enough for them. And sometimes they caught in so many teams for vampires. They did very well. We do know their potential, but it's just not the right time. It's always just happens to be during their migration. But Core Pie again, squeezing in for most elimination and most knockouts. It's going to be Core Pie under the spotlight.
And fun fact that Ravenclaw and Core Pie, both of them, is actually somewhere in the match summary for each and every category here. So it's either their number 1 or number 2.
I think it's for that con actually.
Was it for all? Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, but anyway, here we have it, the overall stats here, 51 elimination points, 12958 total healing. Why am I surprised with this big number here in Sanhok? 52 total knocks, 140 throwballs used, 1 airdrop looted, 6 headshots, 12 people asking for forgiveness, and damn rude, where have you been? 182 longest elimination distance, we're missing coming out on the charts.
I miss Damroot. You haven't seen a lot of him these days. Geek Fam, one of the few teams that kind of bow out quite early. I'm not sure if 4 Rivals actually start to use their tactics against all the other teams. If you notice that 4 Rivals trying to play at the edge of the circle, and Geek Fam stopped doing that, and they kind of lost it. FaZe here for the Super Weekends with triple chicken by now. Wow, 2 chickens in a day. Yesterday as well at the 4th match. So they really love their 4th match, don't they? For Sanhok so far, FaZe winning both for this Super Weekend at 136. These Xaviers 106 at 2nd. Bigetron RA 3rd place at 83. 1 point shy. 4 Rivals there. 4th place 82. Onyx still 78. Stagnant at 5. As Chonburi now shooting up. Tie with also BN United at 75 points. While we have EVOS Reborn still at 8th place, not moving that much, 69.
All I can say is that Onyx, no chicken, no problem for them so far. But on page number 2, number 9 is GD, 66 points. Number 10, the Eagles, 53 points, shooting up. The Bats as well. Number 11, 50 points, also going up. Axis, RedONE at number 12, 48 points. Number 13, RRQ Real, 46 points. The Infinity going down. Number 14, 40 points. NFT, 15, 32 points. Geek Fam, a little bit better this time. 28 points at number 16, but they're still rooted at the bottom. But this is just a super weekend. What matters is the overall, the batter at the top and the batter at the bottom.
Well, this is where it matters, you mentioned it. Where FaZe now, told you so. It's going to be first place. They put up quite a lot, 386.
Interesting.
With 5 chicken, not the most, even though they got the most for 4 overs Infinity, but they pushed down to 3rd and 4th as EVOS pushed down. Now this is EVOS not happy because they cannot sit quietly anymore. They need to step up their game. If not, they're just gonna lose that free PMGC slot here. It's not really free, they work hard for it. Infinity and Bigetron 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Geek Fam, Axis, Xavier, Vampires, MS Chonburi not gonna move. But look at between Geek Fam and Axis, they are tied 2-1-4, and anybody can swap places with Bigetron RA Aliens now as they closing up the gap. But the gap in between 4 rivals and Infinity is quite huge, so I can say now we kind of see the pattern of the top 3 might just keep on swapping places between these 3 if they maintain the consistency.
Yeah, it is the highest probability for the top 3 at this moment, no doubt. But FaZe Clan finally getting the top spot. Amazing play from them so far. But here we have it, the bottom 4 battles. So we have Eagles at number 11, 238. Number 12, we have BN United 227. Of course, TS as well as APG, they're not playing. So number 13, number 14. Number 15 right now, GD51. Going up at RRQ. Lackluster performance for them, going down to number 16. But now Onyx, now they're no longer eyeing GD. Now they will be eyeing RRQ. 7 points that separate the both of them. NFT number 18, 95. YG, of course, not moving. 19, 76, and that's about it.
I have a feeling APG might get pushed down by GD and RRQ by tomorrow because it's possible for them.
Yep.
Even though they don't have a good run by tomorrow, if they can secure like 20 points, is more than enough.
Yeah, I mean, 20 points in 6 games, it's very doable for them. Yeah, it is still realistic for APG to go down one more step.
The thing is, I think we do know YG and VGM will make it for the grand final, so maybe follow NFT. Want to try a bit more? Lollipop for you if you actually did better.
For you.
But speaking of APG, they might just take it for, you know, standing at the bench just doing it. But you know what, we need to see a bit of Sis Jenny if she wants a bit more lollipop from us as well. Take it away, Sis Jenny.
Hello everybody, and yes, I am with Sin from Geek Fam. Hi Sin.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so again, as per normal, I'm gonna do it in both languages. So Sin, 3 soalan. First, soalan yang pertama, apa penyebab momentum Geek Fam sekarang ini?
Rasanya tak ada sebab pun. I think like we already try our best. Kita main pun dengan penuh hati. Kita orang betul-betul nak perform kan. Tapi adalah sikit-sikit mistake yang kita buat. That's why maybe kita orang tak dapat perform very well lah.
Okay. Faham. Saya faham perasaan awak. Tak apa. Last question saya ada kasih motivasi sedikit. Tapi soalan kedua, has it been hard to rotate and read the circle?
Ya, saya rasa memang susah. I don't know why Super Weekend Liga ni banyak kali kena scam. Cuma tadi Sunhawk je lah kita orang rasa dapat circle lah. I think out of the other rest map, map Sunhawk je lah kita orang dapat circle. Lain semua kita orang kena kejar circle.
Yeah, so Geek Fam, if you guys already have watched, they always win the rotation, they win the circle, but unfortunately this time it has not been good on them. So Yep, that was their fate. So, last soalan ni, because tak banyak orang yang kita interview, kita dapat interview player. So, you are one of the teams that we managed to interview a player who is playing. So, apakah perasaan awak sebagai pro player Geek Fam buat masa ini? Your true feelings, Sin.
Feeling saya, I think bangga lah. Because this is what I've been wanting to do since I was young. Saya memang nak jadi professional player. Memang impian saya menjadi gamer lah. Tak kisahlah game apa, tapi kita dah ditakdirkan saya main game mobile. So feeling dia, saya bersyukur sangat. Saya dapat wakil Malaysia, saya dapat main untuk Malaysia, dapat jadi professional player untuk Geek Fam. So ya, feeling dia sangat best lah. Cuma as a professional player, ups and downs dia pun sakit lah. So sekarang ni kita tengah feeling the downs, and insyaAllah lah kita dapat rasa yang daripada high balik.
Yes guys, so Sin is saying he is feeling proud as a pro player, but as of now, you guys know Geek Fam, they are not doing too well. So this is where you guys, the supporters, come in. Go into their IG, give them motivational support. This is where you guys need to do it in the comment section. So those of you who are supporting Geek Fam, please do so. It matters to them, okay? So all the best Geek Fam dengan Sin. I hope to see you coming up back. It's not too late. There's still one more day. There's still one more match. So all the best to you, Geek Fam. We see you very soon. Okay, Sin? Good luck.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Go. Okay guys, so let's as per normal, let's do some analysis, especially in Sandhawk. So honestly, I had a tough time doing this analysis. Usually Sandhawk, we know what is the gameplay like, you know. Teams will like do it passively, and then they will fight maybe after the 18 minutes or the third circle. But this time, because it's the last super weekend, we see a lot of surprises. One of it is, yes, the flight route started from Cow and St. Dogs, pretty much cut it across in the middle. But how teams move around, and yes, FaZe again won a chicken dinner. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday Sandhawk, they won a chicken dinner also. But this time, if you were to compare yesterday's chicken dinner and today's chicken dinner, you see the unorthodox movements again. So that's why I say this Sandhawk, and yesterday Sandhawk was not as bad as today. Today it was a lot of teams. I wrote here, a lot of teams were visiting others' drop spot or rotation. Does not mean that they are clashing and it's wrong. No, it's about tacticality. So yes, there was a lot of disturbance going on, and if you followed certain teams' drop spot, you realize that hey, they're not supposed to be here, but that is not wrong. That's again strategical thinking of each IGL or even their coaches. So a lot of these things was surprises in the back, and because of that also you see unorthodox movements, not only just by FaZe Clan. A lot of these teams were moving a lot, or I mean like different angles. The rotation does not make sense, because one of it is one of the key points is for them to get elimination points, or even to disturb or slow down the process of them getting into the circle. Because we know that in Sandhawk, for you to get a chicken dinner or even the top 3, it's harder because of the smaller space, and you know, everybody's trying to get in. So right now we're looking into this graphic. Yes, Geek Fam finally winning the circle. They got a portion of it here in Pi 9, and their rotation isn't as much because they drop into ruins. But look at all these other teams who are coming into the circle. A few of them already, like, you know, in the center circle, they're not really doing anything. But honestly, in the kill feed, we did see a lot of knockouts, a lot of kill steals happening, and some of these teams are still trying to play by the perimeter. So teams that I'm trying to the teams that I'm referring to is like Vampire, NFT, EVOS, and also Infinity. So these teams, they have one intention, and that is to disturb, to get elimination points, and to also sometimes they are trying to loot, you know, like first aids and stuff along the way. So these teams that is outside of the perimeters, it's a little bit difficult for them to even get in, or even concealing it with a chicken dinner. It's not possible anymore, again, because of the way the teams are playing right now in Sandhawk. We see fights as early as 11 minutes, you know, especially when we saw Axis versus they push Apaunam BN United. Alright, so Now, looking into this circle, we see where FaZe Clan is. They are playing at the sides or near the river bank. And again, this is strategical thinking. They are not. It's similar to what they had yesterday, if you remember. The FaZe Clan, they were playing near the river side, near the cliff, and they get information. But this one, at this particular graphic we are looking at, this is not a vantage point. In fact, it's like a ditch. It drops inside. It's a little compound. But the only thing that you when you look into the map, they only have to flash or take note of the teams that is in front of them, or just particularly one angle as compared to they have to do a 360 clearance. So right now, the only team that they have to worry at their backs is only MSC Chonburi, which is only one person as compared to everyone else that is in front. So they will only take fights when it's necessary, and plus they are packed together and they have a compound. And fortunately for teams like FaZe Clan, the circle ends near a compound. So it's a blessing in disguise for them. I'm sure they did not expect to win the chicken dinner also, because again, it really depends on rotation. And teams who actually try to get their way into the circle, they are hoping that the zone goes on them. People like our teams like Geek Fam, teams like GDGID, they are hoping that the circle ends where they are. But unfortunately and fortunately, it went to FaZe Clan. So right now, we can see there is a vantage point over where Painan is. You can see the houses where Four Rivals was, and how they actually were being pushed in a sense. Initially, I really thought they could clutch, but Epi, using the DBS meta in Sandhawk, we have been seeing this quite a bit, especially in the first minutes of the fights. He tried to do it. He nearly got it until the last person came out, and of course, it won by an automatic rifle that kind of hit him down. Okay, so this particular graphic, we can see the advantages of what FaZe Clan have. We don't have to bother the player behind because it's already a very painful circle. If they get to spray, they might not get to finish because yes, FaZe Clan, there are still 3 players, they might just get a knockout. So they don't really have to bother about people behind. In fact, they just have to do subtraction that is the players that is in front of them. And it's not much of a threat because we can see the blue and nobody is currently in the circle, but the control or the kingmaker is still FaZe Clan because they can come out easily as compared to the team like Vampire and GDGID. They have to fight and listen to each other's footsteps. As compared to FaZe, they just have to like, okay, I'm just going to get information. I'm just going to subtract one by one. As compared to the teams that is right now we are seeing is Vampire, GDGID, and of course Eagles, only one person alive. But although that was an amazing job what he tried to do at the very end, but did not get to execute it right. And FaZe Clan, chicken dinner, wonderfully done. Now I'm throwing you back to the casters, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
Thank you so much. You're wonderful. She true.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. I'm impacted by it. Wonderful throw. Bye, says Jenny. Thank you so much. The gorgeous Jenny. And also, you guys are watching the PUBG Mobile Season 4 South Asia Championship here live. We're down to the final game, but before that, always we have to thank PUBG Mobile first because they're bringing us this exciting tournament, which also co-organized by VSP and definitely VSP Power Esports. And by the way, we want to thank our official smartphone partner. Ding, 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 ding. There you go. Ding, 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 ding. We're holding a lollipop. Xiaomi Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. Challenge everything and challenge to redeem because you can get a lot of items in-game. Buy Xiaomi in-game items, redeem it right now. No time to lose anymore because we're down to the final match here for day number 2 Super Weekend 3. And also, redeem the code for the Xiaomi outfit. And not forgetting, tomorrow is your lucky Sunday. Not just going to be Halloween. It's going to be also the lucky draw activity on 31st October Sunday. Make sure you are present because if not, you're losing quite a lot. How to get into the lucky draw? Just join in our YouTube channel. It's going to be on YouTube for PUBG Mobile Malaysia. Be sure to be there because Xiaomi, not just one of the best, really is the best PUBG Mobile for gaming phone. They're also giving you so many goodies. Also, we want to thank our official media partner, none other than Esports Fight Club. We're fighting with a lollipop here today. There you go. It's gonna be watch and earn exclusively, and just watch it on the platform of Esports Fight Club, and you can earn more while you watch. So basically, we're giving away so many free stuff and freebies for you. It's not enough. Oh, we'll see in the future. Like, so what else they're gonna give us, right?
Yeah, they're going to give us a lot of love, that's for sure.
More lollipops.
Yeah,
maybe.
more lollipops maybe, more
This
lollipops.
lollipop's great.
Yeah, this lollipop's amazing. Wow.
Chicho and him, here's Cloud. We've been
Yeah.
entire day with you, by the way.
Yeah.
In case you didn't notice, you know.
Yeah, we're still here, by the way. And this is the last game for
Last
today.
game?
Last game for today. So it's going to be coming back into Erangel after this. So FaZe Clan on the roll again. They are taking the top spot. EVOS Reborn, when we're looking at the overalls and saying like, no, we cannot have any of this. EVOS needs to step up in this last game.
Oh, don't trigger the tiger now because they can go on a rampage mode. Before we go into more ramping elimination later, here comes the mode that has been returned. Vikendi on October 8th. Obviously, I miss a lot of Vikendi. I love Vikendi. I miss tournament Vikendi, but here comes a bit, you know, to living up the nostalgia of Vikendi. And we have also Runic Power, Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0 in faction mode up till November 15th, starting from October 31st, which is going to be tomorrow. So make sure you log into your PUBG Mobile to start and try and play, making content about all these modes that's going to happen, which in a very limited time.
Yeah, I know, right? So maximum is up until 15 November. Of course, some of this you can start on the 31st of October. So that's going to happen really, really soon. So make sure you get your phone. When you have it, you will see that there's an update button on your bottom left. You know where you normally update the maps. Yeah, that's how you normally do it. For Runic Power, it's already up and running. So you can actually update it and play it. Yeah, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you try it out. But also make sure you grab these freebies in-game.
A very cute onesie. It looks like a onesie down to the even the shoes are going to be the same color. It's going to be a free permanent baby shark set from the 24th of October up till the 20th of November. It's going to be a do for you day because it's going to be really happy and you're going to play happily with your friends and family. And do tell us if any of you guys get the drop from the baby shark set, if you get the free permanent. Do tell us if you have all the colors yet.
Yeah, I know, right? I would claim mine though, to be honest. So I don't know if it comes in variable colors, but maybe tell us in the comment section. We'd like to know as well before we find out ourselves. Of course, it's nice to know from you guys, whatever that you get. Just let us know in the comment section. Maybe tag us on our social medias as well, so you get to see what you guys get from those in-game gifts. Yeah.
Yep, do a screenshot and just tag away PUBG Mobile. Even our own Instagram for me, Sir Cloud. No, I'm not Sir Cloud. Sir Cloud for me at Chuchu Gaming, Instagram, Facebook, whatever it is, YouTube, whatever, wherever. But I do want to know what kind of shark is actually a yellow color shark.
It's definitely not the MS Chonburi.
No, it's definitely the PUBG Mobile shark.
Yeah, the PUBG Mobile shark.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe after this, when we win a shark dinner.
Oh. Well, if it's MS Chonburi, then maybe. Imagine we go by the teams, right? Like if EVOS gets winner tiger dinner.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But the aliens will be aliens. But if it's like example, even though they're not playing Team Secret, how do you?
Winner eye dinner, like the eye logo. But FaZe Clan, how do you do it? There you go.
Yeah, that's kind of hard.
I know, winner Tony K dinner or something. Yeah, just because it's Tony K. Right? I mean, we all love Tony K.
For rivals is like something fascinating to think about if that happens too. The vampires definitely have vampires and bats on their side. The Eagle Esports have Eagles. Yeah, and United.
Winner. I have no idea. Maybe there's an actual meaning like Vietnam.
Vietnam United. So
yeah.
Is it a place? So they put a tower of it.
Yeah, I don't know whether Vietnam is like a place or whether it means something.
Even Onyx.
Yeah.
NFT.
Yeah,
Onyx,
there you have it. Yeah,
these are
yeah.
the teams that we have no
Yeah.
clue what kind of. They haven't
No.
integrated any animal kind of symbol in the logo, so it's kind of hard for us to figure out how to put them in the tagline. So that's why we didn't do it anyway. It's best to, you know what, chicken it all the way.
Yeah, we call it chicken all the way. If not, we just keep. If not, we call them
And
lollipops.
surprisingly, when we say when we win a chicken dinner, none of the teams actually have any chicken logo here in the tournament yet. we haven't got any chicken tournament logo ever. So if you guys want to make a logo yourself, this is a good time for you to use the chicken for your logo, because you want to get that chicken dinner, right? So it might just be a blessing from the chickens.
Well, there was in season 3, Tauge Ayam,
That
the
one
chicken
is-
logo.
That was it. This season, I mean.
Yeah, because it's, well, we have to let our international audience
Yeah,
know as
that's
well.
true,
So
that's
Tauge Ayam is literally translated as, what's Tauge again? It's a,
Soybean sprout.
yeah, it's a bean sprout chicken. Yeah, it's literally translated as bean sprout chicken. So the team logo is a chicken with bean sprout. Yeah,
It's
like
actually
literally.
a good meal in Malaysia, by the way. We eat it with rice, so that's a bit of a culture drop bomb there for the food. And we're obviously not hungry at all. But less than 1 minute, we're down to Super Weekend Week 3, Day 2, match number 5 in Erangel. Coming up very soon. Where do you think the circle will be? Okay, now for that question, who do you think will take away this? Will it be EVOS Reborn? Because they are hungry for that number 1 spot and they are roaring fiercely, wanting back their spot there that's been snatched away by this, the guys from FaZe Clan.
Oh yeah, they're definitely hungry because they want to get back that first spot, that's for sure. Can they do it? And not only for them, the bottom 4 as well. So Onyx, they'll be furious that they lost their top 16 spot. They felt the air of the top 16 not even for 1 hour. I know, right?
That's probably an hour, you know,
Maybe.
after the team interview and stuff like that, it kind of completes the hour. But for EVOS Reborn, they have been holding that number 1 spot for 2 days in a row now. So will they close it up with them finishing up at number 1 spot again? Let's not waste any more time flying into Erangel, going in live for our last match of almost done the Super Weekend Week 3, day number 2. We're down to 1 more day tomorrow. But here comes Sonovska military base up to on the outskirts of Yasnaya or the southern part of Commission.
Yeah, so this kind of flight path again, any flight path that's like on one side or towards one side, you can expect like early fights like in the middle of the road trying to get the vehicles. So you can expect that to happen in this round. What's going to be interesting is the NFT. Because NFT, if you remember Security and Pubg, they always bump into some other teams. They haven't found a home yet.
They couldn't find any home at this point because the moment they found themselves a drop spot that they really can stick themselves into it, teams like the teams that really want to go for the elimination points will try to find them. But the problem with them keep on swapping out the places, they are not familiar with the environment and have to work around things. It's like they need to build up but they don't have the time anymore. Because you usually do that during the first week. So now it's a bit hard to catch up for that.
Oh,
Did we rush off? Maybe?
Oh, this is a hard one. It could go up, it could go down, and teams will need to make a decision. I think we had this similar circle in the first Erangel today.
Here comes a shot. A fire has been shot.
Ah.
Well, RQ Ryu, no bet. So he's just gonna bail this one out. Exit Red One is really not stopping. Even though they got themselves quite a run in the last match, the last round, they have been moving quite a lot, but not very productive. You ask me, they only got 5 elimination points, ended up in 5th place. Not so shabby, not too shabby, but they can get more. It's just that it wasn't their luck or didn't bump into any team during that time.
But another team that hopes to not bump into anyone else is Geek Fam, because they normally go to the northern Yogopo. So based on the flight path, it's a bit far for them. They are hoping to not bump into someone else, especially vampires. Somehow vampires, they like to be near Geek Fam when it comes to Yogopo.
That's true. It feels like they've been tailing them the entire tournament. Wow, look at the space.
Wow, that's nice.
Snissel's
Hey,
actually...
Snissel, yeah, he's having a good time.
Yep, he's just wagging and just giving a bit of a punch dance movement. Now grabbing back to his phone and just going to focus it a bit. Maybe he needs a bit of moral boost just now for GD. So they try to relax themselves, shake out the nerves. But here comes Rabies, shooting out quite a lot. with the AKM, but random spray. There you go. Why not?
Why not? Why not? I mean, you got extra bullets to put out, right? So it's okay.
I don't think so.
Well, you could spare a few.
He got a 16 only. Just now, I didn't reload. I'm not sure if he got enough for that bullet in his magazines. Yeah, so you don't want to waste that much because it might be usable when you really need it to shoot.
Well, I guess maybe for DX, they're like, yeah, just trying to show them, just showing their gangster side. I mean, that's the only explanation that I
Well,
can
they
get.
are the Arachnic, which means they are the spiders. So that's gangster enough for me.
Oh, so spiders are gangsters for you?
Yep.
So.
They are the biggest bully in the world. I'm so scared of them.
Oh,
actually.
really? So you don't like spiders? What would you do if you see
I
one?
have a phobia against.
Oh, so if we go to the zoo and there's this spider section,
Yeah, I can't stand it. I'm just gonna, you
just wait outside.
No, yep, it's best to do that.
Now I know where to do. Now I know where to have your birthday party. Then we're going to the spider section.
Yeah, I'm not gonna tell when's my birthday, so that's not gonna happen. We're jumping back to FaZe, who's starting a bit slow this time, but they always fire it up during the middle section of the match itself. Capone, well, the rest of an NFT. We talk about this team quite a lot. I just want to see something good happen to them for once, you know?
Well, this time it's good. This time they have somewhere where no one else is at. So it's Stauber, it seems, and that's a good start because for like, what, 2 rounds already, multiple rounds, they went to Severny, they meet up with someone else, they go to Lipovka, someone's there. Finally going to Stauber where no one's interested in Stauber. Well, there was once someone was, but not this round.
The circle is quite near to Stauber, so they can use it to its their advantage. You don't have to actually rotate that much. But the problem is, with NFT, they couldn't hold a fight, and they just having a tough time to reassess the situation, to actually read out the atmosphere about where to stand and where to position themselves when they need it. So that's where they are a bit slack, like, I don't know, kind of a lacking point coming up for them in that perspective. They're tactical wise. When it comes to individual skills, there's so much room for improvement still. But it's just the main reason I think it would be them having that confidence and believe in themselves a bit more, you know?
Yeah, I mean, confidence is definitely not their strength. We can see from taking fights to defending, so things like that. It hasn't been their strength since week 1. I still remember when it comes to week 1, they needed the points to go into the Super Weekend, but they still played very, very passively. So they definitely need a sugar rush. So somebody send them this lollipop or a lot of lollipops. They definitely need more motivation. Like someone needs to tell them, like, NFT, if you see a fight, you can take it. Just go for it. Go all out for it. Don't second guess yourself.
No,
if you don't second guess yourself, you could win.
They did try. They did try. I can see that they are really trying quite hard for NFT, but it's just sometimes they didn't synchronize and move as a unison in a team. And it's just all over the place when they tried to force a fight, and it's just a big mess.
Well, that could also mean that as a 4-man unit team, not everyone's like 100% confident. Like maybe 2 of them are like, okay, yeah, let's go, we can win this. But the other 2 may be like, I think we can win this. Yeah, the moment you do the I think we can win this, that becomes a 50-50 split.
Yep. You have to have that confidence, but overconfidence sometimes not that great as well. Just having it moderately enough is good, is great. And speaking of the teams here, we do know Bigetron RA aliens, they're having ups and downs still. And Liquid gonna be pairing up with Yuhai again. Infinity are migrating. But I do want to talk about and ask your opinion regarding RRQ Ryu.
RRQ Ryu. Frankly, in PMPL Indonesia, they weren't the best team as well. They kind of scraped through getting here into the SEA Championship, and seeing their current performance, I think it's a reflection of their Indonesia performance. Probably, and it's a different stage. This is a bigger stage, obviously. They haven't been up to that par, so I guess that it's a reflection of how they were in Indonesia, in the PMPL.
So they need to have a bit more of a growth, some sort of growth spurt when it comes to their progress. They haven't been that much yet.
Yeah.
I haven't seen them at their best yet. They can have more, but they're just kind of maybe a bit nervous about getting into the PMPL SEA Championship. That's one thing, because we do know there's so many big teams out there, including Infinity, that's last year's champion. But here comes a couple of preemptive shots coming out from the Eagle Esports Namshin with a DP28, trying to take down an Axis RedONE. Well, that's quite far apart between these two teams. Namshin just holding this angle, making sure that Axis RedONE's not going to chase them over, giving a warning shot not to follow them, possibly.
Yeah, sometimes it's just more like, okay, just to mark their territory. Okay, I'm here, just don't go this area. And talking about areas, so the circle still sort of like a 60-40, 40 for the southern side, 60 for the top side. And okay, this one thing I noticed recently. Airdrops are starting to be a thing, okay, when it comes to being clues for the circle. 80% of the time.
I thought it was not indicative for that anymore.
Well, because I run scrims as well, so I kind of observe the pattern of the circle.
It was back then in Season 1 and Season 2, even during the PMCO, but then it kind of, not really that anymore, and then maybe it's coming back again.
Correct, yeah. So at some point, I think around maybe somewhere between Season 2 and Season 3, it wasn't really a trend, but I'm seeing that happening recently, like 80% of the time, it follows the airdrop.
Okay, we're going to wait and see. If that does happen, it's going to be in shooting range for the net circle pops. But if it's not, maybe Rozhawk, because that's more favorable sometimes when it comes to this kind of circle. Rozhawk is still in there somewhere, but it's really far south corner of the circle just now. So it's so unpredictable when it comes to this kind of circle. We have to wait and see. But I'm loving the fact that we're having an unusual circle instead of common Gatka. Gatka is a good circle, yes, but here comes Voldemort. Just gonna saying hello.
And so Voldemort is not only going to say hello, but he needs to say goodbye at the same time because he needs to get away. He's the only one here, but he's going to move to the southern side. So where Rozhawk is at, looks like they're going to choose the 40% of being in the main island.
Lesser percentage of it. Eagle Esports and also Bigetron RA Aliens will have it a go. They made contact, and Namshin and also Chopper positioned themselves. While we have Axis RedONE and RQ Ryu also positioned themselves into battle mode, I called it right now, sieging both of their compounds. And now we're looking at Vokia's entry fragger. Same goes for Micah. It's going to be always side by side, these two, scouting out the area, while Infinity, I'm not sure where are the rest of them, but they are playing around the mountains.
As usually, they like to play like a split for the Infinity. So we did see that maybe two of them are at the mountain, maybe two is just below, somewhere like that. But moving on to the Eagles, spots out the Red Aliens just in front of them. Good news is that they are still in the circle, so that's okay. Quiet distance between them, and still the second circle. So I don't expect big clashes there. Maybe just a few shots, and that's about it.
Maybe just kind of a shy battle, There's rubbing in out each other, and they just part ways, and hopefully they meet again, that kind of reunion later. But for Bigetron RA Aliens, they can park here for some time. Same goes for RQ Ryu. But if the circle actually shrinks, it's gonna be RQ Ryu that's in a problematic situation because they have to cut across Exit Red One that has been waiting for some time.
Yeah, so it depends whether the circle goes up or goes down. If it goes down, they need to go through access road. But if it goes up, at least they have access to the bridge. So I think they're just banking on their luck here. Let's see, because the circle should show itself, and yes, so it's going to go up. That means RRQ will need to take the bridge, go up, and find the next spot.
This should be okay for NFT. They dropped by quite nearby before, but they cut across the other way around the circle. While we're looking at BN United, they just trying to make sure they got themselves covered from the fires of Vampires. Well, BN United, not just the Vampires, actually one more team shooting about. Oh, for Rivals taking also against Bigetron RA Aliens on the other side.
Oh, here we have it. So we have UI getting one knocked down by the nade on the UI. UI goes down. Liquid at the forefront here. Luxy on the right side. While Luxy's on the left. Pamburu will toss out his own utilities. Pamburu with the M249 and the nade. Pamburu takes out one. And there you have it. M249 will secure the elimination point. Pamburu is still alive though.
Oh my god, suddenly everywhere
Oh!
is... Whoa! Pamburu taking one by one down, but Liquid just compensates it for the entire team.
Oh!
My goodness.
So it looks like this is the opposite, where Axis Red 1 is going towards the bridge and they bump into RRQ. So now the fight is happening, and now Volky tries to get one. RRQ goes down, and Axis Red 1. This is revenge from Sanhawk. Just they're completing the revenge in Irango.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't finish it, but now EVOS Reborn is not done yet. They lost the #1 position just now, and they have to fight against GD and also NFT. Start to move. This is what we wanted. NFT, can they clutch this? Can they finally have a good start? Oh, they almost wiped out. They wiped out almost the entire team of EVOS. Remaining only last member survived, and now they're going for GD next.
Oh yeah, they're not done yet. Redface will take one out. EVOS cannot go out at this point. EVOS goes out. FaZe Clan can still pull away, and maybe even 4 Rivals will go on top of them. But let's see what's going to happen. 4 Rivals also have one team member left. FaZe Clan, this could be their moment to pull away. Redface, the last team member. Redface going up against Ramos. Redface 1v1 Ramos. Can he actually finish up the open? No! So it's going to be EVOS Reborn bowing out. 50 plays, only 2 elimination points for them. This is the opportunity for FaZe Clan. They're looking at the elimination feed, and they will pull away.
No time to reset for NFT. They picked the fight against GD just now because they didn't realize they miscalculated. Not the entire team of EVOS Reborn bow out just now. Redface making it hard for them. They have to fight GD now. MS Chonburi Ponsai out. It's going to be Namshi making sure he's nowhere to be found. We have Jasper from the back line here, but they realize it and they are keeping tab on Jasper.
Here we have it. Jasper trying to take one now, but it's not going to be easy. Jasper, he is with his teammate though, but we don't really see where he is. Oh, there you have it. That's TG13. Jasper tries to go away. The shot do connect from Namshin, but not enough to knock down Jasper. Jasper is critical, but they're busy behind. So we have TG13 actually being the thorn, but Namshin will go down to MR5 at the same time.
Oh, looking at one team is actually nowhere and nearby the Royal Rumble. The only team inside the circle actually.
Oh yeah, the circle moves up and now it's going to be a Severny circle. You don't always see a Severny circle, so that's why you see a lot of migration happening. The big migration is happening for the teams. That's why we see a lot of fights from the third circle onwards. NFT, they're going to bump into Geek Fam soon. If it goes any further forward, 2 team members there for NFT.
Now going for NFT. I'm rooting for them, sincerely. Bigetron RA Aliens try to take down on the Eagle Esport. They pop up the smoke that gives away the position on top of that hill. It's going to be Bigetron RA Aliens eyeing it out. But they need to cut across, so they need to get into the circle first. But there's so many teams out there. Vampire's coming up from behind of Eagle Esports as well. So how do they get into the circle? So many teams down there. GD fighting MS. Chonburi is still going on. It's been such a long time, but Chonburi is trying to fight on TG13. They managed to knock one down just now for the GD. GD quite far just now. It's going to be Cecil. Bound down, nobody's going to save him.
But Sata, can he finish up the rest of MS Chonburi? Sees Jasper on the left, sees TG13 on the right, but looks like they're going to focus on the rotation. They're all on the outside of the circle. Ravenclaw goes down somewhere else. Sata is moving in. Does he want to finish up the job, or is he going to focus on the rotation? Looks like he may be interested to go for MS Chonburi, but they're moving as well. TG13 trying to take down Sata. Sata is all alone. Sata tries to fire. Does connect one shot, but not enough. Oh my goodness! Sata still managed to take one down. Wow!
That's still a headshot, by the way. Do you hear the clank just now? It's obviously a random shot, but he got it anyway. Yeah, now back to GZ, going for Jasper, but he got away. Right now, we're looking at 4 Rivals bowing down, but these Xaviers, they stuck in the rut. Now down to Duke only. Oh man, this is tough to watch.
Yeah, this is hard. This is hard considering that they are still in the running to do that miracle run, but it hasn't been a good second half for DX. Now Duke, the last man standing. He has a lot of teams around him. He has to be careful here. Don't expose himself too much. At the same time, we can see on the mini screen, looks like it's FaZe Clan against GD with Sata going down. Daybot, the last man standing, but going up against FaZe Clan in full squad, it's not going to be easy. But Satar, can he be picked up? Where are the other two team members from GD? Not sure. Oh, okay, the cavalry has arrived.
GD fighting NFT earlier. They're fighting MS Chonburi. And next one is going to be FaZe. And now the last one man finish off Satar straight away. Cecil and Booms. How do they get in? Oh, core pie. MR5. That's perfect grenade just now. Finish off straight away. Clean execution now. Down to Booms. He stay very, very quiet. He needs to move. The blue shrinking in any time now.
But now we move back onto the Eagles. Here we have it. The Vampires just below the 1 nade on the Rainbow Cross as Stone. Need to get back in to reset this up. Flucam will be taking care of the entrance, but Flucam is down as well. Where did the shot come from? It's Geek Fam. Geek Fam on the Vampires. This is what I said. They always meet in Irigo.
What's more interesting, look at the circle. It just shifted downwards after such a north circle all the way. Suddenly the last one have to be this southern side, and it's going to be Eagle Esports inside. Bigetron RA aliens are still taking a lot of time to see and just to scout things out on the side of Infinity. But grenade as a greeting by Tani, hitting Liquid. Luxy is trying to save him. Zuxi quite far behind. Oh.
My goodness, that nade almost taking out Luxy, so Luxy is going to recover Liquid, but no more time, 5 more seconds to go. But Axis Red One going up against BN United. We can see that Micah goes down. Volky together with Kacang Susu, the last two standing here. Volky tossing out his nade. Volky loves his nade, but his nade will not connect just yet.
Now back to BN United. When it comes to CQC, this is just specialty. Now prove us if it's right. Or are we wrong? BN United, White Cat tossing out on the right side first, but they have Kacang Susu and Vuki on the left side of the compound. The building smokes up, they should know, but they try to bait out the BN United to get out from where they were at behind that. And Bigetron Aliens is behind this, somebody fighting as well. We're looking at Geek Fam still going for the guns, and Voki open up the door to scout things out, to have a peek, but nothing's happened now.
Oh, at the same time, we can see that Liquid takes down Mela somewhere else, and Liquid! Mela is out in the open because they're outside the circle. Got 20 when we need to make his move, but Liquid is being the guardian of the entrance, guardian of the other side of the road.
Oh, Infinity Mela just gonna bleed out while they come in. Fine for Liquid. No, Liquid missed. He whipped. He's angry.
Oh, wow!
Logan down on his knees.
Wow, Liquid, but he's not done yet. Yes, Liquid against Gatsune. We'll make sure work onto Liquid. Now it's down to Luxy as well. Zuxi, the twins here for Bigetron Red Aliens.
Twins have to work things out. The only 2 men left there in the middle. They got Newsy. And now they want to finish off with a Molotov. That's it. But Zuxi and Luxy, can they finish off straight away? Definitely. Eliminator exits Red One next at 11th place. We have one more team out. By the way, it's going to be Infinity. Well, we're looking at Eagle Esports fighting FaZe with GD behind and Vampire up front. It's going to be a tough one.
With Infinity out, that means no one can overtake FaZe Clan in this round. So FaZe Clan will definitely pull away. Bigetron Red Aliens just too far for that one round. They need to depend on what happens tomorrow. FaZe Clan still a full-man squad here, putting pressure onto the Eagles right in front of the Booms. Will be taken out with a long-range shot coming in from Onyx. Onyx kind of saving the day for FaZe Clan.
A downtown shot just now, it wasn't safe. If they want the point for FaZe, they can take it, but FaZe a bit too far, a bit too hard to see. On the side of Geek Fam, they are taking this compound as their 4 walls, as their fort, to just have a defense a bit more. And Geek Fam, they are spread out quite far apart, and there's 2 of them working as a front line, another 2 at the back line, while Bigetron Aliens have only 2. BNU start to move. We have Eagle Esports on the other side fighting at the Vampires, cornering them. FaZe might just come do the housekeeping.
Oh, here we have it. Silence from BN United. They are still a full squad, but they don't have the zone. Right from the FaZe Clan. Geek Fam is still alive. 4-man squad for them as well, but they don't have the zone. They need to make that move. The Eagles, now we can see that Dagger as well as Pubg. They need to make their way into the circle. But can they do it? Because just look at this. There's a lot of teams close by each other. We have BN United, and we have the Vampires on the left side.
FaZe coming in. FaZe finish off Chopper. Here comes the team.
Whoa!
Oh, house clean inning is here. The service is open wide as FaZe really wants to go for more. They're getting one on that con. Now down to Perigin. Can he clutch this? This is hard, but we have Vampire down the bunker as well.
Yeah, we have Vampires in the bunker, so not sure if FaZe Clan knows. We can see that Stone is coming in from behind. Corpai, we need to finish up in front. He need to focus in front first. He cannot focus in two areas. Corpai, 50% of health left. They need to finish off the Vampires. Now Vampires can shoot them from behind, but move back over to Geek Fam. Geek Fam now on the outside of the zone. They need to find a way into the circle, and now Damru will be in the forefront. He will move first.
Now, luckily they have UAZ still to work with, but Damru, he's got so many heaps of bullets at the receiving end. It's really gonna hurt Bigetron RA. Trying to get one. He got QB. He finished off one more. Oh, they're looking at the wrong direction. Zaxi aiming out for the grenade. Can he get the whole team wipe here for Geek Fam?
Oh, that's a one day, rule them through. Here we have it. Coming in from Bigetron RA. Do we have more coming from them? There's one more team member for Geek Fam. Snipes goes down as well. Saint goes down. And Geek Fam is now down to Damru.
Bigetron RA still have it to go. And Geek Fam doesn't see this one coming. They are telling their vision what's in front. They forgot what's at the back. And Lux and the rest of the team are being the housekeeping team right now, not the FaZe. And Zaxi, he got pinned down. I think it's FaZe shooting from afar on top of that hill, making sure they cannot advance and move forward, but they are at the rim of the circle.
Oh, Geek Fam just in the middle. In two teams, we have Onyx on the other side, Bigetron RA as well. They're on in the circle, so that's the good news for now. But Sky only is going to toss a nade onto the side of Zaxi. It will not land onto him. Geek Fam still have Damru together with one more team member. I believe that Snipes is going to be Damru and Snipes going to hold hands together. The two brothers of Geek Fam. They know that Onyx is just beside them. But look at the circle. The circle favors Onyx and Geek Fam.
FaZe have too much forward. They got pinned down. 20K's on the ground, but they have the higher ground, so they can actually save him for now. I'm not sure if they have enough utilities for the smoke. They didn't pop any yet. They don't want to expose themselves just yet. MR5 scouting out for Onyx, counting every single person that is there right now. Well, Zaxi's eyeing on them as well, so Onyx is really in a predicament.
Oh, Zaxi trying to find a good angle there onto Geek Fam, but cannot find that right sweet spot just yet because he cannot go down. Oh, he's now down to the twins. Yes, Zaxi as well as Luxy. They're going to go to the right side. Are they in the circle? Maybe yes, maybe no, maybe just by it. But Zunos goes down to Winter. So FaZe Clan, the only team is still a full squad.
Yeah, Snake move is on, and here we go. It's going live for the Snakes coming up. And Zaxi getting one with the EWM, getting on Senbei, and switch to DB28. Zaxi, the twins knows what they're doing. Tony K take on BAN United again. They might just squish all the teams down there. And Geek Fam on the other end, they have been standing such a long time in the center of it.
Yeah, there's nowhere else to go, but oh, hang that thought for a second. Corpai takes on Jeff. Senbei is down as well. Sky only, the last team member for Onyx, that's still active. Corpai goes down, and now Onyx, they need to recover. BAN United, 6 place, 7 elimination points for them. Zaxi goes, and then you have a Bigetron RA 12th place.
They were not inside the circle. They were right far off in the blue, so they're being forced to stand up just now. The Snakes won't be happening at the inside of the blue zone. It's not going to help. But here comes the Snakes move. It's on again. Geek Fam, Snipes going slowly marching forward to its FaZe direction. But FaZe, they might just have a clean run this time. They have 3 men, the advantage of it. Onyx one knocked down. Vampire's burning, definitely.
Oh, Stone almost burned to death there, but Stone is still active. But at the same time, we can see that FaZe Clan, they're playing with 3 team members. One is already down. Geek Fam now down to Damru as well. Snipes still the duo here, but random shots coming in from Damru on the side of Onyx. It will not land on the right side there. Damru tries. Can they actually land those shots? No, not yet. Sky only is still active.
Oh, looking at so many teams. 4 teams. There is 1 person in each. And now the Vampires. Sorry, the Vampires, also the FaZe, and we have Geek Fam. Last but not least, Onyx, all desperate enough to stay right in front of him, right in front of FaZe. He got one. He got one. Now FaZe, they have more men there. Can they scout out? But nobody was willing to stand. It's going to be prone Snake all the way, snaking it out.
Oh, but Sky only, he stands because he knows someone is there, but at the same time, that reverses his location to Damru. Damru knows exactly where Sky only is at. Sky only, he has the ledge to play with. That's why he can still stand, take a little bit of a risk. But at the same time, we can see that FaZe Clan, still 2 team members that we have Victorious together with MR5. They're still active here, but the name will be tossed out for the side of Senbei. Will it land on his opponent? Yes, it will! 5 goes down. Venturas, can he pick him up?
Perfect landing. That was a miracle, Nate, just now. Back to the Vampires. He wants to finish up, but the blue closing in. He needs to just go for Snake. Oh, that's going to be FaZe taking it back into the game. But it's going to be 1v1 here. All 3 men stand up and fight, or just snake it down and fight. No problem.
Oh, but Venturas, he has a high ground advantage here. Sky only. Could this be the moment for Onyx? Damn root, the last man standing for Geek Fam as well. Venturas spots on Senbei. Senbei goes down. Sky only is still active here. So it's going to be a 1v1v1 scenario. It's going to be a three-man team here. What are they going to do? Takes down Senbei. Venturas takes down Sky only. But here we have it. Damn root takes advantage. Damn root. Geek Fam coming in with a comeback here, and Geek Fam seals the deal with 7 elimination points.
My God, that was a good comeback. It was anybody's game. Onyx had the advantage with 2 men, Senbei and Sky only last minute, but unfortunately, they were discovered out, and that was a huge heroic movement coming up from all these 3 teams. Geek Fam, Onyx and FaZe. It was such a exhilarating, just sublime performance from these guys.
Sublime performance, the duo, Snipes as well as Damroot. This is why you need to keep Damroot alive. That's why he needs to stay alive. The hero for Geek Fam, Damroot, definitely gonna be the MVP. Whether or not he's gonna show up on the charts, he's my personal MVP. And you know there's a saying for this kind of Geek Fam comeback, right? Because they did that in PMPL and YSG as well. They call it doing the geek. So they're doing the geek now, ladies and gentlemen.
Hopefully that put up the smiles on their faces, because we've seen their interview before. They have been in a frown for quite some time for Geek Fam. Finally start to emerge back into the game. And look at that damage output. 500, 600, 600 and 200 over, and each one of them contributed tremendously for this round.
So Damroot, that's the stats here. Highest damage among all of them. Of course, the duo pair with Snipe. 631, 612, 2 elimination points each. And we have QB 262 and 2 elimination points. Everybody got involved, including Sane as well. So shout out to all the team members from Geek Fam. Worked so hard. At least they ended the day with a chicken dinner. Hopefully they bring this momentum to tomorrow.
But the thing is, what's scary right now, I saw how much FaZe actually had with their elimination. It's quite a number there, double digit again. So they're still holding out a #1 spot here, and they haven't been stopped shooting since yesterday. They're still going at it for quite some time. GD, a good run. Geek Fam, they lost a couple of members quite early on, but Damroot really hold on to the last breath till the end, and he managed to wait it out when actually FaZe had the advantage first with 4 men, and they're slowly dying out, and one of them are dropping one by one, and ended up only 3 players from 3 different teams as ending. That's kind of rare actually.
Yeah, and remember I told you about the podcast where the Indonesian talents were talking about that, how important Damroot is. This is again proving that you need to keep Damroot alive. If he goes out, Geek Fam goes out with him. Now, when they keep him alive till the end, if he's the last man standing, he can bring you the chicken dinner. So, Damroot, my goodness, I mean, this is almost like Damroot Esports. That's the way they put it. It's Damroot Esports.
I hate to agree that is true, but that is kind of true actually. Hopefully it's not entirely of that, because they need to not depending way too much onto Damroot. There's quite a burden on him. Plus, it's a 4-man match, but Damroot, that's really a huge clutch coming out from him, and he really carries out for the team this time to survive till the end. Even though their elimination points is kind of evenly distributed, but I have to say, to have that position, if he actually stays with his team at the center of it, he might just goes down as well. But he managed to survive. I'm not sure how, because it's been a long time. He'll be standing in the middle of the war zone.
Yeah, he knows how to choose that right location where there's this ledge to play with, and he has that vehicle to make it a bunker. So that's how they kind of survived that long. Good thing there wasn't any like a nade coming in, right? Because they were like so close. If one nade, they could rule them all out. So that was good news for that. So congratulations to Geek Fam. They really, really needed this. I'm not too sure at this point if they can actually catch up for the first place, but irregardless, if they can get this momentum to tomorrow, anything could happen.
That's very true, because what they need right now is something that works right and this time it feels right. It has been a really tough day for them since yesterday until today. They barely got any points, and their progress isn't that much. It's really going down the hill entirely. But finally they start to, you know, have a bit of a shining light at the end of the tunnel. And hopefully they can have a bit of a relief to end the day here.
Yeah, so shine bright like a diamond, right? Or maybe shine bright like our lollipop. Who knows?
Shine,
right? It does reflect a little bit, but be colorful like our lollipop. At least they end the day with a good thing. So congratulations again to Geek Fam. But for the bottom fight, now Onyx, they survived that long. Was it like third place for them? It was third or second?
But GD survived quite long enough as well. So we do want to know how they
close,
do. How do they actually leave out the impression later on when it comes to overall rankings? But they did had a couple of elimination points. But here comes the MVP.
RedONE Esports.
There you go, 631 damage with 2 elimination points, 28.3 contribution towards the team with a very short distance. Obviously, it's the entry fragger, so he has to take the risk until he has to go down.
Well, it's all worth it, right? And you kind of think about it. He was the one that went hit in first.
Yep.
He took the vehicle into the middle and he survived that, and then the rest of them follow on, and he was the last man to stay alive. He did everything basically. He took the risk and he became the hero to get the chicken dinner. They really needed that. But here we have it. FaZe Clan, because they got more elimination points, they will still be on top. That means FaZe Clan pulls away. Onyx, with 6 elimination points, third place, they open up the game. I think that they're back in the top 16.
Yep, possibly true, because I'm looking at where GD is at 10 place with 3 points.
Yeah.
So there might not be that much of a difference when it comes to between GD and also Onyx, but I do want to see, are they close enough to actually close the gap between the APG as one more thing? And FaZe, no chicken, no problem. Yep, definitely. They got elimination points, it's quite close to chicken dinner points actually. Just 1 point shy and 10 placement points. That's huge actually.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting.
And the thing about FaZe is that whenever they perform, if they got a top 3, they never have lower than 10 elimination points. That's what's really scary about them.
Oh yeah, that's quite true. So FaZe Clan, despite them not getting a chicken dinner, but again, what matters is the points that you collect, right? So FaZe Clan collect 14 as compared to Geek Fam. That's like double Geek Fam's elimination points, so that's surely the most. And considering as well, the teams below them, like 4 rivals, like the Infinity, they went out fairly early, so they would have widened the gap, including EVOS Reborn as well, fairly early.
These Xaviers, 0, 46 damage. This is kind of a rare sight based on this week's performance, but well, it's the last match anyway, so they are doing okay for the entire day. Vampires, 7, 6, 8 at 4 elimination, but there's only one that's really obvious to all of us. It's gonna be FaZe. The second highest is gonna be 7 for Geek Fam and also BN United, which both of them add up together and match up the total numbers of FaZe only. So that actually speaks out for something. That's really a lot. The damage output is 3,000 over as well.
Yeah, it's a lot there, right? So 3,000 over, 3,037, getting 14 eliminations. Well, at the end of the day, what matters is the elimination points, right? If you look at their closest rivals, EVOS Reborn only managed to get 2, and then the others, you have Infinity also 2, and I'm looking at 4 rivals, 1. It's quite a gap here. They may have opened up a gap that's big enough for maybe 1 round. And of course, the team of the hour, what else? It is FaZe Clan, no doubt.
Yep, there's nobody can actually deny this at this point. They have been wowing us with such an explosive performance since yesterday, since last week even, since during the weekdays, and they keep the momentum going. And nobody is there to stop them. They just won't stop, they won't slow down, they just keep on going.
Yep, so this is where the nursery rhyme goes, right? Like, you better watch out, you better not cry, you better watch out, I'm telling you why. FaZe Clan is coming to town. Here we have it. So FaZe Clan is in town.
One more time.
That only happens once. You know that. Yeah, those kind of things you can only do once. Yeah.
So I have to do it twice then when you
Oh,
ask
you can
me
do
to.
twice.
I don't do twice.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll make you do it.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
EVOS
Yep.
still at number 1 for total damage elimination, but look at how much FaZe pushed themselves up to the second place here in such a short time.
Yeah, considering that FaZe Clan, yes, they went through all super weekends, but their first super weekend was poor, I would say, with only 78 points collected. Second super weekend, boom, and then it was like all the way through. And yeah, so
But-
despite them getting second place, but
I'm
still
liking
tough.
the fact for GD as well. They're still at number 1 ranking for vehicle usage rate.
But they like to drive.
Yeah, they are good
Yeah.
drivers. So GD, there you go.
They good drivers, yeah. They drive all the other teams crazy. GD, good drivers. Yeah. I get it now,
Oh, so it's been going on for a week and now only you get it.
I know,
My
right?
God, such a long time.
I know, right?
But these Xaviers, I'm not sure why, but apparently they haven't been as well as yesterday. So maybe they're trying out something new. Sometimes this is a time where they already feels like comfortable enough to be in the grand final. They do know that it's a bit tiring for them to push out number 1, but might experiment some things for grand finals.
But talking about number 1, we talked about this, Choo-Choo, so there's no doubt here. Tony K is now the top eliminator. Where did he come from? He came all the way back from behind, all the way from Antarctica, coming into the number 1 spot here, taking over Damroot with 74 points, 74 eliminations. Damroot 68 eliminations, and Volky 64 is still in here. Lyzak is 63, still in the top 4. But Tony K, no one talked about him in week 1. Week 2 onwards, he's now the hero of FaZe Clan.
He's like a sponge, kind of absorb anything that he can improvise since week 1 and just make it up for week 2. But here comes EVOS Red FaZe, still squeezing in 5th place, 54 elimination points. We have Shrubs coming in from the Vampires. A lot of FaZe members here. FaZe Vintores coming up with 52, not that far off. They might swap places later. 4 Rivals Rift with 47. EVOS again, another EVOS member with Micro Boy squeezing in. They have Liza in the top 3, while 45 at EVOS Micro. We're the only Bigetron RA alien member that have left in this eliminator rankings right now. It's going to be Luxy with 44. It's been a while we haven't seen Bigetron RA aliens in the eliminator rankings in season 4 here.
Yeah, in fact, so even for the Super Weekend, so it was like the starting of the Super Weekend was like boom, boom, boom. After that, it was kind of cool. Okay, but here's where it matters, right? The points here. Oh my goodness, just look at the gap here. FaZe Clan and DX. 160 at number 1. DX is like, what, 53 points gap here. That's like 1.5 or maybe 2 games or 3 even sometimes.
3 matches, definitely.
Yeah.
Or two, at least 2 matches.
At least 2, right? So it's 107 for DX. 3rd place, Onyx doing very well. Happy to see them up there. The underdogs, 96. BTR, 94 4th place. 5th place goes to PN United, 86. 6th place, 4 Rivals, 83. We have the Sharks, Chonburi, 7th place, 76 points. And the Tigers, 71 points at 8th place.
Now GD has to worry now as they're being pushed down based on today's performance. Almost 100 for the Onyx. GD 70 points. Vampires at 62 points only. Swapping places with Eagle Esports. Axis, well, they're still there. Nothing much. Geek Fam, the only team with the chicken dinner on second page here, but they did boost quite a lot when it comes to the last place up to the 13th place, which pushed down NFT. RK Infinity is going to be 14-15, but NFT, I just feels like, do they still have that? I personally think they cannot make it for the grand finals if they don't do anything tomorrow. It based on their first game. If they banked out their first game, it's done.
Well,
they cannot even flunk one game.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to say that NFT does the, in Indonesia, they call it the ngup rank, well, they would have done it way before. So I don't see them getting in yet, but mathematically it's still possible. But we'll leave that talk for tomorrow. We still have 5 more games to go. MVP rankings, Tony K, the man of the hour. Of course, no doubt about him. Damroot, though the hero, but Tony K has been super consistent for the past 2 weeks. Liza coming in as well, and Schwabs from the Vampires at 4th place.
Well, the top 3 is going to be the same person that we've seen for the eliminators back then. FaZe, Geek Fam, It's going to be Damru, Lysak as well. Shrubs coming in for the Vampires. So we do know these are the big names that popped up quite a lot when it comes to the kill feed. So they are well deserving for these rankings, the MVPs. But here comes players for the 5th tier to 10th place. I think EVOS have all 4 members for the MVP ranking.
EVOS. Oh yeah.
Lysak was in the first page.
Yeah, Lysak was the first page. So we have KF, we have Red Face together, Micro Boy. Yeah, so it's all 4 here. It's only left the coach, but well, technically he's not playing. So yeah. So we have Ventores. Other than that, the dynamic duo with Tony K. When you see him in one chart, you see Ventores as well. So they're inseparable duo. Luxy is in this, and Pamuru, we have him here as well. So these are your MVP rankings so far. Of course, we will be accumulating all the stats till tomorrow, and we'll see who is our MVP of the league later on.
But that's it. So here comes what's really important. The first team to break the 400 marks is going to be FaZe with 410. Not the most chicken dinner, but they're having a lot of elimination points. Within just week 3 alone, they gained 160 points by far.
I know, right?
That's huge.
That's humongous. If you consider that it's only day 2, right? And you see the top, right? EVOS is 183, they're the record holders. And that's over 3 days. Imagine what FaZe Clan can get tomorrow with 5 more games. They will definitely break records, even maybe 200 plus.
And now we're down to the top 16, and who's going to drop down?
RRQ.
Oh, RRQ at 70 spot with NFT, but can they push APG? Because they might just close the gap. We will be looking at APG just... RRQ still playing, but it's not that far off to chase off to APG.
Yep. So APG is now sweating. So Zero and friends are sweating right now. So Tash's best friend is sweating.
They need pizza from...
They need pizza.
They need a good friend, a best friend, and a pizza. Definitely for APG, because that's what they've been doing. They will be waiting and praying as they're not playing for this Super Weekend. That's going to be a really tough wait for them and really painful as well.
Yeah, I think Tash should give Zero a call just to, like, you know, calm him down. It's like, Zero, it's okay. I mean, you need to, there's still one more day. Just pray.
Maybe they need Sis Jenny to bring in something this time as
yeah,
well.
maybe it's Sis Jenny, but let's see who's Sis Jenny's guest this time. So we're moving on to the interview section. Sis Jenny, on to you.
And Peekaboo, I see you, Damroot. Congratulations, winning the chicken dinner. Hi.
Terima kasih. Hello.
Sama. Okay, so we're gonna do this interview in BM. Alright, I will translate as I go. Okay, guys, don't worry. The English, relax. Okay, so Damroot, apa perasaan awak tadi bila awak under pressure? Sebab sebenarnya tadi saya tengok awak masuk tu memang firasat awak tu sangat kuat. Saya dah pekik kat rumah macam bola awak tu tak? Benda tu sangat epic. Awak ceritakan saya apa perasaan awak?
Okay. 14 So perasaan tu of course lah macam ada pressure itu dari teammate dengan enemy juga, tapi try macam santai, relax gitu lah, macam tunggu timing yang tepat untuk like berdiri untuk kill block tu lah. Gitu.
Jadi firasat tu betul lah, you punya gut feeling apa dia panggil tu? Awak memang follow your heart, is it?
Ya. No. Kalau kita betul dari awal waktu snipe mati tu dah nak berdiri untuk kill budak yang kill snipe tu, tapi dalam macam santai and then okay lah, tunggu je lah dalam fight, then ikut timing, then barulah bunuh budak tu.
It's really admirable on what Damroot did, because he was under pressure, and it's the gut feeling that and the experience. You guys can watch the replay and you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so Damroot, soalan kedua. Ni, what is the hat trick daripada Sandhawk dengan Iranga? Awak tengok bola kan? Awak tu hat trick kan?
Tahu.
So hat-trick apa Geek Fam dapat momentum balik daripada Sandhawk tadi dengan Erangel ni?
So first kita orang dapat momentum dari map ketiga, map Erangel yang kita orang ratakan NFT. So start sana momentum kita orang dah macam okay lah, lagi better berbanding match kemarin dengan sebelum ni. Then lepas tu dari map Sandhawk macam mana, kami try macam main biasa gitu lah. Main biasa macam don't think about the point, lepas tu main terus gitu lah. Then map Erangel ni Alhamdulillah chicken. Thank you.
Yes. So he's saying that he kept the normal momentum. The difference is they don't think about the points. They don't think, they were just playing like as though how Geek Fam was. So because of that, they were being themselves. They got a chicken dinner and they got their momentum back. So I hope to see them performing like this. Saya harap awak dapat keep momentum macam ni. Jadi besok lagi mantap progress awak. Okay, Damrut?
InsyaAllah. Okay.
Amin. Alright. Thank you so much. Kita jumpa lagi. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Alright guys, what an epic gameplay. I was literally shouting at home, not being, like, okay Geek Fam. No, it's just this kind of endings are super epic, and I will tell you why I'm so excited, like I win the World Cup or something like that. I will tell you why coming to the last graphic, don't worry. Okay, so now the flight route started SMB to Yasenaya, near Yasenaya, and then the circle, you saw it close into the north side. Again, this is something very familiar. We've seen this many a times, and to quote what Sir Cloud was saying earlier, airdrop is usually sometimes 80% where the circle is. I remember the first airdrop, it was near Zarki, so a few of the players, I know a lot of the teams were rotating from the southern side of the current circle. Okay, so meaning the hospital, ruins, a lot of these teams were from this area. It was a cluster. In fact, the north side, it was empty. It only started to get people start to occupy that place during the circle number 4. All of them decided to come into Servany. So Geek Fam, again, you look at this rotation, it does not make sense. I mean, but at the same time, sometimes it's not that, oh, you have the way you rotate in, it has to make sense. It has to be direct. No, because when it comes to PMPL SEA League, you have to outsmart the smart. Because everybody here, they are pro players. So in order for you to win the chicken dinner or to even farm kills, you need to be able to always act first. Get your act together and do it first and execute first before anyone else get to read what you're going to do next. So that is something that I would say Geek Fam successfully did, especially coming towards the end. That was a very good call by Geek Fam. Again, I will emphasize that later. Alright, so initially, looking and coming closer into the last few circles, it looks like as if FaZe Clan was about to take the throne one more time, because it's a similar gameplay, the way they are rotating in, the way they executed. Why? They like to take vantage points. They always go to the hillside, they get information where they were right now in the graphics. They are coming in from shooting range, then they slowly they move forward into where the underground tunnel is, and then after that they went into somewhat like a form of hilly. These areas, there are a lot of hills, there's a lot of shoulder ledges and things like that. So they were playing around that area, and it really looked like as if FaZe Clan was the kingmaker. But the difference or why it did not happen, or FaZe Clan didn't took the, like I would say, top. They didn't take the chicken dinner is because basically where they are, yes, they collected information and stuff like that, but teams were coming in from an angle where it's hard to get a proper anchor point or the crosshair fixed to that person, because the moment you scope that long, someone else will show you. If you can see from the graphics here, we still got eagles over here, and below eagle, if I'm not mistaken, Vampire was inside the underground tunnel. So they were waiting for the right time to come out. You guys saw how they went out. They deployed smokes, and I think FaZe Clan they heard probably the footsteps, but they couldn't tell exactly when will they come out. So here we go. This is how awkward it is looking at where Geek Fam is. That compound, We saw what happened to the previous team. Dingo Savior, they went there and boop, got wiped out, and they took the same compound. So what I wrote here was Geek made something impossible to possible. They kept resetting, and their rotation was not the best. You know, when they came in from this angle, you can see this is the shed that is like, okay, you know, you stay here, you're gonna get wiped out easily. Because BTR had a very sweet spot, like what Cloud said also, it's a very epic spot where they get to farm kills and stuff. But Geek Fam, they made something impossible to possible, where, you know, they came in and it's the way they came in, the way they were attacked when they were coming into the circle, they were sprayed so much. But how they secured, and after that they keep resetting. That's the key thing here. I'm really thinking that this is a really valuable player, and something that every player should possess, where they have this trigger discipline, they trust their gut feeling, and their experience matters. So when Snipes was already knocked, we already knew, oh no, Geek Fam, you're going to go out again. That's what I was thinking. But no, they prove us wrong, where it does not matter. Sometimes you can still survive by trusting yourself, deploying the right amount of smoke, shifting to the right angle, and when nobody is spraying, you relax first, see what happens next. And Damroot, he had that game instinct similarly to Vintores. What happened? Vintores, I remember he did not budge. He was just looking straight, even though his teammate just got attack knocked out. He didn't turn immediately. He just looked straight into Onyx because he was listening to the sound. And because of that, he managed to eliminate that one player left. And also at the right time, Damroot stood up and get the chicken dinner. So honestly, this chicken dinner is so epic. It shows and displays a lot of experience from these pro players. I'm so happy with it. But now, you know what? I'm going to bring you guys back to our legendary and knowledgeable casters, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
I can see the passion coming out from her. She almost broke to tears. Oh, you can feel the touch feeling from that performance. It was explosive, mind-blowing. It was like anybody's game. And he got it by doing what he can. Listen, stay disciplined, be calm, compose himself. Like how Jenny said just now, it's all about resetting his mind, about doing what's right.
Yeah, and what's right as well is that we are now ending today, but tomorrow we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much for watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. Tomorrow we'll be back. Yeah, tomorrow I want some more.
Yeah, tomorrow we will be back.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Watch me tomorrow, is it? I'm gonna say goodbye now.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye bye.